And we're good. All right, I can hear you. Excellent.
I'm going to ask you 3 things you want to do before you die.
All right, we ready?
And favorite person who opened for you. Me. No.
Okay.
Whenever you are.
All right, yep. Let's hit it. Let's do it. Hit the button. See the camera. Here we go.
Nah, don't lie. I'm kidding.
Are we live now? We are live now at the Malverne Comic Fest. This is Mark Torres, who came from the radio, the official The Big Apple Con. I'm here with my co-host, L-Man Jenny Feldy.
Good day. Good morning, everybody.
And
Let's not curse.
And we already have our first guest on. So if we're streaming live right now at the Malverne Comic Fest in Malverne, Long Island, New York. And we're here with none other than awesome actor and comedian, Angel Salazar.
Oh, should I say my name?
No, I got you. Angel Salazar.
Angel Salazar,
One
famous
star.
movie
Very
star.
talented.
I've seen you actually perform at the Borgata in New Jersey.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah,
Oh.
many years ago I saw you perform. You were hysterical.
Oh, thank you.
I love you. How do you define where your comedy comes from?
Well, I'm an actor first. I come from the theater, theater training, and a lot of characters, building characters and improvisation, and so my comedy come from an acting point of view, observation, reactions, physical comedy. I'm a fan of physical comedy. One of my favorite comedians was Robert Williams.
Yes,
Very physical, animated. Yeah, and the theater basic training helped me a lot with my comedy.
And he's very funny. And I actually opened for him twice.
Really?
Doing
Yeah.
stand-up.
Yeah, not only she
Yeah.
opened for me twice, I used to date Jane when her name was Jane, but then when she changed it to her man,
Oh, you don't want the man anymore.
the man anymore, people were asking me, Angel, because of transgender thing nowadays, I got a little nervous, so we broke up.
Well, it's 2023. Come on, get with the program. You
Yeah.
know,
Oh,
dating
man.
a he, she is kind of the thing nowadays.
Yeah, well, dating a Hershey is like a Hershey bar without the nuts.
Listen, it's okay. I'll just settle for being your high school sweetheart, number 425.
That's better. That's better.
You know, Angel has a lot of high school sweethearts. If
A
you
lot.
check his Facebook,
Yeah.
how many high school sweethearts do you have?
Oh my God, I lost count. People say, Angel, you never graduated, huh?
So Scarface. I want to say something kind of crazy because this is actually a personal thing. Now, I was devising and I was in the middle of pre-production for a Scarface photo shoot for Red Midnight magazine. As I'm screenshotting, I'm watching the entire Scarface movie, literally screenshotting, I don't know, 60 frames, and I even printed out the scenes and put them in this book. I have a lookbook for a lot of the shoots when I produce, so we recreate the shots. As I'm screenshotting the movie, and I believe I just screenshotted you in the movie, you message me on Facebook and you say something, hey, how about you open for me? And it's like, you're on my phone, you're on my screen, I'm screenshotting you, I'm planning a Scarface photo shoot for a magazine, which we did, and it was very cool.
Really?
It got one of the most sales in all the magazine's photo shoots.
No kidding.
And I don't know, it's just a weird synchronicity. Mark knows this
Wow.
happens all the
Yeah.
time. I'm staring at your face in my living room,
Oh,
and I'm
wow.
messaging
How
you
cool
at the
is
same
that?
time.
I like to see that issue,
You would like it. I think you would like it.
Yeah,
It's
wow.
very hot. I don't know what words I
Wow.
can say here, so it's a risque magazine. We'll just say that.
So risque, yeah.
That's fun.
We'll say that. But back to you. All right. Favorite thing that's happened to you on a film set
On a film set?
or a comedy set, either
comedy
one.
set, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh my God, yeah. A lot of comedy, a lot of crazy things happen.
Yeah, I was there for some.
Yeah, you were there for some. Because I get a lot of audience participation, involvement with the audience, and some people they don't know how to react
Right.
when I bring them on a stage or I point them out. They do some crazy things because they don't know how to handle it. For example, I was in Kentucky once, and I was doing a joke about a song. I only got eyes for you,
I
or
love that
something.
song.
And could you believe there's a guy in the audience with a glass eye, and he took it out.
Wow.
He took it out. He go, I only got eyes for you.
That's great.
And yeah, but some girls in the front, They go, ooh, that's gross.
I love it. I wish I was there for that. You should do the song, I only have eye for you. Bum,
Yeah.
bum, 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 bum.
No
You can
kidding.
incorporate that into the next comedy act. You just walk around with an eyeball.
No kidding.
I love
Another dramatic moment was Al Pacino when I got cast in Scarface. Al Pacino is a method actor. He likes to study people that he's going to play.
Mm-hmm.
So the movie Scarface is about Cuban criminals that came from Cuba that Castro sent it to the United States on boats or whatever, and they were called Marielitos, because they came from an area in the ocean in Cuba called Marielitos. So they were criminals. So he said to me, I'm having a party in my house in 2-3 weeks, 2 Sundays from now. You know any of the Rio McCoys? I go, what do you mean?
Yeah.
He said, yeah, you know any of the Rio Marielitos, Rio criminals, Rio McCoys.
Oh, right.
I said, yeah, I know a couple. He said, can you bring them to the party? And we went to
Okay.
the party. Every big movie star was there. Diane Keaton, Christopher Walken, Joe Pesci, John
Yo.
Boyd, a lot of movie stars. Well, one of the Cuban guys I brought, name is Pedro. Half through the party, his security caught Pedro in Pacino's bedroom, grabbing him,
Oh, my God.
going through his drawers.
Wow.
Yeah, Pacino come to me and say, Angel, what happened? I said, well, you asked for the Rio McCoy, didn't you?
Right. Yeah. So what happened to this
So
guy? Was
we
he?
had to leave.
You
We
just
had to
kicked
leave.
him out. No repercussions. Was he
No,
beaten
no,
up?
No,
Was he?
No, we had to leave because
Wow, that's pretty
he-
nice.
he misbehaved.
I don't know. If someone did that to me at my house, they wouldn't just be kicked out. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
Okay? Yeah. If
Well,
anyone
you-
ever put me to the point where I have to seek revenge, trust me, they'd already
Well,
be
you
in
have-
trouble.
They don't call you a man for nothing.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. All right. So, what are 3 things you want to do before you die?
Win the lottery,
Okay.
definitely the lottery. Powerball, Mega Million, doesn't matter. One of those
Wait.
two.
How much time does he get after he wins the lottery? Like, does he win the lottery and then just is dead the next day? Or does he have time? That's important. We need you to win the lottery and then
That's important.
8-9
That's
years, or
important.
maybe 20 more years.
That's important.
That is
yeah.
important.
The other thing I want to do is number 2.
You want to do number 2? Well, there's a bathroom right down there.
Meow, meow, said the kitty. She got jokes. Jokes. Number 2, right?
Yes, number 2. What's the number 2?
Me dressed as King Kong on top of the Empire State Building, doing that scene,
We can make that happen.
And people down there going, oh my God, is he gonna jump? Is he gonna throw? No.
Would you wear a Spider-Man outfit, or you wear a King Kong outfit up there?
King Kong outfit.
King
yeah,
Kong
yeah,
outfit,
yeah.
full head to toe King Kong on the top.
The original King Kong.
You know, it could happen. That
Yeah.
actually
I mean, green
can still
screen.
happen.
Yeah,
Yeah, that one can happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, easy.
yeah.
Yeah, easy.
Is it right?
Green
Yeah.
screen.
We got to get
I'm gonna shoot on green screen later.
there's wait in Brooklyn. There's the Alamo Draft House. They have like a little model of the Empire State Building at the top. In the Alamo, in Brooklyn, the Alamo Draft House. There's a recreation. Oh, they could do that too.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so 2 is a possibility.
Yeah.
1, you got to be really good with numbers. I don't know how good with numbers you are.
Yeah.
So what's number 3? What's the third one?
Number 3, the me and Jen were on a ship in the Caribbean, and there's a hurricane, and we got swept away. Me and her alone in a deserted island, where
Okay.
it's just me and her.
Well, at first I wasn't sure because I don't like to be in the water. I like to be on land. But the second part, yes,
Well,
because
the
we'd be on land.
island,
Yeah,
the
we'd be
island is on land. Yeah.
Yeah, perfect.
Swept away, and then I get my friend here, Roberto, to be an Aborigine from the island, and he'll be Simon.
Wait,
Simon,
that
right?
went over my head.
You know the movie Swept Away?
Oh,
Yeah.
Castaway?
It's what's the name of that?
Wilson and
Wilson.
Oh,
Sorry,
Wilson.
That's
I
with
have
Wilson.
yes, I have a Wilson
yeah,
at home.
That's Castaway, yeah.
Uh,
Oh, so
Wilson.
he'll be Wilson?
He'll be Wilson.
He'll be
yeah.
So
Wilson.
instead of like transgender, we're gonna turn into like trans object, and you're gonna become a volleyball. Is
Yes.
it a
Yeah,
volleyball?
see that, Robert?
Yeah, Robert's
I can
going to be
see
the
it.
volleyball.
You got
I
it.
think you'll make very nice volleyball.
You got a good part, Robert.
So what's gonna happen on this island besides kicking Robert
Yes,
around the
what
ball?
will happen?
What's gonna happen on this island?
Well, I leave it up to Jen.
Oh.
Okay.
All right. So El Man Jenny
I-
Feldy, what is
placed
gonna
the
happen
fifth.
on the
I
island?
placed the fifth.
Well, I want to. Well, is this in the next 2 years? I want to make a lot of movies, so we're going to be shooting nonstop, and just like the film set I got off of, they'll probably be like 12 or 14-hour days because I'm going to be a tyrant director, just like the director I was just working with.
Wait.
And you
Are
won't sleep, and we're just going to film nonstop.
Are you
How's
telling
that?
me that on a deserted island you're gonna make movies?
Yes.
Okay, so
is why I'm
basically,
weird.
what's gonna
Yes.
happen is it's gonna be the ultimate found footage because we're gonna find tons and tons of movies on this island
Produced by
and two
me.
dead bodies with skeletons.
And you know what kind of movies I make, so
Yes.
they're going to be very strange.
Yeah, very
Alright.
strange. Yeah. Dan Romano will play your manager.
Shout out Dan Romano. That's actually how we know each other. Okay, so now I want to get to cancel culture. I love your posts on Facebook. I love that you're free speaking. You're just free. You're loose. I like that. I wish more people were like that. We can't be as loose right now. We are in a church right now. This is a family-friendly event, so maybe at another time
Yeah.
we can take this a different way. What are your thoughts on cancel culture? And thoughts on cancel culture.
What do you mean cancel culture?
You know, you can't say this, you can't say that, you can't
Oh my
say this.
God, they're killing comedy.
They're cancel this, you do this, I go
Yeah.
like this, now I'm canceled.
Well, it's good. I think the phrase before was politically correctness, right? Before.
yes,
Right.
politically correct
Now
it's
is
called
turned
cancel?
into cancel culture. Yeah.
Right, now you get
Oh my
canceled if you do
God.
this or say this or post that.
Yeah, well,
Have you dealt with that at all?
yes. Once in a while, even a joke that I do on Facebook or Instagram, they can shut my page for a few days.
Yeah, me too.
You do, right?
Yeah, I get shut
Yeah.
down more for health, although I did make a Hitler joke, and I'm not in favor of Hitler, but I had come up with a song that Hitler could make, and I got restricted for 90 days. I couldn't
And
post.
then she goes and says it on a live stream, which is great.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Didn't you?
I didn't say the joke.
Okay.
I just said it. I'm not pro-Hitler. We could talk about him. He's a historic figure like Stalin. You can't even mention Stalin nowadays. I mean, Stalin, by the way, was a little more accomplished than Hitler. He actually killed a lot more.
hosts and guests do not necessarily
This is history.
that came from the
Yeah.
radio, the Malverne
Didn't you
Comic
do
Fest,
something?
or the Bridge Church where we are
A
actually
show that we
located
did at
right
a
now.
restaurant for Dan Romano. Didn't you do something with Hitler?
With
Oh.
with Hitler? No, I did not
No.
do anything with
You
Hitler.
did something with a Russian accent or something.
I did do something with a Russian accent. That is how I opened last set, actually.
Svetlana, right? Svetlana?
Svetlana may come here today.
Svetlana,
We shall
okay.
see. Okay, now, what is your dream role, Angel? Your dream movie role
My dream movie role.
that you haven't done yet. Or maybe you've done it. Maybe Chi-Chi, was that a dream role?
Play a no. Play a superhero.
What superpower would you have?
Superpower. A superhero that sucks at everything that he tried to say.
Aren't we both doing that? No, I'm just kidding. No, you're very close.
Baram, babang.
Baram,
No, I
bam.
like to be a superhero in some kind of movie, like a Speedy Gonzales or something like that.
You would be a really cool Speedy Gonzales. Oh my
Yeah.
God. Make this happen, people. Angel
Yeah.
Salazar, Speedy Gonzales. Do it
Yeah,
now.
yeah. And also, here we are in the church. What's the name of the church? Bridge. The
We are
bridge?
in the bridge in the Malverne Comic
And
Fest
we-
in
and we-
Malverne, Long
And we're
Island.
trying to sell some merchandise.
Yeah, so
and-
actually people
Yeah,
watching
we'll
right
wrap
now
it up.
can
Where
come
can we
down
find you?
right now.
And
Where
my
can people
dream-
find you?
My dream is that there's people watching come over and buy some damn merchandise. Cause
Yeah. Some blessed merchandise.
yeah, we haven't made a dime yet.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
Well, we just started.
And I know we're supposed to be PG, here. Well,
Very PG.
cocaine is not free.
So where can people find you online? Where can people find you? And then whoever's here, make sure they come down right now
Oh,
to the
yes.
Malverne Comic Fest.
Okay,
And bring him some gifts.
You don't give, yeah.
Special gifts.
Yeah, but I have a broken arm, so bring me some
Oh
painkillers.
no. What?
Yeah, broke my arm.
Jeez.
I fell down the stair a few weeks ago.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so
I thought that was just a fashion statement.
no.
Oh my God, I'm so. Oh
Uh,
wow.
Anybody coming over, bring me some Percocet, painkillers,
Gee.
anything.
So Angel, we're wrapping it up now. Tell us where we can find you. To, promote anything you'd like to promote. This is for you.
Come and see me, or you can reach me on Facebook and the Angel Salazar, or Instagram Angel Salazar Chichi, like the name of the character I play in Scarface Chichi. And I got a couple movies that I'm working on.
Good.
Yeah, independent movies, also no as movies that don't pay. You know, and I'm still on the game. I'm not done
I
yet.
want to shoot a movie with you. We've done stand-up together
Yeah.
twice.
Yeah, definitely,
So I'll try to get you in a movie. Let's see.
definitely.
We'll
Thank
see.
you for having me, guys.
Yeah, it's
Thank
great
you
to
very
see you
much. Really
again.
appreciate it.
Great
And I
to see you again.
I want
Hope
to say
you
once
heal.
again, you're a really talented man. You're a really awesome guy, and I really truly love your comedy. Like
Oh,
when I
thanks a
went
lot.
there and
Oh,
I
yeah.
saw that performance, you blew me away.
Oh,
So it was
thanks a lot.
amazing.
And listen,
Yeah.
how far can they watch us on this video or this show?
I didn't do it with him.
How far can they listen
Oh,
to
how
us?
far?
Yeah, how far?
We're online right now, so we can.
We're online?
We're all over the internet. It's everywhere.
All over the internet?
Yeah, we're on the internet right now. It came from
Global.
radio on the YouTube page, and they
Yeah.
can watch us right now. And we're telling people to come down right now
Can-
to the Malverne Comic Fest.
Can they, are they watching us in Newark, New Jersey?
Yeah, they're watching
Anywhere.
us.
Can I give a shout out to someone?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, do shout outs. Whatever you want to do.
Lisa, you slut.
Love it. Love it. Best first guest.
Thank you so much. This is Mr. Angel Salazar. Let's give it up. We got a round of
Freaking-
applause.
Thank you.
Freaking love
thank
it.
you.
Next week, you're at the Collectors Fest in Wayne, New Jersey. All right, there you go.
We there next week?
Great
There you go.
going.
Oh,
Great
Make sure. All
going.
right.
Okay.
Yeah. Tell us where you're gonna
Yeah.
be.
Oh,
Promote.
next week we are in Wayne, New Jersey.
Wayne, New Jersey.
Okay.
Collectors Fest.
Collector Festival. Collector Fest.
That's
Okay.
www.collectorsfest.com.
Wayne, New Jersey, next week.
Wayne, New Jersey. All right, there we go.
Awesome.
Make sure you guys.
Very
if you
funny
don't come
guy.
down here-
Watch his movies. Watch Scarface if you haven't seen him. He's very cute as Chi-Chi, handsome guy, and his stand-up is hilarious. I've only seen it actually live. And hope he heals.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jen.
Great to see you.
So this was really interesting. This was our first
We'll be
guest.
keeping in touch. Check out his Facebook. Very funny guy. Not for the faint of heart. If you want a G-rated, this is not the guy for you, and I'm not either.
And I wanted to mention that during his stand-up, he stripped down to his underwear. So
I
I've
don't
seen
know if
more
I
of that
saw
man
that. Maybe I
than I
did.
had intended to see.
You know, I'm desensitized to seeing people naked, and I don't even remember anymore.
Really?
I am, because I've done the Scarface photo shoot I did, which actually I invited him to, but
Where can
whatever.
people find that?
The Scarface photo shoot was Red Midnight Magazine. It's
Red
actually
Midnight
very
Magazine.
cool.
All right.
And I had naked girls walking around my place. I did their makeup.
Thank you for inviting me.
Yeah,
First off,
sorry.
let me say
Yeah.
thank you very much. I really appreciate the invite.
Yeah. Well, next time.
Yeah, next time.
Although I'm a respectful makeup artist and producer, so I gave them a
I will-
close. I didn't even
will-
look at them
I
actually.
will bring my own window to peer out of.
I didn't even look. I actually walked out of my own house and I didn't watch the nudity photo shoot. I didn't see any of it. And even the girl who was partially naked filming with me next to me, I didn't look because I'm that
All right.
I'm that respectful.
Since we're on the topic and we're here at the
the
Malverne
church.
Comic Fest, yes, at the Bridge Church in Malverne, Long Island. How does that work when you're doing a scene with nude people? Like, do you look? Do you not look? I mean, there was a famous
Yeah.
story that was that the guy was with the woman. He says, if I act a certain way, I apologize, and if I don't, I apologize. That was the joke.
Right. You know, I think it's different for everyone. I can only speak for myself, and you know, I'm kind of an outlier. My last boyfriend, I never looked, and it's yeah. So we'll go from there.
So we have
Hello,
another guest.
hello.
Put your headphones on so you can hear us. And you are from the Warriors.
Yeah, if it wasn't for the
Moving a little
Warriors, there'd
closer.
be no orphans.
Moving a little closer, we can hear you a little better.
Yes.
We are here
There we
live
go.
at the Malverne Comic Fest. This is Mark Tozer, the Came from Radio. This is my co-host, Elman Jenny Feldy. We're on our
Hello.
YouTube page right now, live
Thank you
streaming.
for being here.
And introduce yourself.
My name is Apache Ramos. I was born
Apache
in
Ramos.
Brooklyn and raised in the Bronx, and that's why my blood type is B positive.
So
Positive.
last year at the Malverne Comic Fest, they actually had a screening of the movie The Warriors, and Elma and Jenny Feldy saw it for the first time.
Right. A little late to the party, but
Yeah.
I saw it last year.
You're not the only one. I just hooked up with my high school girlfriend. We hadn't seen each other in 51 years.
Oh, wow.
And she never saw the movie. And you know what she said to me? She said, you know, Patchy, you were much cooler in high school.
Oh, my God.
How rude.
Well,
But after we went to Fenway Park and she saw all the people asking for my autograph, she said, oh, you are cool.
But you know she's not a stalker, which is kind of like a diss, but it's also kind of hot. I feel like when you know someone's not stalking you, you know?
Yep. Well,
Because you could have seen the movie 35 times and then been writing you and saying, hey, remember me?
yeah. But it's amazing that it's 44 years old and
Right.
So,
I'm still eating off it. Yeah.
what do you think is the lasting take from that? Why do you think it's been in the cultural zeitgeist for all these years?
Because it's awesome.
One of the first things I do when I do these meet and greets is I ask people, when was the first time you saw the Warriors and who'd you see it with? And I get these amazing stories that one of my favorite is a guy told me his father and his mother weren't together and he would come and he told his mother that the father was going to take him to see Lady and the Tramp and she took him to see the Warriors. And,
Oh, wow.
it bonded forever. But yeah, and also when the video game came out, do you realize right now, somewhere on this planet, somebody is whipping my ass right now? How many people can say that?
So speaking of that, I just came from a film set, so if I seem a little tired, it's not because I don't like you. It's just, you know how it can be on a film
It's
set
okay.
and hours
My
away.
daughter's older than you. Go ahead.
So what types of dangerous or crazy things happened on set? Because I've heard that there's crazy things that happened on the Warriors set.
Well,
Are they true? First of all, are all the stories true?
Well, you know, why let the truth mess up a good story? Is an old Irish saying, right? So
right.
I'll leave it like that. But
Okay.
in reference to my part
Yeah.
with the orphans, when they blew us up, when Michael Beck Swan throws a Molotov cocktail at me after I yelled, "We're gonna rain on you, Warriors!" I thought it was kind of rude. However,
rude.
they forgot to take the windshield out the first time it blew up.
Oh,
And
my goodness.
it was kind of crazy, and because I didn't know how much I'd be in the movie, I saw the stuntman about my size, and I wanted to be seen, so I got up close, and when that thing blew, it scared the como se llamas out of me, and we had to shoot it 3 more times, and after that, I was like, yeah, we're going to rain on you, but I was backing up the whole time, so I'm sure they took the first one.
My God, wow. So there were real gang members on the set, so I've heard.
Yeah, well, I don't know about that. I'm from the South Bronx, and I know real gang members. And
Yeah.
it was funny when I saw the Warriors, but it's lasted all this time, and people are just. My grandson is finally getting into it. My grandson's name is Hendrix, and after Jimmy, and he
Shout out
he
to
wore
Hendrix.
one of my hoodies to school, and he just turned 12, and his teachers asked him, "What do you know about the Warriors?" He goes, "Hey, my grandpa's in it." And do you know they sent letters asking for autographs?
That's awesome.
Yeah, so it's going on and on and on, and next year is our 45th year,
Wow.
and God willing, I'll be here, and we're gonna really do it up then. But yeah, it's been a honor to be a part of something, even if it's a small part of something that means so much to so many people for so many years.
How did you train for the role? What research did you do?
I didn't train for it.
No?
I mean, I
You
wanted
just
to be.
showed up.
I wanted to be an actor,
Okay.
and I wasn't getting any parts. And I remember getting an agent and sending me to Paramount, and I saw these people. It's kind of like an Eminem thing. Looked like me, I'm not me, blah blah blah. And I was sitting there with my 8x10 and a black T-shirt that said Bronx in silver letters, shorts, my 8x10, my resume, and a bottle of rum. And I was sitting there, and there was millions of people there, and this white dude sat next to me, and we started talking, blah, blah, blah. And I offered him a taste, and he said, nah. And then he disappeared, and they finally called my name, Apache Ramos. I went in, and that white guy was Walter Hill, the director, and he hired me on the spot. He said, Apache, you're so real. I wish I'd have met you sooner, you know. But he said, I offer you the small part of The Orphan, number 2. And it's grown ever since. I mean, it's just been grown ever since. But I've done other things, and but I'll always be known as the orphan, which is not a bad thing.
So I got a question for you.
Yeah, baby.
Do you know what I'm going to ask you?
Spades? Your black spades?
Can you dig it?
Oh, I thought you were talking about the black spades.
No, but what actors get a lot of benefits when you're in a movie. What type of benefits or special treatment or perks have you gotten from this
What's
movie?
the best perk you've ever gotten?
The best perk
The
I've
best
ever
perk.
I
got.
mean, I'm sure there's like 10,000.
Keeping it PG rated.
Well,
keeping
I
it
just-
PG rated. We are in a church, no cursing.
Well, lately, the best perk I've gotten was I got to go to San Francisco Comic-Con, and that was pretty
Cool.
cool, and I had a nice hotel room. I just recently was at Fenway Park with the veterans for war from Woonsocket, Rhode Island. I got to host that with Chi-Chi from
Cool.
Scarface, and
Yeah.
you know how they have Bennifer, J-Lo, and
Yeah.
Ben Affleck. Well, me and Chi-Chi were Apachichi. And which was really funny because I'm a Yankee, and it was hard being there. But we had a good time, even though we both caught pneumonia because it was
No.
raining so hard.
Oh my God! Wow.
But
Yeah, he's fun to do shows with.
Are you kidding
I
me?
did 2 stand-up shows with him.
You know why I love Chi-Chi? He's one of the few people shorter than me. I love that.
Yeah, me too. I like to rest things on his head. You can ask him about that later.
So I have to. I'm curious about something because for musicians, they have to play the same song a bazillion times. You did the movie. You don't have to do the movie all over again. But do you get tired of watching the movie?
Right.
Like, I've seen this
never
enough
really,
times.
It depends on where I'm watching it. One of the best places, if you want to watch the Warriors, is Coney Island during the Coney Island Film Festival at midnight. And it's kind of, I've always said that the Warriors is the Rocky Horror of gang
Yeah,
movies because
definitely.
we come dressed up. I even have people come dressed up as the orphan. You know, they wear a fake Afro wig, and it's amazing. The people know every line, every movement, every little pause is known, and it's fun to watch it like that. But yeah, the Warriors means so much. You know, my favorite part of the movie is the Furies. I mean, the Furies, when you first think about it, how is that going to work? I mean, what kind of gang would take all that time to put makeup on?
Exactly.
And, you know, and be in Central Park.
Is
and-
my makeup right?
Yeah.
Before I do this kill?
Yeah, but everybody likes to do drag every now and then. But
Yeah, everybody. It's
But
2023,
it works.
baby.
It works. I mean, and it warms my heart every Halloween to see a little kid in a Furies outfit. And I heard it was because Walter Hill, the director who changed my life, loved Kiss and like baseball. And it sounds corny, but it works. It works. It's a very fierce part of the film. As far as the orphans, we were the lowest of the lows. We weren't even invited. And I have a Facebook page where we call Orphan Nation because everybody at one time or another has felt like an orphan, has not been invited, and has been excluded. So Orphan Nation has grown big time. Big
I think
time.
you have someone behind you with a baseball
You can check
bat
out the TV.
trying
We
to
got-
get your attention.
There you go. There you go. We got a guy
We have someone about to storm the
with,
stage.
with the bat. You can look at the screen.
Oh, I can look at the screen. I don't have my glasses on.
Oh.
So,
God willing, I'll be 70 in a couple of more months. So my vision is not too bad. Plus, I partied too much in the 70s. I used to handle a lot of bands back in the day.
So, what was your first time reaction to when someone came up to you dressed as you?
The guy was mad drunk. It was really funny. I mean, he was more drunk than I was. No, I wasn't drunk, but it was at Coney Island. It was at the Coney Island Film Festival. And oh no, you know, actually the first time was Clash. Maybe you'll get to interview him. Clash, the Bling King. He came dressed up as me, and he was a bigger, badder, better Apache, Ramos, and which was really cool because he's alumni from my junior high school in the Bronx, except for it was decades later.
So you're seasoned. You're 70.
I will be 70, God
You will
willing.
be 70.
Uh-huh.
I'm only
I was born
38.
Christmas Eve.
Christmas Eve.
Double or nothing in the hood,
Oh.
baby.
Yeah, 2 of my best friends, Christmas Eve.
There you go.
So, could I ask you for some acting advice? What are your words of wisdom for other actors?
Don't quit your day job.
Okay.
A.
Okay. Too late.
And B, you know, if you really want to do it, you can do it. And what I like now is that I'm not, Hollywood is not breaking down their door wanting to see Apache Ramos, but what I love most is that I'm working with young, gifted, young filmmakers who, who just want to make films. And I'm in all kinds of different films now, and it's been great. I'm currently on HBO Max with Mel Brooks in The Automat, which has Ruth Bader Ginsburg and General Colin Powell. And guess what? Apache Ramos is in it too. I beat out the governor of Pennsylvania.
Nice.
And it's on HBO Max. It's how we used to eat in New York City and Philadelphia back in the day. It's called The Automat. Yeah.
Do you prefer doing indie films or more mainstream films?
I like working with young people that just want to do films.
Me too.
I don't do Hollywood. I do Hollywood. And we go out there and we get a camera and we make a film and we do what we want to do. I don't fit into the mainstream. I never did, thank God.
Yeah. I don't like it. I actually don't want to be a part of it, and I'm sure you've gotten this too, because people glamorize Hollywood and mainstream, and now there's, in the last few years there's been a million mandates. You need 75 shots just to get on a set, and I don't care. I actually don't want to be a part of the mainstream. So it's interesting that a lot of people outside the business don't understand that.
Yeah.
And they think, oh, you do indie. Well, maybe one day you'll get to Hollywood. And it's like, no, I don't want to be in Hollywood.
Well, if you think
want to
about
do
it,
indie.
if you go to Hollywood right now, you'll probably be on strike.
That's right.
True.
And I'm a union man,
True.
All right. So as a union man, let me put you on the spot. What are your thoughts on the whole strike and the AI and all that stuff?
I'm a retired social worker in New York City, and I was on the front line of the AIDS virus.
Wow.
I used to road my last gig in the record business. I used to handle New Edition and Bobby Brown. I worked with Colonel Abrams. And my last gig in the record business, I road managed the Fat Boys, 50 cities in 25
Fat Boys,
days.
what?
You remember the Fat Boys?
That was actually maybe my first thing before even like tapes. I had some kid thing from Toys R Us, this little toy, and it played the Fat Boys, and I would play it on repeat when I was like 5. I was born in '84. So wait, you managed the Fat Boys?
No, I road managed the Fat Boys, 50 cities in
He was a
25
roadie.
days.
Whoa.
I've worked with Eartha Kitt. I even worked a little bit with Donnie. I've done a lot of things, but I'll always be known as the orphan.
Could you tell me some interesting things about the Fat Boys, please, as a
I'll tell
fan?
you about the Fat Boys.
They were fat.
Were they really fat, or was it all prosthetic?
they
was
were
it like
fat.
makeup and stuff?
The Fat Boys were when rap music was fun.
Yeah.
And it wasn't dangerous, but actually I spent the night at Elvis Presley Memorial Hospital in Memphis when we got shot at, and my driver got hit in the butt, but
Oh my God.
and I spent the night there. But the Fat Boys, they were just good brothers. There's only one left, Cool Rocksky. He's on my Facebook list, but we lost Prince Marky D last year, and Buff Love, the original human beatbox, although Dougie Fresh might say he's the original, but it was so much fun working with Buffy, but he passed away too. But the Fat Boys, what was fun about road managing the Fat Boys, it was the only time I was the slim one. However, it was also, I didn't have to worry. It was like being with the Three Stooges. They loved playing tricks on each other, and they loved the ladies and they loved to eat. So wherever we went, we had people wanted to take pictures with the Fat Boys and their food. And
That's funny.
we never had to worry about food. Buffy was the only one who could work the microwave at that time. But it was a fun tour, and it was my last days in the record business. So in the record business, I went from limousines to the front line of the AIDS virus when I got to New York. And I said, oh shit, I had a daughter, and I had to get a real job. And that's what I did. But I went to public assistance, and I volunteered for the AIDS unit, and for the next 10 years, well, I retired a couple of years ago, but that's what I've done. And now I'm enjoying retirement, doing independent films with young filmmakers, and we're going to do one this winter. It's a slasher film. I've done zombie films. Zombie films are really weird, especially at lunchtime when you're trying to eat your pizza and the guy's got a Coke bottle stuck in his eye. It's not fun.
Yeah, I see that. Last question.
Yeah,
So,
baby.
how has your role as a social worker influenced you as an actor?
Well,
as
I'll
a
tell you
creator?
this. I was Mr. Ramos in the South Bronx and the Welfare Center, and being a member of the Warriors helped me out a lot because I tell people I speak English, a little Spanish, and Macedonian. It's a whole language in itself.
Macedonian.
Because I used to get out of the subway station on 138th Street and Grand Concourse, and I would hear Warriors come out to play, Warriors. And a lot of times it saved me from getting my butt kicked too, because they would say, "Oh, that's Apache from the Warriors." But yeah, I had my pictures in the pizza shop and the barber shop in the neighborhood. So that was another perk of being with the Warriors. Yeah.
And I guess we're wrapping up right now.
wrap it
So to promote yourself, where can we find you? Social media
You got
handles?
the only
Beyond
social
coming
media-
down right now to the Malverne Conference, because we're live.
We're
in the Malverne
live.
Comic
Come
Con.
on down, and I'm selling stuff for $5. Okay, orphan prices. So come on down. All right. So that's cool.
So where else are you? Online, where appearances are you going to be at next?
Well, I'll be at Collector Fest and
Okay.
probably
With
yeah,
Angel?
Yeah, it depends. The Warriors are the stars, and the Orphans and the Lizzies and the Furies. We're like the B Squad. It's like the junior varsity, and when we get to go, it's great because the fans love to get our autographs while we're still alive.
Yeah, but
well,
you
they
know
can't
what?
get your autograph when you're dead. That's
Yeah.
A lot of times the supporting actors are more interesting than
The
the
leads.
leads. That's what I find.
Oh yeah,
I
I've
liked
always
the
had
playing.
a good time. Yeah, and people take the time and they make little dolls of me. I have a big following in the UK as orphans. But back to, you can find me on Facebook, Apache Ramos, and look for the guy with the. There's a couple of Apache Ramos,
I'm sure.
but they're imposters. But you'll find me, and I have my Orphan Nation page,
Nice.
which has grown up to close to 5,000 now.
Oh wow.
And thank you for having me
I gotta
on. This
join
is
it.
the
Thank
second year I've
you.
been
Thank
on.
you so much
Really
for your time,
appreciate it.
your information,
And
your words of
we
wisdom.
rain on them Warriors, baby. Rain on them, baby. Rain on them.
Dig it.
All right.
Thank you very much. That is Mr. Apache Ramos from the
Thank
Warriors.
you.
Really appreciate him live at the Malverne Comic Fest in Malverne, Long Island, New
Have
York.
fun.
That was really cool.
That was really cool.
So
You know what's even cooler?
What-
can
what
I,
is
can I
cool?
run to the bathroom?
and she's gonna leave me here while I do my spiel. All right, so go ahead. Elman Jenny feels
I
he's
could
gonna
go like
take-
5 more
gonna-
minutes.
Elman Jenny feels he's gonna run out of
Someone
here. So
come
Elman
get,
Jenny
here.
feels
You
he's
fill
fine.
in for me.
No,
You
she's
fill
fine.
in?
I got it.
right, bye,
So we are
guys.
here live at the Malverne Comic Fest. This is your host Mark Torres speaking from Kingston Radio.
I'll be back.
The Big Apple Con. Elman Jenny Feldy is going to step away, and she might come back as a somebody else. She might come back as somebody else, right? She doesn't even paying attention to me. All right, so here we are. We are here live at the Malverne Comic Fest in Malverne, Long Island. I am host Mark Torres, came from the radio. I am a creator. I have my own book, which is a little QR code on the right out there for my book designated, which is right here. It's a book 30 years in the making. I made it. I wrote the story 30 years ago. The pencils were drawn about 20 years ago. The inking was done about 15 years ago, and I finally got it published this year. So if you guys are interested about a science fiction type comic book set in the 90s, you get another QR code, and you can do that too. And our engineer just ran away because he's supposed to put an image on the screen, but hey, we're live. It's fine. And sitting here right now is Mr. Christian Montalvo from the Malverne Comic Fest.
Yeah, I'm just filling in. Don't worry about me.
And he's also from Alpha Guys.
That is right. Thank you. Thank you.
He's a friend of the show, and people don't know not to stand in front of the camera because this is we're live.
Live. All kinds of mistakes are going to happen. Don't worry
There you
about
go.
it.
We're live on tape.
Live on tape?
Yeah, we're live on tape.
Nice,
So,
nice.
Since I have Mr. Malverne Comic Fest right here and a friend of the show, I've always asked many convention organizers why.
Because I'm insane.
Okay.
That was the same answer I gave you last year.
Yes.
So I did.
You're
thank
still
you.
insane. You're like Crazy Eddie. You're crazy Christian. You remember? Everybody remember Crazy
Of
Eddie?
course I remember Crazy Eddie. Yeah. Listen, we grew up at the same time, I would say. So
Yeah.
a lot of the good movies and a lot of the things that I guess destroyed our childhood,
Yes.
for lack of a better phrase, affected us both. So yeah, we're insane. I actually was talking to a friend 2 days ago about Al Bundy. If my mother knew that Al Bundy was basically what I watched on TV, she would never have allowed that. But that man was basically like my father.
So we are here at the Malverne Comic Fest live, in Malverne, Long Island, New York.
Yes, sir.
So what's going on? We have a raffle going on. What are prizes for the raffle? What do we have going on there?
We are working on announcing that. As a matter of fact, this gentleman, our dear engineer, who is doing a fantastic job.
Tom, the engineer, is working hard.
He's working hard. He's amazing, and I have to say that everything that is happening at this moment, at this table, would not be possible without him. So I'm very grateful.
In addition to the raffle that we're going to be announcing very soon, there's stuff going on outside. What's going on outside? We have the kids zone.
That is correct. We got the wacky races out there. It's a gentleman by the name of Matthew Spring. He's over there with his little ATVs. It's fun for the kids. We also have a bouncy house. It's Avengers. There's a slide. Kids are having a good time in there. We've got a DeLorean out there, but the DeLorean is only out there till 2:30. So if you're not here yet, get here yet. Take your pictures. Enjoy. Please, please, please.
Can you sit inside? Can you drive it?
You cannot do either of those. I would get in a lot of trouble.
But you can drive the little ATVs.
Yes, the little kids. Not you, Mark. You don't.
I
fit.
can't drive an ATV.
I can't drive.
I'm light enough. I'm skinny enough. I'm light enough. I can get on that.
Yes, but you're like what, 7 feet tall?
6'1". 6'1", I can't get on that?
No. It's not just a weight limit, I think, at this point.
There's a height limit. I'll topple over?
Yes.
Well, if you want to see me topple over, then I can do it.
All right, well, we'll connect. We'll connect after 4. Once we log off, make sure that we get it on film and we can put it on your page afterwards.
So we have the kids zone, which comprised of the DeLorean outside till 2:30.
Yes, sir.
We have the bouncy house. So what kind of bouncy house is it? Is it like a cage where you just throw the kids inside and good luck? Or is it like an obstacle course type deal? What's going on?
It's a little bit of both. So it is a cage. Go throw the kids in there. There's also a basketball hoop, but I did not give them basketballs. No, we do not throw. So if you lightly caress your children to go in. I could probably get a dodgeball. Now that you mention it, I have a dodgeball somewhere so that the kids can actually use the basketball hoop in there.
All right.
But kids, they're going to end up throwing the ball at each other. So I'm going to second guess that for a little bit.
And it's a separate price to come in for the kids zone, right?
That is correct.
And how much is that?
So the children that obviously can go on the ATVs and go into the bouncy house, it's $20 for the entire day. And they are universal. They can run around, like I said, like little maniacs throughout the course of the day. They can come inside and enjoy. We've got a food truck out there as well.
There's a food truck. What kind of food we got going out there?
We've got a taco truck.
There's a taco truck outside?
Top-notch taco truck.
What's your favorite dish? What's the dish to recommend?
I haven't tried it yet, but he is offering me some freebie stuff, so maybe I will try some.
All right, so let's see. What else we got? We got kids zone outside. What's going on inside?
Inside, so you did ask me about the raffles. We got a little sidetracked. So your first guest, the illustrious Chichi Angel Salazar,
yes, sir.
He signed a wonderful art print. It's a canvas print. It's being raffled, $5 a raffle throughout the day. We also have another art print signed by the wonderful Mr. USA, Tony Atlas, also a canvas print. And we also have a really cool Lego set created by my business partner, D.L. Jackson at Rocky's Comics. So all that will also be autographed as well.
All right, so that's awesome. Oh man, Jenny Feldy is back. So I guess you're off to go.
I am. I got work to do.
He's got work to do. Thank you very much.
This has been amazing.
And that's www.malvernecomicfest.com. 10 to 5 today, correct?
How does it feel to be me?
To be you?
How did it feel? Taking my place.
Amazing.
Yeah?
Yeah, I follow you on Instagram. You are amazing, and for this few moments, I felt spectacular. So
okay. All right. Okay.
All right.
So that is Mr. Christian Montalvo, Mr. Malverne Comic Fest, right here.
This is great. This is an awesome
Malverne
event.
Comic Fest.
Really great lineup of guests.
10 to 5. Come
these
on
are
down.
some all-star guests.
Make sure you get some
kind
stuff.
of legendary,
buy
to be
some
honest.
toys, get some comics,
Truly.
get some stuff signed.
Comics,
Make sure you go to
we got
raffle.
Funkos, we got art, we got everything, a little bit of everything.
A little bit of everything.
All
right. Thank you very much.
You. I'm off. I'll
Little
send
bit of
somebody
this,
your way shortly.
little
Yes,
bit of
sir.
that.
All right.
Down tonight.
So welcome back, L-Man Jenny Feldy.
I'm coming back.
I thought you were gonna come as somebody. I thought you were gonna. Oh, she can't hear me now. I'm just talking to myself. Well, I'm talking to all the people watching us on our YouTube live stream, which is happening right now on It Came From The Radio's website. So, all right. So my question to you was, if you can hear me me now? She's getting her headphones on. There you go. I was asking.
I'm back, baby.
I said I thought you were gonna come back as a character.
Oh, you know what? I don't know. I'm comfortable being myself.
Okay.
I don't know. I'll bring it out when I feel like it. I don't know.
All right,
should
she's
I
not
be
feeling it
me?
right now. So
should I be me or should I leave? Are you
So
guys sick of me?
my question-
Why don't you vote? Come over here and tell me if I should leave and become someone else.
So my question here is, you were here last year. I was not here last year.
Yes, I was.
So what's the difference between last year and this year, besides us being on the stage?
I don't know, because I got here and came right to the stage. And last time I got here and I wandered around like a bumbling fool. So that's the difference. Hello.
So now we have. That's all right. Come on, sit down right there. That's your chair right there. This is Jennifer Silverman, voice actress. You got your headphones right there.
Hello.
Oh, very cool.
You got your
I
headphones
almost
right
touched
there. You can hear us if you want. So you can listen to our voices.
Oh, wow,
so you
this
can,
is cool.
yeah. And there we are.
Yeah.
We are streaming live
Now we
on
can
the
all
It
be
Came
on the
From the
same
Radio
channel.
YouTube page, and we are here live at the Malverne Confest with voice actress and regular actress, I should say, because you did the stage play last time I
Yeah.
saw you ran out. We were at the Cosmic Con. I saw
Yes.
you like, I'm going to go perform and be an actress, and then she ran away. Mrs. Jennifer Silverman.
Hi.
Jennifer Silverman and Jennifer Feldman in the building.
That's right. We have two
Hey.
Jens right here.
Now you're a voice actress and real actress or screen actress.
So yeah. So is
Yeah.
that a thing? Do you want the title voice actress or just actress who does voice work?
I have both. So I have voice actress as my main and then actress as my secondary. I also sing too.
Sing.
Yeah, well, I do community theater, so that's what you were seeing me run off to. I'm actually doing a community theater play of Young Frankenstein right now. I play Igor, so it's a lot of fun.
Could you give us a sample of what it sounds like?
It's Igor, and I'm hunched over like this, but I don't know why.
Oh, I
Everyone
like
says
it.
I have a hump, but I don't know why. It's very strange.
I only have a hump on Wednesdays.
yeah.
So stupid.
It is hump day.
What do you prefer, voice acting or being in front of the camera visually?
Well, I don't do camera work.
Oh, you don't do
so
anything on
I'll
camera.
be,
Okay.
like,
So you do stage work.
I do stage work
Oh,
and I
okay.
do voice acting.
Gotcha.
It depends. It depends on the characters I play. The joy of voice acting is you can be anything. You can do a young boy voice, you can be an old lady, you can be a creature. Whereas when you're on stage, yes, you can gender bend and yes, you can break some norms.
Mm-hmm.
But for voiceover, there's a lot more that you can do.
Now,
So.
I do a lot of speaking and voice work as well. Now, what things do you do to preserve your voice so you don't get polyps, and are there things that you do to make sure that you're healthy and have
You have a
longevity?
ritual that you do before.
Things you eat or don't eat, or
I'm gonna get in so much trouble. I don't warm up or anything. I just kind of go with the flow of what I see fit, and just if I see a character that I know might strain my voice, I'll just take a sip of water and then go for it. So I don't have any rituals or
No
anything.
tea, none of that stuff.
Nope.
do you maybe not talk on the phone before you have to do something, or like limit phone calls?
Yeah, I'll make phone calls after I do my work, but I just, coffee. I know you're not really supposed to, but
Right.
Yeah,
Alright.
don't listen to me, kids.
But it's working, and you don't feel any strain. You don't get voice strain, or your throat doesn't hurt.
No, I mean, when I do the community shows, when I sing, occasionally I'll get the laryngitis. But I heard that marshmallows do the trick.
Interesting.
There's something in the plant of the marshmallows that softens the palate.
So you're talking about the marshmallow, like the plant, or the marshmallow, like
Like
the
the
Halloween?
actual...
The puffy one.
The puffy ones.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Huh. Or honey, maybe?
Honey, too.
Honey too?
hmm The
Now-
medicine ball at Starbucks, even though I'm a Dunkin' girl, but the medicine ball will also help a lot.
Could you give me a sample of maybe your top 3 voices? I'm so curious to see you in action. Just a little. I don't want to make you work.
I gotta think. Well, my boy voice is my favorite because I get to just be tough and cool and and mischievous.
I like it.
And then
Closing my eyes.
And then my femme fatale is just kind of like, he went that way. Go now. We have to attack them now. I don't know.
Your femme fatale seems friendly to me.
Yeah, because I'm laughing at
I would
myself.
be like, hey, be on my team, femme fatale. I don't know. I like it. I feel that it's very inviting.
Yeah. She's like, Well, not too inviting, because then I'll kill you.
Well, that's the
There
point,
it
isn't
is.
it?
There
Isn't that
it
what you
is.
want to do?
There it
Oh, so
Mhm.
that's your way of femme fatale. It doesn't seem
Yeah.
scary. It seems innocent, and then hit them when they're not looking, when they don't know.
Exactly.
That's
Sometimes
smarter.
I like doing the Russian accent or the Slavic accent.
Oh,
and,
Svetlana, we have another Russian. Go ahead.
and,
No, where do you stand in the war in Russia as Ukraine? Which side are you?
I stand with
My side.
What?
Pick my side.
Sure.
I'm any side they want me to be, baby. I go where the money's at.
Who pays more? Exactly.
What is my last name? Feldman. I'm Jewish. Hey, I'm Jewish if you want me to be Jewish.
Yeah, there we go.
You're like that's like the classic line for actors. Like, can you do this? Yes, I can. Whatever it is, I can do. Right? That's the rules, right?
Yeah, it's more. So the misconception with voice acting is everyone thinks it's silly voices or.
No.
And there's so much more to it. You have
Commercial.
Yeah, commercial is what pays the money.
Exactly.
I'm waiting for that Dunkin' commercial. And then the animation is just, that's the goal, but you also got to just do all the work. And it helps to have a theater background. It helps to do improv. It helps to just know how to go on the fly. I haven't finished my coffee yet, so that's why I wasn't able to do the femme fatale as well as I usually do. Excuses. But
Oh, I know about that.
yeah.
Hence-
Yep, exactly. But it's so much fun, even though it's a lot of work. You know, everyone is so supportive of each other. Even though it's competitive, it's not cutthroat. You know, there's something in it for everybody.
Do you worry about AI? Because there's rumors
God.
that in 5
Yes,
years there will
that's
be no
right.
voice actors. That's
They're
something I've
actually-
heard.
No, I've actually seen there's
Now.
companies right now,
Right now,
that are
yeah.
promoting buying voices, so that way you don't
Yeah.
have to pay for the actor.
It's really
Crazy.
scary and it's really sad because it's not just voice acting, it's any of the arts like painting, visuals. It's scary for a lot of us because this is our craft. This is something we love. This is our therapy. This
Right.
is everything. And Voice Actors of NYC, a group in New York, actually has a waiver to not sign your voice off to AI. So if a company wants to hire you, because I'm representing myself, so I have to protect myself doubly, you sign a waiver. I do not give permission for my voice to be signed on AI.
Wow, very interesting. Well, I guess if everyone teams up together, then maybe some change can happen, but probably not. I
mean,
don't think
we're
so.
hoping, but
Yeah.
if any of the companies do sign off on AI, then it's just a no-no. It's just taboo at this point. So there's pay-to-play websites because I work at my own agent. So that's how I'm getting auditions right now. But there is a voiceover site that is promoting AI, and it's very dangerous and it's very scary because you don't know what it entails. And then there's certain words like in perpetuity where they can use your voice even though it's not AI. They can use your voice for whatever, and then you're stuck in that category and you can't. So let's say you do a scratch track, which is a pre-commercial for, let's say, Burger King.
Okay.
They see your voice in perpetuity. You can't work for McDonald's. You can't work for Five Guys. You can't work for any
Oh,
of
I did not
those.
know that. That's,
Yeah,
wow.
so perpetuity is basically like we claim you.
Wow. That, I mean, wow.
So, if you
Uh,
think about it, in a way, it's kind of like the movie actors who sign away their likenesses for certain products. Like, I know it's very famous about Star Wars characters. The actors, they make no money on that merchandise. They sign their rights away. You can make as many Luke Skywalker figures as you want. He doesn't see a penny of it. It all goes to Lucasfilm.
Right. Because it's more of an in the moment thing, and then it depends if you're a musician. They make money after when the songs play. And,
Right.
But I mean, for voiceover, it's a little different. But you have the on-air fee, and then you have your buyout, which is when you're recording. So that's where I'm trying to get. But right now, I just have the buyout because nothing. It's usually been radio ads or computer ads. Nothing on TV yet.
So when you're doing acting in front of a stage, when you're doing the plays, as opposed to working in a booth, you don't get that instant feedback. Or do you get that instant feedback with the director? Is it the same? Is it different? How does that work?
It depends on the director. So there are certain directors that'll give you the freedom to do whatever, and sometimes they'll correct you. For voiceover, especially animation, especially dubbed animation, you have to match the lip flaps. So you have to act in the timed way. So, for example, I was telling Chris over there, it would be like, oh no, Godzilla, and then it's it's like, oh no, Godzilla, but you can't say, oh no, Godzilla, because it has to match the lip flap.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it looks very robotic and strange, and
It looks like the old kung fu movies that I grew up on.
Exactly, but
Which, has its own charm, I have to say.
that's true.
This reminds me of the time that I caught myself for at least 20 minutes watching Godzilla on the Spanish channel about 10 years ago, very late at night. I'm not going to say what state I was in. We're in a church. And I'm like, wait
You
a
were
second.
hanging out with Chi-Chi
I
Azar?
don't spell different. More Cheech and Chong than Chi-Chi, okay? There we go. So I'm like, wait a second. I don't even speak Spanish anymore. So it's in Spanish. I'm listening to the Spanish. I'm kind of understanding some of the Spanish because I used to speak Spanish. And it's also subtitled in English, but the audio, is it Japanese?
Japanese, yeah.
So that was real interesting. I'll never forget that. I'm like, what am I
Like
doing?
Tower of
Go to
Babel in your
sleep.
brain.
Yeah, there's Japanese, English subtitles, Spanish stuff. I don't know. It's crazy. It was super crazy. No, it was in Spanish. Excuse me. So we have them going in
Yeah.
Japanese.
Them
You
speaking
hear the
Japanese,
Spanish,
you
and then
hear
they're
the
reading
Spanish, and
English.
reading English.
Exactly.
That's an interesting practice for the brain.
Oh yeah.
So now, to thrive in this life, we have to adapt. If you don't adapt, a lot of times you just die off. That's kind of the human species. So are there things that you're doing proactively to adapt and thrive during this very rapidly changing time?
Just honing the craft. So community theater is one of those things. You just
Okay.
keep your acting going. Improv is another good one. Like I had, when the pandemic hit, I had an improv class over Zoom, and we just kept going and going and going. And our improv teacher was basically like, I can't teach you guys anymore. You guys have it. Make your own improv group and go from there. And we all keep in touch, and we all have a good time. But yeah, like especially now, you take classes and
So how important is the acting part of voice acting? Because people always forget that there is actually acting and emoting and all that kind of stuff involved. It's not just, I can do a voice, I can do Elmo. It's not just like that. You have to,
exactly. It's in the name, voice acting. I mean, the voice comes later, which it could be difficult for some people, and then it could be natural for other people. So a lot of dubs now go for more of a natural approach. They even say in the specs, stray off from sounding too cartoony. But if you have a natural voice that sounds cartoony,
Right.
then you never know. I mean, some people just naturally sound like that, and that gets them noticed more than others. But for the most part, if you're not putting emotion into a voice, it's not going to feel as authentic. So
Okay.
you can put on a voice like this and it'll sound great, but you could be like, oh no, we gotta go to the supermarket and get the milk before it runs out.
So I noticed you were raising your shoulders up. Like, let's say you were running and you're doing voice. Will you actually like run in place? Or if you have to be out of breath, will you? Or if you have to be afraid, will you think of something that scares you?
Yeah.
And
you
you'll
have
actually
to put
move
yourself
around?
in the scene.
Or will you eat if it calls for eating? Will you actually like bite on something?
Depends. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. So, sometimes I just go like this and pretend I have stuff in my mouth.
Pretend. Okay.
all right, that was awesome.
Thank you.
That was beyond, that blew my mind. Like, I was like, holy crap, she actually is seen. I was like, wait a minute, she's not. And that's where the acting comes in, right there. That's the acting right there we're talking about.
Yeah, but if you just, oh no, we have to go to the supermarket and go buy the milk because it runs out. It doesn't feel the same.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh yeah, the voice sounds cool, but why you don't sound like you're
Right.
nervous about this?
Right. Yeah, I noticed that because we did a radio play. That's the last, well, it's one of the last things we did together voice-wise.
that's right.
And the rehearsals, a lot of times I would kind of just fake it. But when we did the real thing, a lot of times I'd move around a little, I'd get into the actual space, and it really,
It did make a difference.
really
like,
made a huge
when
difference.
Yeah.
when she did the rehearsal, because we did self-promotion time, so we did my book, Designator, which is right here. It's a comic book. It's sale, and a little QR code over
that's
on that side.
awesome.
You can go get it. We did a radio play for the comic book. It was adapted to a radio play, and Elman and Jenny felt it was very nice to be our lead. And we did the rehearsal, and she did a good job. And it was like, okay, it's acceptable. But
Right.
then when we actually did a live performance, it was such a different in level. I was like, holy crap, this is the same person. I couldn't believe that she like really brought it. And that's where the acting comes in, and she was really emoting it.
Because I say, you only have so much energy, so I kind of save it for the rehearsals. And I think that a lot of times in rehearsal, I scare the director, producer who hired me because they see, oh my God, this is what
we got. This is
but
what
then
I'm
I get
paying
to
for.
set. I just came back from a set, and they're like, wow, great acting. But during the rehearsal, it was recorded. It was terrible. I would not bring that girl to set. So I mean, and what's your favorite thing about voice acting? I guess final question. We're gonna
final
wrap up,
question.
and also tell us where we can find you.
Correct.
Please
All that-
promote
all that
yourself.
fun stuff.
Sure. I think my favorite thing about voice acting is just having the process of learning from my teachers who influenced me as a child, and then becoming that influence for other generations to come, like kids and adults. Like, we're all just part of the same family. It's just a matter of where it goes from there. And you could find me on Twitter at jsilv_vo,
Okay.
Instagram at jensilv_vo, and my website jensilvio.com.
And Instagram is a cartoony picture. That's your thing.
Yeah, Reverie Darling. She's a wonderful artist. I love commissioning artists because I support them.
Very
You gotta
nice.
support your artists, your
Support the
engineers, and
artists.
thank everybody.
Yeah, do unto others as you would want done unto you.
Exactly.
But don't always treat people how you would like to be treated. Treat people how they would like to be treated. Because I learned that the hard way over 12 years ago. Because how I want to be treated is much different than how many other people want to be treated. Like, I don't want to receive texts. I don't care if you spend 7 days getting back to me. I don't care. Now, that doesn't fly for a lot of other people. But anyway, that's a tangent. So, any final thoughts or things coming up that we should find
You
you?
gonna make
look
any
for you?
appearances, any conventions, any new work you have coming out? If you want people to see.
I can't talk about it, but
Not
I'm
allowed.
excited for
Not
the
allowed.
NDAs to come out. But my next convention is ColossalCon East. I'm not a guest, but I will see you there in cosplay because I do that too.
Cool.
And thank you guys for having me.
All right,
This
thank you
was
very
you.
much.
great.
Wonderful.
you.
Once again, we need sound effects. We don't have sound effects.
Hey, clap, 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 clap.
Thank you very much, Jennifer Silverman. Really appreciate you. It's good seeing you again.
You too. Thank you.
Thank
So that
you.
was another
you,
another
guys.
fine guest at the Malverne Comic Fest here in Malverne, Long Island. We have an hour left for our first set of live stream at the Malverne Comic Fest. We're going to be doing 2 streams today. We have 1 hour right now. We have another hour to go, and we're going to take a break. And we're going to come back at 2 o'clock, and then we're going to go till 4 o'clock. But the convention is until 5.
Oh, but we are streaming until 4.
Right.
Okay.
Because we wanna make sure everybody who has the ability to come will come. Because if we stream until 5
Yeah.
and they see us at 5, they're not going to be able to make it here in time.
Correct. And it's a really cool convention. I came here last year just kind of wandering around doing interviews for the radio.
Which is on our website, itcamefromradio.com.
And here there's a lot of really cool guests. There's Mr. USA. There's
Which he's over there somewhere.
We're going to interview him.
He's over. Wait, he's on that side. No, wait, he's on that side. Yeah, he's
the
over there.
Yeah, the credentials of people here, I mean, they're pretty outstanding. I mean, we have Brett Azar.
Brett Azar or Azar. I'm not sure.
And he played
Is it
Iron
Azar
Sheik.
or Azar.
And he
Bring somebody. Yeah, come on. Talking to Christian Montalvo. He's gonna bring somebody. I believe he's gonna bring Mr. Atlas, or maybe he's gonna bring Brett. He did a muscular pose.
All right, so
it could
someone
be one
muscular
of
is
the
coming
2
on the stage.
that he's gonna
Who's
get.
it going to be? Is it going to be Mr. USA?
We should roll the dice on that.
Is it going to be a man who played young Terminator? Who actually was basically a body double for young Terminator.
Yeah,
It was just-
Arnold Schwarzenegger
and Iron Sheik.
We got Mr. Pop and Twist. We're gonna go on that side. Mr. Pop and Twist is gonna come.
And Rage
We know
and
Mr.
Chaos
Pop and Twist.
wrestlers are here.
Mr. Pop and Twist is walking behind us. He's gonna come up to
Oh, there he is. Maybe Mr. Pop and Twist
Mr.
can
Balloon.
make a...
Mr. Balloon guy is not. Mr. Pop and Twist is not a bodybuilder.
Oh.
And I said, yeah,
Well,
right now,
maybe
come on
he's,
over here. We got
he's building balloons.
Mr. Pop and Twist.
Come sit right next
You're
to me.
sitting right there. That is the.
Don't
the,
be afraid. I
the
don't
guest
bite.
chair.
Get
Get
the
your
cams
headphones.
on, use the industry speak.
You got the headphones, and he's gonna speak into the mic. There we go. We have friend of the show, Mr. Pop and Twist,
Mr. Pop and Twist.
who's been with us. We've had you on a couple of times. I would say at least 10, Because you're always at every convention we go to. Either we have you come down. Actually, you've never been
He's
to the,
full
you
of a
have.
lot
You
of
come
hot
down to
air.
a live show, right?
I did one live show.
You did the live show, yeah.
When you were in the 7 a.m. mall, when they weren't the 7 a.m. mall yet.
Yes, the Samania Mall. in Long Island.
I know
Yes.
Samanya. I always say it wrong.
Yes.
Seminea.
It took me a long time to get it, so don't worry about
Samania
it.
Mall.
You remember when we
I
did
don't
this-
even bother with the name.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
We did the Samania Mall, and then we did the East. So that's part of our live show, which is courtesy of the East Meadow Public Library. We do it the second Wednesday of every month. Our next show is actually on the ticker, which is look at that, Wednesday, June 14th. Look at that timing. Very nicely done.
Perfect.
June 14th at 7 p.m. at the East Meadow Public Library. That's
professional.
www.eastmeadow.info. And you can come down and be part of our live studio audience. And we have a guest, Phil Russert. He's a comic book creator, and he will be giving out prints and comics in
Nice.
our free raffle. So if you're in the audience, you get a raffle ticket, and then you can walk away a winner of some stuff.
And he has really cool comics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But enough about Phil.
Enough about
no,
Phil. We
no.
have
Wait,
our guest right
one more
here.
thing about Phil. I will tell you this. Phil Russell helped me out.
Let's just talk about Phil the whole time.
Just for a second.
I
You
like
got to
him.
give
Let's
people
keep
their
going.
props. That's how it works.
Yes, definitely.
I produced a coloring book for charity last year that featured 16 original art pieces from 16 different artists who I've met over the last almost 12 years being Mr. Pop and Twist. And then I'm in the process of producing a second one, a follow-up to that. I ran into a couple of roadblocks, and Phil stepped up, helped me out, and got some artists to help me fill a couple of pages in the book. So
That's awesome.
I shout out where shout-outs are due. And that book, the new one will be coming out very soon, probably within the next month, hopefully in time for Eternal Con.
All right, and Eternal Con, it will be in July.
In July. The 8th and 9th.
Look at that.
The day after my birthday. The 7th of July is my birthday.
Nice.
So, I
it's one
can
of my
cel-
favorite times of the year.
I guess, my birthday's very, I love that.
It is. I'm always just really happy that time of year. I'm happy it's summer. I'm happy it's sunny.
Yeah.
My body's like the winter fat starting to melt off, and I feel good.
There you
Yeah.
go.
So happy birthday.
Early, exactly.
Happy pre-birthday.
Well, Mr. Pop and Twist will turn 12 next week. I'm sorry, 2 weeks from now. The 25th of June is my 12th anniversary as Mr. Pop and Twist.
So you celebrate 2 birthdays. now.
And then Derek, the guy behind all this, will be 49. So I'm good.
You're old.
You know what? Sometimes I feel old, but I'm still looking pretty good because
No,
I'm
you
13
come
at
out very
heart.
youthful. Now, can you tell the audience what you do if they don't know?
What is Mr.
Yeah,
Pop?
what
Mr.
is it?
What? Everyone asks that question. Mr.
don't.
Pop and Twist is a balloon-based entertainer.
Mm-hmm.
I use that word and that term because I do more than just twist balloons at birthday parties, which I have no problem with because I do it all the time. It's my bread and butter. But as a balloon-based entertainer, I also do storytelling shows that involve balloons. I craft specialty balloons of celebrities and comic book characters and things of that nature at shows like this. I do instruction for balloon work as well. So I'm an all-around overall balloon-based entertainer. I also do balloons in the world of pro wrestling. So that gives me a lot of different hats to wear.
Have you-
Go ahead.
Have you ever done a balloon puppet show?
I have
Ooh.
not yet done a balloon puppet show.
Let's do
I
it.
was going to. My friend Anthony owned the Long Island Puppet Theater. Unfortunately, it was a COVID casualty, but
no.
it was around for quite some time. He's looking to do something else in the puppet world, and when he does, we're going to do something with balloons and puppets at his new theater one
Please
day when it
invite me.
happens. Sure, I invite everybody.
It just sounds very unique. So, question: have you ever made a puppet of anyone or a balloon
Uh-huh.
replica, and then you found out they're a piece of garbage? They're a terrible person. You just went like this to the balloon, and you said, "Forget it. We're gonna end you like this,"
Fortunately,
and popped them.
I mean,
Have you popped the
knock
person's
wood,
balloon?
but fortunately,
Never.
I've been okay. I haven't really run into that yet.
Have you ever done any voodoo on them? Like,
no.
Like maybe if you don't like me, if you don't like this interview, you don't think I
I,
promote you well. That happened to someone else. They didn't like the way I promoted them. I didn't mention their name enough.
Oh.
So maybe this person or you would create a balloon replica of me and then do things to me. You could, that's one
I'll
thing
tell
that
a
can be
fun
done.
popping story. I think since you brought up popping balloons, I think you'll appreciate this
Okay,
story.
I love popping balloons.
So I was affiliated and have still been affiliated with Mick Foley for a number of years doing balloons for his. I was for about 2 or 3 years in the middle of his tours. I was doing balloons for his comedy stops on Long Island. One of the first ones I ever did, he asked me to make an Al Snow balloon, who was a character, who's a friend of his, but he makes fun of the character of Al Snow all the time. It's kind of his thing. He digs on Al Snow. So I made an Al Snow balloon for him. I brought it to the show. He's using it in the show. And in the middle of the show, he throws it onto the ground and stomps the daylights out of it and pops it into it, and it's gone. And my face kind of had a visible reaction, people said after the fact. And I said, yeah. They go, oh, did it upset you he popped the balloon? I said, no. I said, people pop balloons all the time. I don't mind. It's a balloon. It's going to pop anyway.
Yeah.
That's no problem.
Yeah.
But as his foot was coming down on the balloon, I realized at that moment I had not taken a photo of the balloon. That was the reaction.
How long did it take you to make it?
About 35 to 40 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, that's valuable. I value 30 minutes of my time. Yeah. You always got to take pictures of your work. I'm a makeup artist, and before anyone goes anywhere, like,
Yep.
before something happens, before your face wrinkles.
I have 15,000 pictures on my phone. Most of those pictures are balloon or reference for balloon.
And back them up. Sorry, we're getting a little technical, but for anyone listening, if you're an artist, I don't know. I've had this conversation so many times, and so many people aren't doing this, but this is at 38 years old. I finally have a method. So I upload every single thing, ideally, to Dropbox, Google Drive, YouTube, Vimeo, my computer, which is backed up by Carbonite. I also have 3 hard backups, but I'm not using those. I need to. And then I feel like it's almost impossible to lose things. And Facebook and Instagram. I mean, that's a lot.
Based on what you just told me, it's impossible to lose things. Absolutely. There's no way. It would take an active...
EM Pulse?
Maybe.
Well, the thing is, YouTube accounts, my account almost got wiped out last week.
Oh, no.
Facebook, I was restricted. Instagram, my 2 pages are limited for the last 3 years. So it's like you can't put things on social media and expect them to be there in 5 years.
I agree with that.
They might wipe me off the face of the earth.
I agree with that.
I hope you back up everything.
I've got everything clouded.
Nice, okay.
Off my phone.
Good,
I have things on a hard drive. I actually have it on discs.
Right. Okay. Good.
I'm looking to get a hard drive to put some stuff on. Because of that. Because I have, like I said, I have a phone with 15,000 photos on it, and everything has been seen. But if anything happens to that phone, they're all gone.
Exactly.
So
it's good to have the physical backups. We got to go over this because it's so important. And I knew someone that was writing an entire movie in a notebook, and he had beautiful handwriting. He came to my stand-up show, and he was writing this script notes. And I said, Esteban, you're writing this whole thing by hand. The whole thing, you could just lose the book. And he did several months later. So the whole movie was lost. I would be a mess.
It would not be fun. I agree.
A mess.
I agree.
So I'm really paranoid about that. Backups on backups on backups. Even for the boyfriend, I have a boyfriend, but it's like we have to have a backup because you never know what's gonna happen,
Backup
right?
boyfriend? Where do you keep him?
In
I'm
a
not
closet
telling
or
you.
in a case under the bed. You just slide the bed in.
I have binders full of women, But remember that?
So
Old
when you were
political
talking about making life-size balloons.
Yes.
And we discussed. I think you posted on social media you were going to make the biggest.
It's going to be one of the biggest balloons I've done.
What was that?
Okay,
How big will it be?
Okay, well, the biggest balloon that I've made to date, I made a full-size Thanos from Avengers Infinity War out of balloons. It was about 8.5 feet tall. I'm going to do something along the same lines as that. It'll be a little smaller just because I want to make it life-sized. Paul White, a.k.a. The Big Show, will be appearing at EternalCon.
Yes, that was
one day only, and as part of the 10th anniversary celebration for EternalCon, which I have done almost every one of their shows since their inception, I'm going to do a full-size Paul White Big Show balloon that I put a survey up on all my social media, and it came up that everyone wants to have more traditional bald-headed, bearded Paul White instead of an old school at WCW or Captain Insano from the Waterboy. So I'm going to be going with the full, WWE version of the Big Show. I'll be making that in person on the site on Saturday morning of EternalCon.
How did you learn how to do all this balloon art?
Unemployment has its privileges. No, the long story. I mean, Mark's heard my origin story about 1,000 times.
Oh, okay.
And that's fine. The long story short of it is, I used to work in television. I worked in production for about 10 years, and in 2008, when production took a big dive, when everyone took a big hit in the economy, I found myself out of work in 2009, and I was a stay-at-home father. And I happened to be going to a birthday party that my son was invited to. They had a balloon artist at the birthday party. My son was 4.5 years old, and he just sat and watched this guy for an hour and a half and did not move. And I said, you kept my 4.5-year-old son still for an hour and a half. You're a wizard. Teach me what you do. But we happened to be walking through the mall not too long after that, and I found a little bag of balloons with a little pump, a little piece of cardboard, how to make a dog, a flower, a sword. And we learned how to do it from there. And it was a very organic thing. We made balloons, and then I found a guy who had a class, John Reed, who is one of my mentors in the business. He still does balloons and magic all over the world, basically. But he had a shop, and he would teach you how to do balloons once a month. And I brought my son in at 5 years old to learn how to do balloons, and we learned together. It's been very organic ever since. And I would take balloons to birthday parties my son was invited to, or my son's kindergarten class, or whatever. And I got pretty good at it, and I decided, you know what, I can make some extra money doing balloons on the side while I'm looking for more work. And I happened to do a lot of work in wrestling with camera work and everything. And someone I met through wrestling contacted me and asked me if I would do balloons for her benefit performance. She had a benefit for cystic fibrosis, and would I come in and help her out at the last minute? I said, sure, no problem. Texted all my theater friends and said, guys, I have a gig in 24 hours. I don't want to be Derek the Balloon Twister. What can I name myself? I got 35 responses back. I smushed 4 of them together and made Mr. Papa Twist, and I've been Mr. Papa Twist ever since.
Very interesting.
And Mr. Papa Twist is Derek on 11. That's just basically how it is.
So you learned to do the balloons to keep your son relaxed and chill. It kept him busy. And my mom actually learned to drive because she put me in the car, and driving me around the block kept me chill and easy. She didn't know how to drive before, and she didn't even have a license, but she would drive me around the neighborhood just because that would help me stay calm. So
It's what parents do for their kids. It's good. And it's the gift that gives back.
sometimes you got to drive without a license, you know? That's
It's
what
only around the
happens.
block, you'll be all right. Back
Actually-
in the old days,
Yeah.
back in the old days, there have been some fathers who I might have been a part of that, put their kids on their laps while they're driving the car on the highway.
He can
yeah.
neither confirm nor deny that he was one of those people.
No, just kidding. My mom had her license, but she shouldn't be on the road anyway, even with her license. Some people have licenses and they really should be get off the road.
I had a friend in high school who he was we were freshmen, so was about 13, I guess. His father had a stick shift, and they would get out on the road and drive, and the father would tell his son when to shift. So he would be driving. He'd say, "Okay, now go in the second," and he'd shift in the second. So the kid would sit in the passenger seat and shift while the father was operating the vehicle from the other side of the car.
There you go.
Wow, interesting.
I to this day still cannot drive a stick shift, so I don't pretend to.
I've never
So
tried.
for the balloons,
Yes.
at what point did you realize you needed to bring a pump as opposed to blowing it up yourself, or not bring a helium tank with you?
He passed out.
Pretty much, yeah. Day one. No, I will tell you. I'm for hygienic reasons, I try not to put balloons in my mouth anyway. This was even before COVID, but I don't. The balloons are dirty. They are. They're talcum powder covered pieces of latex rubber.
Interesting.
They're dirty. So I try not to put balloons in my mouth if I can help it.
Yeah.
I used to use a hand pump, but a couple of times in my career early on, I'd forget the hand pump. So I'd find myself at a gig and have no other option but to have to mouth inflate.
Oh, no.
And that's not fun.
No, you'll end up like George Costanza's fiance. She wasn't supposed to lick all the stamps. You
Yep.
weren't supposed to blow the balloons, and maybe someone will be celebrating you. Do you have a fiance, or you're married?
I have a wife. I've been married for quite
Is
some
Mrs.
time.
Poppin' Twist.
Okay. Well, hopefully she'd
Wait,
be happy.
so wait,
if-
Derek has a wife. Does Mr. Poppin' Twist have a
No,
wife?
no. Mr. Pop. Technically, yes, but yeah, no. Same person with her own different identity, I guess.
And what does she
but-
think of all this blowing air?
Well, the reason why I twist balloons outside of my house is because of my wife.
What?
Because she got tired of hearing the squeaking inside the house.
Yeah, I've been picturing a squeaking
yep.
noise the entire time you're sitting here.
It's
It's
a necessary evil. You can't get past it. I
you have
don't
dreams
hear
about
it. Sometimes. I mean, it's funny because I'll twist balloons in loud environments. I won't even hear it, and then I'll be sitting in my house twisting, and it's quiet, and I go, "My God, what is that noise?" Well, that's the same thing that I don't hear when I'm doing gigs outside of my house.
Right.
But yeah, no, she's supportive. She's happy that I will do the balloons outside the house. I am not the best businessman. I could do better in that regard. As I tell people, I'm an entertainer first. So entertainers are not the best businessmen or business people in general.
Usually.
That's why managers and agents exist.
Yeah, Don King, Mike Tyson. We know how that went.
I mean,
Get yourself a Don King.
Is he still? He died, didn't he?
Did he
Don
die?
King is no, he's still alive.
Who died?
Maybe?
Someone died.
I think he's
All right,
still
all
alive.
internet.
We gotta find out.
Hey
Someone
Tom,
tell us.
hey
is Don
Tom,
King
Google
still alive?
Google to see if Don King is still alive.
My
I
dad
believe
brought
he's
him
still
alive. My dad
I
dressed
can't
up as
remember.
Don King
I
for
can't-
Halloween
I
one
can't
year.
remember. I can't remember if Don King is still alive. Not no disrespect to Don King, but
I believe he's still alive. That's my money. I'm putting it down there. He's
all right.
still alive.
I will.
Team Mike Tyson.
So when a lot of people, when they're, especially comedians,
Yes.
and someone says, "Hey, what do you do for a living?" I'm a comedian. Oh, be funny.
He's Right.
So, so when you say, yeah, okay, see,
Okay.
one might bet.
How old is
So-
he? Like 106?
Whoa.
So when
91.
91.
Okay.
So when someone comes up to you and says, "Hey, what do you do for a living?" Oh, I do that. Do you have to bring like balloons with you all the time?
Right.
It doesn't hurt.
So
yeah.
where's your balloons right now? Why didn't you bring one here?
Yeah.
Oh, see, he has one. Look at that.
I got balloons
you
right
see?
here.
Look at that. He is prepared.
Yeah, I.
Is that not annoying?
It's funny. No, it is. I mean, the one thing about it is that I mean, because I'm working in a physical medium, that if I'm just walking down the street, they're not looking at it. Oh, do you happen to have balloons, or whatever? Yeah, it's gotta be tough to be a comic and say be funny.
Yeah, it happens to me all the time.
Tell me a joke.
happens to me all the time.
You
And then
know?
I have to be like, okay, are you Democrat, Republican? Do you like G-rated or X-rated? I have to know all these
you have to
little
get the
details.
filter before you throw out a joke.
How much attention span do they have? Because my uncle has 0 attention span, the attention span of a fly. And he asked me to tell him a joke. I was only on sentence number 2, and he started talking about himself.
You do.
You got to size up your audience.
2 peanuts walk into a bar. One is assaulted. Boom.
That's right.
Done.
It's like Mr. Pop and Twist is because I was saying to someone earlier, like as Mr. Pop and Twist, I have to portray. I'm not a character. I mean, I am my own way because, like I said, it's me on 11. But I have rules in place that I have to kind of follow. Like I have to be family friendly.
Yes.
I spent.
Is it hard?
You're not like Homie the Clown?
No. I'm not.
I forgot about
hope this homie
that.
don't play that. But like.
Oh, do an R-rated Pop and Twist.
Well, that's the
sometime.
thing. That's
That'd
the
be
thing.
fun.
Can you imagine
because
an
I work.
R-rated
Yes, I'm
balloon
imagining
guy?
it right now.
There are people that I know in the industry who work blue, and they
Yeah.
and they stride that line very
Yeah,
well.
yeah.
Wait, but you know balloon guys that work blue?
Oh gosh, yes.
What?
Oh yeah, there's quite a few people in the world who work blue.
Wow.
All right.
And I say this as well to people because I get requests, odd requests like that, and I go, look guys, there are kids here, and if
Yeah.
there are kids here, I'm not doing that. Now, have I worked a bachelorette party? I can neither confirm nor deny that I may have worked a bachelorette party. And did balloons come out at that party I've not done in front of children? I cannot confirm nor deny that either.
Wow.
But my Mr. Pop and Twist as the character is a family-friendly character.
What's the craziest balloon you've ever made, or weirdest?
Okay. Well, the
that,
two.
that you can say.
That
on
you
the
can
radio.
say. In a church.
So the weird the two weirdest requests I've ever gotten in my world of balloons. One is a traffic light.
Oh,
I was
okay.
a 9-year-old kid asked me for a traffic light, so
Why?
I don't know. And that's the only one I ever made in my career was that one time.
Was it a working traffic light?
No, it did have red, yellow, and green balloons in it, but it didn't actually work. Now I could probably do a working one if I did it. And then the other one would be a ceiling fan.
A ceiling fan.
I was asked by a 5-year-old boy to make a ceiling fan.
That's
I looked
cool.
at the mother.
Was it a
confused.
working ceiling fan?
Okay, so yes, it did kind of work.
What?
I put it on a hat and I hung it down. I spun it. And
I
it,
hope you
and
have
it,
video.
And it spun. No, it was a little before that in the world of video on
Well, you have
phones.
to do it again then.
But yeah. But now what happens is a lot of times I'll mention that I made that, and people will say, okay, now you got to make it again. So I've made only that one time traffic light. I've made the ceiling fan hat probably a dozen different times.
You know what? I think you should team up with Martha Stewart and do a home appliance collection of balloons. That would be super cool. You have a dishwasher, you have a sink, you have forks.
I always say there's nothing you can't make out of balloons if you have the time, the space, and enough balloons.
Oh, we're wrapping up now, so please promote yourself. Tell us where we can find you.
Okay,
Instagram,
sure.
Facebook, your next convention. Just promote yourself.
Oh, plug away.
Plug away.
The old SNL bit with anyway. But Mr. Pop and Twist, I am on MrPopandTwist.com. I am on Mr. Pop and Twist on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. I am also on TikTok, but don't look for dances. I don't dance on TikTok, so I'm not that guy. My next show will be Eternal Con. That will be at the David Mack Center in Hofstra on July 8th and 9th. And then you'll find me, if you go on my website and my social media, I will be posting up this week my library hits for the summer. I'm doing about 12 library shows this summer. So maybe I hope to come to a library near you in Long Island and look for me then.
Website? You didn't say the website.
Oh yeah, www.mrpoppintwist.com. That's MRPOPPINTWIST.
And your next appearance, you said, will be at Eternal Con, or you have something before?
I have a couple library gigs that are happening the end of the year, Schools Out weekend.
Okay.
I'm not sure off the top of my head which ones they are, but I will
Make sure
post
you
those
go to
soon.
his website.
Yeah, or on my
find out.
Facebook page or my social media, I'll post that up. But yeah, my next conventional appearance will be at Eternal Con in about a month.
All right, thank you very much. Really appreciate it, and always good having you on our show.
Always good to see you, Mark.
So we need sound effects. I keep on telling Tom we need sound effects. No, we got another guy. You got somebody else? Christian's gonna bring another guest to us. You got another guest for us? Yeah, come on. No, we're good. We gotta take a break at 1 o'clock. We're taking a break at 1. So we have 2 more segments to go. You have a guest rated for us, Mr. Christian Montalvo. Does Mr. Christian Montalvo have a guest for us, or he's not have a guest for us? He has to fiddle with his headphones.
I can find you a guest. You want me to guess?
Yeah, bring up somebody. We have another 15-minute segment to bring up somebody.
You know who I'm looking at?
You said you had the young artist that was over here, and you said you had Wilson Ramos. You had just bring somebody.
Let's bring Wilson and
Come on, bring them all up.
And his partner.
Bring them
I'll
all
be
up.
right
All right, so we're going to be bringing up more guests on our live stream from the Came From the Radio at the Malverne Comic Fest. That's www.malverncomicfest.com. And since now Tom is actually here, you can throw up the screen of my comic book, which is designated. It is about 2 warring alien races fighting over a newly discovered power source. 30 years in the making. And the war finds its way to Earth, and the humans gain abilities as a result. You can purchase the book online. That's fine, just like that. Right there is perfect. You can purchase the book on our little website, on this little QR code. Take it right there to get a book. And we're also going to be doing a book signing at the Royal Collectibles in July 19th. So come on down. We have the cover artist, which is Russ Braun. He is known for doing The Boys. He will be there with us. And we also have the letterer, which is George Medina, and myself, and Elman Jenny Foley will be dressed up as Natasha, who is the main character. We have Wilson Ramos and Eric. I forgot Eric's last name. What is Eric's last name? I forgot Eric's last name.
Sorry?
I forgot Eric's last name. Rivera. I knew. I lost all my Spanish cred not remembering another Spanish person's name. Take a seat. So we have Eric Rivera. Hey Eric, it's been a while. Get your headphones on. We're live right now. We're live streaming. Make sure you talk into the mic. And make sure there's no cursing and talk into the mic. And we have Mr. Wilson Ramos. No cursing.
They didn't tell me that beforehand.
No cursing.
Okay.
We're live. We have Mr. Wilson Ramos also. He has his headphones. See, he knows what to do. He has the headphones sticking right into the mic. There we go.
I've been on this show before.
Yes.
I have 2, but not at this
It
location.
was. You came down to the studio at WGBB 100 years ago.
It was pre-COVID, so yeah, that's about
Yeah.
100
It
years
was
ago.
the before times.
Yes, the before times. And now you're here live at the Malverne Comic Fest on our YouTube page, who came from radio.
Hi.
You guys are from Section 8 Comics. I've known you guys for quite some time. What would we say, 10, 15 years? Longer? We've been doing the show for 20. So how
It
long?
might actually be 20 years.
It
20
could
years.
very well be 20 years.
I remember meeting you at a comic convention in Madison Square Garden.
Yeah. Oh my God, that convention?
Yeah, the one that they used to do. After the circus would leave, they would put us into a room where the elephants had been. And it
That-
smelled like elephants in there a week later when we did the show. So but that I believe was the first time I met you.
The Madison Square Garden show has a very has a bane. I'll tell the story because this is when I got to meet Lou Ferrigno for the first time ever.
Okay.
And Adam West was also there.
Yep.
This was the first time ever I went to get an autograph because I had been to the Big Apple Con before we did the radio show, and I see Lou Ferrigno sitting in the corner. I was a huge Incredible Hulk fan, and I was always scared to go up. As you're a kid, you're scared to go up to the celebrities, whatever. But here we are, Madison Square Garden. Lou Ferrigno, Adam West, 2 huge fans. I've never went up to a celebrity before, and I didn't know you had to pay for an autograph. I didn't know. But I had my Adam West book, his biography that he co-wrote, and I wanted to see him. And I go there. Adam West has a huge line. Lou Ferrigno, no line. So I'm like, well, let me go talk to Lou Ferrigno first. And I walk up there, and he goes, hi, I'm Lou Ferrigno. I have a deal. He has whatever, posters, whatever. And that was when I realized, oh, crap, I have to pay for an autograph, and I only had $40 on me.
Right.
And I'm like, well, if he costs this much, how much is Adam West going to cost? And I have Adam West's book. Like, I have to get Adam West. I see Lou Ferrigno. I could probably get him another time. So I'm looking, and some other people come. He just starts talking to them. I have a poster, whatever, and I politely excuse myself. And my friends, my jerk friends, they're all watching me from behind, like, oh, what happened? What happened? And I go, and I told him, and he goes, oh, I wonder if he'll sign and take a picture and sign something for eBay, because eBay had just started. So I was like, I don't know. He's like, can you come up with me? Fine. I was like, fine. So we go back up there, and my friend is with me now, and he does the same exact spiel, hi, I'm Lou Ferrigno, blah, blah, deal. And as people may or may not know, Lou Ferrigno is partially deaf in one ear. Actually, I think they fixed that recently. It was like in a news article
recently
that he, but he's partially deaf, and he always had somebody whispering in his ear. So I'm there, and my friend hands me the camera. It's a handheld camera to take a picture with him. And he said, oh, will he take a picture? He'll take a picture. So my friend comes around to take a picture with Lou Ferrigno. I am standing where Tom, our engineer, is, about a few feet away, and I hold the picture up to let him know that I'm going to take the picture. And Lou Ferrigno, without missing a beat, yells at the top of his lungs, not him, he can't be in the picture, he didn't buy anything. And I was like, oh my God, I just got embarrassed by Lou Ferrigno. This was the worst thing ever for that to happen to me, and it was the worst. And then I go to talk to Adam West, and not only was he great, he also hit on my girlfriend at the time. So there's me and my girlfriend, we're going up there, Simon Buck, I talked to him, we had an interaction, whatever. And then he goes, and who's this? And I go, oh, that's that. And then I leave, and she's still talking to him. And then she comes up, she goes, I think he was hitting on me.
Yes, he was hitting on you.
So that was my memory from that convention. So it's been that long.
Yes, it's been that long.
And I've been haunted by that whole memory. Thanks for bringing it back up. I really appreciate it.
You asked for how long we've known each other.
So we all kind of have trauma stories that either have Lou Ferrigno or Adam West, or good stories, because Adam West is the first autograph of an actor that I received.
There you go. Was it at that convention?
No, it was at the San Diego Comic-Con. It was my first con, and the only reason why I got Adam West's autograph is because that particular day and time, he had no line. And then I was walking by, and it was like, oh, wow, it's Adam West. You know what? I'm going to get his autograph, because I'm not an autograph person.
Right.
I would get them from comic book artists and people like that, but that was like he was the first, or one of the first actors that I met at a con where I got to go up to him and get his autograph. And then as far as Lou Ferrigno's concerned, he was literally at the table next to us.
Oh, that's actually interesting. So we were working for another we were working for another comic book company at the time.
Okay.
And the owner of that company just noticed all these papers are falling in from his booth into ours. So he starts complaining to the guy, not realizing that, hey, it's Lou Ferrigno's booth. Hey, it's Lou Ferrigno. Nobody's there with him. And these are all Lou Ferrigno's Incredible Hulk posters that just happen to be sliding over. And like, he was like, afterwards, he goes, I just realized I just yelled at the Incredible Hulk. I'm gonna die. But yeah, I mean, if you go to enough conventions, you meet enough celebrities, and celebrities are regular people. Some of them have good days, some of them have bad days. Some of them are nice people, some of them are not. It's really interesting if you go to certain lines, you'll be there and you notice that the person, the actor, actress, they're fine. Their handlers have been paid to be a pain, and they're like, oh, you can't talk to them anymore. You can't, move on and stuff like that.
Yeah. So, in a roundabout way, my question was, while we've known you for so long, how long have you been in the business? I mean, you've been in there for 100 years. When did you guys get together and start working on Section 8 or working together on another company?
Well, I was in the business a little longer, in the industry a little longer. So I was interning for Marvel since '93, and then I believe I met Eric. He mentioned we were with another comic book company. I think '96. I want to say
it was either '96 or '98. It was one of those two. It was at a convention in White Plains called the All Time Classic.
Okay.
And I had never met Wilson, but I had heard about him for years because I was working with the owner of the partners that owned that, I had spoken to one of the guys, and he would mention, yeah, I got a guy from Marvel, I got a guy, like he had
Right,
different
right,
contacts and
right,
everything. So I'd heard of Wilson for years and stuff like that. We ended up parting ways with the other company so we could pursue our own projects. And that's where his book, Team Kaiju,
Originated from.
Yeah, he had already had that concept, but we basically said, hey, we could expand that. Yes.
Let's get a close up on that. Hey, look, Tom's on the ball. There you go. You see, it's reversed. Is that camera over there? See? See, I'm not the only one having difficulty with the right and the left. It's not just me.
Oh, I have problems with right and left normally.
Oh,
Like, what's called? Like, I'm driving down the road and they say take a left, and I'm like, okay, no problem.
So you started with the Team Kaiju.
Yeah, and then we realized that we had a lot of similar. We're fans of similar books, so even though I'm a writer and he's an artist, we have a very similar taste in certain storytelling styles. So we decided to start doing our own stuff. Some of the stuff Wilson's done himself. Some of the stuff we got other artists and writers to work with us. Actually, Wilson, having worked in Marvel, was a godsend because it gave us a lot of other people to work with.
Yeah, it was just having connections with the people and being nice to everybody. It was definitely a plus. So I got to work with people who worked with me at Marvel. A lot of them were my interns. And some of my favorite books are books that I technically didn't work on myself.
Right.
I did coloring or the lettering or inking, but the main pencils might have been done by somebody else who we met through Marvel. So one of our first other books is Star's Edge, which was written by Eric, and it was penciled by Gene DeSico, who I met at Marvel. He was one of the Bermuda Raiders, and he was doing...
There we go.
There you go. He was doing a book for Image called Man Against Time.
Okay.
And during that time period, we asked him if he wouldn't mind working on one of our projects. And Star's Edge was a series. It's a space gladiator story. And again, being able to have a friend of ours do the actual comic book was a great plus because one, I didn't have to draw the whole thing. I got to ink it. I got to color it and letter it. But even the cover, it was colored by Tom Chu, longtime Marvel artist.
I love Tom.
And again, it's one of those things. Is when you're working with your friends, it's a whole lot of fun. One of the books that is probably my favorite of the line is Gaidojin, which Eric and I didn't do as much in it because it's written by Eric's brother, Mark. It is drawn by Nadir Balin, who was an intern of mine at Marvel. It has some of the best artwork in it. He penciled and inked it. Tom Chu colored it. And all I had to do was letter it. So it's the least amount of work I had to do in this particular book. But it's probably my favorite book.
Right.
And it's very hard for me to say that as an artist. But Nadir's artwork just blows everyone's away in the series. So being able to work with people and watch them grow as an artist is one of the really fun things that we got to do together. And again, it's one of those things where, Eric will say, hey, what about this? And we go back and forth on all the books.
Right.
So even though Team Kaiju, the concept was already there, Eric was able to go ahead and go, hey, why not go this way? Team Kaiju is a book where I took my love of cyborgs and robots and giant monsters and mashed them all together. Me being the artist, I think certain things look cool. A 22 pages of a character putting on the costume, thinking about why do I do this? Eric was able to take that and bring it down to 2 pages.
You needed to.
And I needed to. It was the only way to do it. And then we tried stuff. We tried things for fun. There was the Ninja Mouse, which is the kids' book.
24-hour.
Was the 24-hour comic book. This was the one that was basically kind of technically the first Section 8 book because it was done as a 24-hour comic. Eric had to kind of talk me into it. Hey, do a book in 24 hours. So, I work in the comic industry. I already do books that seem like it's only 24 hours to do. But it was a great event. We went to a comic book shop, sat down, and for 24 hours did nothing but the artwork itself. and it sat in a drawer for a little while. And Eric's like, we have that art, why not use it?
Right.
Then I took it out. It was in black and white, so I colored it. And it's like, for a book that was done in 24 hours, it doesn't look bad, especially with the coloring on it.
Right.
And it turns out to be one of our better-selling books
There you go.
because there's no text in it.
So
It's a silent issue.
the funniest thing about this that he always forgets is that we actually printed the black and white with a particular printer as a test printing. We were like, I wonder if these printers are any good. We're like, do we have a book that we could test print?
Right.
Well, we got the Ninja Mouse that we never did anything with. And Wilson's like, well, we should at least put a cover on it. So he drew a cover also in like 24 hours and put that together. And the original was a black and white, just the cover, it was color, and that was it. And we did that really just to test these printers. But it was so good that when we got it back, we were like, we got to do more.
Yeah, I think that was the first time we were like, it was easy to make comics. I hate using the word easy, but
You got to use the air quotes.
Yeah,
Easy.
it
You know what it
easy.
is? It's easier than we were told.
Right. There you go.
It's
There you
not
go.
that it's easy, but it's like if you put the effort in and you do a little bit of research, it's not impossible. You just got to do the work. And
Gotcha.
people are making it sound like, oh, you got to climb Mount Everest. It's like, no, you really don't.
It is easier than people say, but it's still very difficult. Let me put that in there.
yes.
So-
And so it's because of that and because of being able to put that together, it was like, why not make more comic books?
So speaking of comic books, tell everybody where you're at, tell everybody your website, and say what you have going on at the live stream. Because people are here right now, they're watching us. They can actually come down right now
All
to the
right.
Malverne Complex in Malverne, Long Island, New York.
Besides finding us here today at the comic book convention, you can also find us on the web at aspotentertainment.com. And we also have various socials. Wilson, what are yours?
My socials, you can just find me anywhere on the net with Ramos Comics or Ramos Kaiju are both my socials.
I have the same thing with Instagram, Twitter. It's all just Sir Eric.
Sir Eric.
Yeah, well, that's a high school nickname that I never got rid of. So it's like, you know what? When you try to fight something, it just gets worse. So I was just like, you know what? I'll lean into it.
It's like one of those guys when you did the AOL when you first sign up, that's your name because that's the address that everybody uses.
Yes.
Yeah, I know.
That's exactly what it is.
Well, I have a friend of mine who said that he was on a dartboard because he plays darts in White Plains. And when he started going to other places, everybody would call him FW. And he was like, why is everybody calling me FW? He didn't realize that they only knew him from the dartboard messaging board. And he's like, it was just the only thing available that he could pick.
All right, guys, so thank you very much. Make sure you guys go stop by that table at the Malverne Comic Fest and go check their stuff out online. They're really cool guys. They're really good stuff. They not only have great different books of all genres, they're really funny guys. I really appreciate them. So thank you very much for coming down.
Thanks for having us.
I said we need sound
happy
effects.
to see you and always happy to be on this. Take care,
I
everybody.
didn't curse.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for not cursing because other guys, you missed out.
I'm not going to lie. I think I'm stuttering because of it.
So we have about another 15 minutes to go before we take our break. We're going to be on a break for an hour, and then we're going to come back at 2 o'clock for our show. We're here at the Malverne Comic Fest where they have the raffles, and Elman Jenny Feldy is coming back. Elman Jenny Feldy is coming back. Come on, sitting down. We're going to interview who we got coming up. We got Tony Daniels coming up. Yeah, bring him up. Yeah, bring Tony Daniels up.
Fantastic.
So we have Tony Daniels, who is a voice actor. He is known for being Gambit in the X-Men film series. And we got somebody. No, we got Tony. Tony's coming up. We have Tony coming up. No,
Maybe.
They're gonna bring up Tony Daniel.
I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was the guy you were talking to, Jen, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
that man right there,
yeah.
we're good.
Robert's gonna bring him up.
We're coming to you live on tape right now. This is live. This is happening. I'm here with Elman Jenny Feldy back from her sabbatical. From
Yeah.
an
Here we
interview.
go.
Yeah, we have Mr. Tony Daniels.
Tony
right there
Daniels
on
right here.
Right there, you got
You
your
know the deal.
headphones. You got your mic.
Headphones on.
Got the headphones. Can you hear us, Mr. Tony
Hola,
Daniels?
¿cómo
There we go.
estás?
Hello,
¿Está bien?
hello.
Hi, hi.
So you're on
hi.
It Came From the Radio, the official The Big Apple Con. We are here live streaming for the Malverne Comic Fest. We're here with none other than awesome guy, Tony Daniels.
Yes, I was awesome in several different genres of acting and voiceover.
Yes.
And now I am sort of semi-awesome, you know?
How
No.
long have you been in the States for?
too long is the word. I understand. How are you?
I feel you. Well,
Don't feel me because we are on camera. Somebody could get arrested.
it's 2023. You can't feel anything.
That's
I
right.
can't even feel my water bottle. It's too risky.
Oh, it's
you know?
dangerous water bottle.
Dangerous.
Hi, how are you?
Now you do the voice of Tony the Tiger.
He's
Is
the
this-
new voice.
Well,
as of
I am
2004.
one of them. There's actually two of us now because Jim Cummings, who does Winnie the
Winnie the
Pooh,
Pooh, yeah.
he's
wow.
doing it, and I've been doing it since 2005. So it's been a while. Yeah, the
Wow.
original. Well, there was the original was Dallas McKennon. He did it from I think 59 to 60, and then Thurl Ravenscroft took over, and I worked with Thurl in 2004. So I was doing all in specially marked boxes of Tony's Turbos, and they go, "You got to sit down. Why? We only have Thurl for 15 minutes." And he was like 94, and he's on oxygen. He sounded like Darth Vader. Yes, you know. And he's, I am your father. He never said that. Anyway, so he comes over and he's. I'm in awe because he's such a sweet man, and then he leaves and they go, "Oh man," he kept going inside specially marked boxes of Tony's Turbos, right? And he couldn't say turbos because he's
Right.
so old. I was like,
Oh wow.
very upset. And they're going, "Man, we didn't clean one." I go, "You mean Tony's Turbos?" And they went, "Would you mind?" And I go, "No, you're paying me for a bunch of tags. I'm happy to do it." And
Yeah.
so I did it, and then a year later he left the planet. And
Wow.
yeah,
You know the "I am your father" line came from Jerry Springer originally. Did you guys know that?
no, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
"I am
yes,
your
that's
father,"
exactly
and then it switched to "You are not the father." Things evolve. That's just how the world works.
the way it works.
yeah. That's like. Now, how did you learn how to do voice acting? Are you self-taught? Did you research it?
Well,
What got you into it?
I was a musician as a young
Oh.
feller. I started started professionally playing when I was 11. 11. I was a prodigy. And then I was playing in clubs and stuff, and this guy named Shotgun
playing
Tom Rivers,
guitar?
guitar
Guitar,
and singing.
Okay.
And this guy shot, but I had a deep voice at the time. I did. This is the way I was talking at 11 years old. They were like, "Wow, what happened to that kid? He's weird." Anyway, so Tom Rivers comes in and goes, "I want you on my radio show." And I went in and I fell in love with radio, and then I started doing stuff, and then I got a gig as a producer, director, writer for a cable company.
Okay.
And then I was the first guy to play videos. Before there was an MTV, I was the first guy to play videos. My very first video I put on the air was "Hit Me With Your Rhythm Stick" by Ian Drury and the Blockheads.
And what was this on? What network was this?
This was a cable station in Toronto.
Toronto.
That's
Did you
right.
live in Toronto or
I did,
just
yeah.
stream there?
I was born there.
Is it
Oh,
Toronto or Toronto?
Toronto.
Toronto.
Or Toronto.
Like Huntington, Huntington,
Or like we used to say, Toronto.
Toronto.
But, yeah.
And what's your favorite voice to do, or like top 2 favorites that's
Oh,
most
boy.
fun? Do you
'Cause
have a
I've done,
favorite?
I
'Cause
don't
they're so
know if you
different.
guys know, I do, like, I've ADR'd for like 700 celebrities.
Wow.
Tons. You know, like Sean Connery. Yes, I have. So shut your face. You know, and then Patrick Stewart. I love Patrick. He lives out here. He's in Brooklyn. He's lovely.
I'm closing my eyes to listen.
Oh, Jennifer, I like this one.
My favorite is Al Pacino. I love doing Al. As you know, my friend Angel Salazar is
Yeah,
here. We were on
yeah.
Scarface together, and
Yeah.
I kept telling him to get the yayo. And then I think he misheard me. He brought me a yo-yo, so I had to slap him around, but we fixed it.
And do you remember the time you told him to bring a real criminal to set, and he did, and then the criminal actually was stealing from you? This happened. Do you remember?
I remember that. It was.
This is a true
I'm
story.
getting old, and
Yeah, Angel
I
just
had a
told
baby.
us. You just had a baby. Oh, so you have a pregnancy brain. How is it being pregnant? I've never been pregnant.
I'm not going to say it.
I've-
I'm not going to say
Okay.
it. We both looked at each other. We're not going to say
I
it.
always throw the bait. Mark knows.
You did not take the
Well,
big change.
What? Men
Thank
can
you
be
very much.
pregnant.
Thank
It's
you very much.
2023.
Yes, it's true. Yes, you can. But
Yes, you can. You can
I don't
do
want
anything
to.
you want to.
Because you know what? Women have a burden, and it's the tough one.
Yeah, I'm not doing it.
But is it my favorite? I don't know. I've done so many cool
Maybe
ones.
it depends on the mood.
Christoph Waltz.
Okay.
I've done Christoph Waltz. I did a ton of lines for him in the movie Tulip Fever. It was good, yeah. And I just finished a ton of voices on, on Yellowstone, 1923, Tulsa King,
Wow.
George and Tammy. That was fun.
Did
Oh,
you
man,
start
it's good
doing
stuff.
the new X-Men stuff yet or not yet?
I'm not on that.
You're not
They don't
on
like
the
me.
new X-Men?
No, they brought back Chris Potter, which I'm cool with. Chris is great. We've never had an issue, and I'm good. I did after the original X-Men finished. I ended up doing the video games and stuff for like 9 years. So it was great.
Is that weird doing the video game of the character than you did the? Is it like a different approach when you're doing video games? It's just like one catchphrase lines as opposed to doing the character on the series.
It's different because especially back then with video games, the chips were designed so that you could only do like, all right, you got 4 seconds. I got to fit everything in 4 seconds, for each line. So you were doing this like Royal Flash, doing all that stuff. So that was easy. But there were some longer sentences that you had to squeeze in. So yeah, it's a little different. I mean, when you're one of my favorite shows was the Avengers United We Stand. We did that. I played Hawkeye in there, and it was great because we did our first few episodes. We did ensemble cast, and I was working with some amazing actors. Rod Wilson, Linda Ballantyne, Lenore Zahn, who played Rogue. She came back as Tigra. Let's go, Tigra. Let's play.
Oh,
And
wow,
we had
that's
so
great.
much fun, her and I. And she's like, let's go. She has that really raspy female voice. And we had a good time doing that. And actually, in the one scene where I had to leave the Avengers as Clint Barton,
I'm like, you guys, no, that's why I gotta go.
and
Oh, that's
the whole room, every actor was like tearing up. It was such a really,
Oh,
it was a
wow.
powerful scene. So it was fun.
What do you do to preserve your voice? Now, I just came back from shooting a movie. The final scene I
Formaldehyde.
had to script. Formaldehyde.
So,
Why didn't I try
so
that?
the other Jennifer said coffee, and what was it,
Yeah, the other voice I said coffee. She doesn't do anything. My voice still hurts from screaming because they were killing me in the movie, and I don't like to scream.
You know what hurts? Video games. Oh my God.
Right, because you have to do. All right.
Oh, are you death?
Yeah, that's
Sorry,
what I was doing.
just blew
for
out
hours.
the whole system. Oh my God, yeah.
And I'm
There
still
was-
recovering.
Do
Yeah.
you ever see there's a video game called Dark Mirror? Anybody?
Dark
Anybody?
Mirror.
Hold up your
Does
hands.
anyone know
Thank
that?
you. All right, so I did 17,000 lines on that video game.
My God.
Did you get paid by the line?
I should have. Man. I
That
was
Is
doing
Angel
lines
paying?
after to kill the pain, but no. I said. When first day she goes, "Okay, we got a bunch of screams to do." I go, "No, I'm not. Why? I'm gonna be here 3 days.
Yeah,
I'll
you
do
do it at the
screams on the
end.
last day."
Yeah.
And even for horror flicks, you gotta do your screaming on the last day.
That's what we did. Luckily, they shot it
Yeah.
there at the last with.
But yeah, you feel it. And when did you shoot that? Last week?
Honestly, the 4th up until the 8th, I was in a movie bubble in Lake Ariel, Pennsylvania. The
Yeah.
drive,
So think about it. So you're there, and you were also getting. We sent down all those fires from
Smoke.
Canada.
Yeah.
So,
Oh yeah, thanks
And
for
I-
that.
I
Really appreciate
cried
it.
in
so
Thank
the
you
you.
were getting
cemetery
that crap, and it was like
Yep.
burning you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, and it's you have new people on set, so it stresses you. Oh, do you find that stress changes your voice?
Well,
No,
like,
a little bit.
I learned. No, I have a cocktail I take.
What, supplements?
He's laughing. I'm going to stab him with my microphone. Actually, oh, look, we got that little trowel.
Oh, yeah.
The little digger. No.
Yeah, that's just in case anyone acts up.
Yeah.
Ding, bye.
Like, seriously, save the bees because the bees save us.
That's
like, I
true.
do
There's
honey
no
all
way.
day long. It's amazing. And then the opposite happens. Like, I was just telling somebody, they were asking, I was doing this commercial, and they go, "It's good, but we want even more rasp." I'm like, oh,
Oh,
boy.
God.
I said, "I'll be right back." And so I went and got 2 shots of Highland Park 18. And I come
Huh.
back. I was wasted, but I came back.
That actually helps you be more raspy.
It really does.
I didn't know that.
You get way down.
Because I knew, women, I've heard that women and men who drink a lot of alcohol, like alcoholics, their voice changes. But I didn't know it was right away.
Oh, yeah, you should hear him when he drinks.
Hi,
help me. No.
Oh my, how about marijuana? No, we can't do it. We're in a church.
Now, we
Never
don't
mind.
talk about this because you could get hurt.
Oh, God. So do you have any supplements you take daily or any foods that you
I
eat
like to take
daily?
polycosanol. I like to take vitamin D, vitamin B. I like to take anything that's left on the counter. And then...
Chloroform?
no, it's the only way you're going to get me. Anyway, the thing... She does stand up. Jennifer does
She's
stand
quick.
up.
She's quick. She's very quick. Very quick.
She's good. She should have came with me to Second City. You would have been a good actor.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
Oh,
no,
well.
That's my,
Maybe
that's
in
my
my
background.
next life.
You could. No.
I'm too old now.
she's
I'm
got one
old. And when I was a young girl, I had the looks, I had the butt, I had the face, I had everything. And now, what am I worth?
And now she sounds like Joan Rivers.
That's that's what people tell me. Yeah.
No, but you know what it is no. I was lucky enough. We had a really good Second City group. I grew up knowing John Candy, Joe Flaherty, and all the guys. Gene Levy. It was just a really good time to grow up in Toronto. There was some good advantages there. But John was amazing. I love John. We did.
I was just talking about him the other day.
Were you really?
Yeah, my dad and I, because I remember Camp Candy.
Yeah.
And I used to watch him, and we
Uncle
got into
Buck.
a whole. Yeah, we had a whole conversation a couple of days
Oh my
ago.
God, he was the greatest. I'm not kidding you. One day, I took a young buddy of mine up to an Argo game because I worked for the Argos and the Blue Jays for a while.
Okay.
And he was there. And he goes, "What are you doing?" I go, "I'm taking the kid over to the media center." When I say kid, he was only a year younger than me.
Okay.
So he goes, "No, you're not." I go, "What do you mean?" He goes, "You're coming into the suite," and he brought us in with Wayne Gretzky and I forget their partner. The guy went to jail. Anyway,
The guy went to jail. I
yeah, he
mean,
did. They ripped off a bunch of people and went to jail. So
Who do people tell you that you remind them of?
corpses usually,
Corpses.
but no.
You remind me of someone.
I
That's
do?
why- yeah.
Alfred Molina.
No.
I get that a lot.
I
You Alfred Molina?
Alfred Molina? I don't even know who that is. I gotta look that up. I don't know. I
What?
Don't know. I know. Maybe I know. I don't know people's names. I don't pay attention to names. I'm
I
sorry.
want a dead. I want a family dead.
Maybe Alfred Molina's relative.
Yeah,
Like
right?
in that.
Yeah.
Okay. I can
That
see it.
one,
I can
and then
see
there
it.
was a big fat guy on The
You're
Apprentice.
the big fat guy.
Yeah, on The Apprentice.
Hey, you remind me of that big
Dude,
fat
people
guy.
stopped
That's
me on the street,
terrible.
and he was from Toronto, and they used to go, "Were you on The Apprentice?" And I go, "Yeah, why?" "How's Donald Trump?" I go, "Oh, I murdered him." What?
No, you remind me of one of my favorite comedians and one of my favorite people on Twitter. I think he's awesome. Rob Schneider. The voice, your natural speaking voice a little bit.
Thank you. I like
And
Rob.
he's so funny,
okay.
and
He's
he's
funny.
so quick, and he's so just like uplifting.
He was crazy in
I
the,
love Rob Schneider, and you
what was the
remind me
movie? Not Adam Sandler.
There's
Adam
Gigolo.
Sandler.
Sandler movies. Big Daddy.
The other one with the
Big Daddy.
Deuce Bigelow. Mel
Deuce
Gigolo.
Bigelow.
No,
Gigolo's
with
my
the
favorite.
Joes and the Arabs there. right?
Little Nicky.
Oh my God, what's it called? Oh, the
Waterboy.
no, you know which one it is.
The
That-
comedian one? The one who was playing.
The one where the one where he was playing an Israeli commando and
Oh, Zuhan.
the Zohan.
Don't
I
mess
saw
with the
that in
Zohan.
theaters.
Yeah.
Don't mess
Yeah.
with the Zoan or whatever.
Zohan.
Rob was
yeah.
funny in that.
He's great, and he had his own show too with
Yep.
his wife, who's like super hot, a super hot Latina. I think it's his real life wife, but I love their Instagram. I don't know. I like the stuff he posts too. He posts a lot of philosophical and meaningful things. So I don't know.
Jennifer's deep.
Yeah, I am.
I'm in like.
Yeah. So what's the hardest thing about your job, or biggest obstacle or sacrifice you have
Well,
to make?
you're an actor.
Yes.
What's our favorite word? No.
No.
Yeah, you hear no
Limits.
all day long, right?
No.
Did you get the
no.
part? No.
No. No, I'm the one saying no a lot.
Oh,
I was actually
that's
telling the director
nice.
to be quiet on the last movie I was on because I
Oh,
had to
man.
cry. And he's screaming out directives as if it's a hockey game. And it's like, do you want me to cry or do you want me to be in a hockey game? Like,
Well, why'd you tell me this? It's not fair.
it wasn't fair.
You're ruining my gig, man. Crying on demand, it's not hard.
It's not hard?
No, but it is when some guy's talking during it.
I mean, you don't think crying on demand's hard?
No, I just did it.
Yeah.
I'm still watering, look.
But you're a pro.
I know, but I'm an old pro. He's so old, he's got one foot in the grave and the other on a wet rock. Damn it.
Now we have about 2
Do
minutes
your old
left.
lady again. That was funny.
Well, hold on. She's a little slow, so it takes a little while
She's
to
got
bring her
emphysema,
back.
too. That's what's really
No,
weird.
she doesn't.
What about
No, she
Svetlana?
doesn't have emphysema. How dare you spread rumors about me? My goodness. Get him out of here. We're in a church, and he's spreading rumors, and it's slander,
Oh, we're in a church,
defamation.
but I haven't sworn yet, so thank goodness.
I swore
Thank you for not swearing. We've already had that. So,
Well, Angel
yes.
is here. He's got a
Yeah.
Apache.
Love
didn't.
it.
I love Apache.
Apache was the he won the curse.
And it's really nice being here at the Malverne Comic Fest because the people here are wonderful.
They
Seriously,
are.
they really are.
Yeah, they
and
are. It's a great event.
I know next Sunday we're doing Collector Fest in Jersey, but
Yes.
Malverne's one of my faves because the kids that run this. What's their names? Rocky and
Christian, Rocky, and, and Tony.
Tony. They're all really nice. Yeah.
Now,
So-
since we're going to wrap up, can you tell us where to find you, promote yourself, talk
okay.
about yourself? This
So,
is your time.
Socials are at Tony Daniels, TonyDaniels.com, reach out, have some fun. You know, we like people. We like people. And then I'm playing with we played here last year at Malverne Comic Con. Thomas G. Waits and I, who's one of the Warriors.
Tom
He's not here
Waits.
today. Yep, it's a great singer, writer. We have a new movie out. You guys can check it out. It's on Apple TV and Prime and Vudu, and it's called Target. You probably want to put Target 2023.
Target.
No, this one's called Target, and it's Target.
Sorry.
Target with Thomas Waits' name. You'll find it easier because there's too many Targets out there.
Okay.
And I play a guy named Frankie the Razor.
Raisin?
The Razor. What's
should
wrong with
leave
you,
you out in
Jennifer?
the sun.
You got to get those ears cleaned out.
Listen, okay? I've been around. My ears are a
So,
little bit
like in
stuffed
prison,
up.
we'd shank you in 2 seconds flat.
What if I want to be shanked, huh? What if I want to be shanked?
Well, it could
Sounds
happen.
like fun.
You could be shanked like a piece of meat. You know, with the shank and the chip.
I'm vegan. I don't want to be shaked like a meat. I want to be shaked like
I'm
a
more,
piece of watermelon.
I'm not quite there, but I'm getting there.
Yeah.
Definitely pescatarian.
I'm here, but I'll be there later.
What about pescatarian? You do pest?
Nah, I eat everything.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. I mean, what do you think? I'm a loser? No.
Oh!
I can throw swear words out the church. I'm a loser? What do you think? I don't eat meat? Come
What
on.
are you, Jewish?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Jewish, German, and Filipino. What's it to you, huh?
I like that.
Yeah,
well,
a little
I'm
bit
like,
of mutt.
I'm
I'm
kinda
every
like you.
race, I'm every woman,
I'm
every
every
gender.
race.
I'm actually every gender. 2023.
Are you?
Yeah.
Really? Yeah.
I'm every gender. It's all in me.
You know, she'll be doing time before next year's over.
I hope so.
But yeah. So you can find us in that movie, and we did all the music for it too as well. We wrote it and produced it, and it's fun. Do you sing?
I actually have a Spanish song. Sorry, I was distracted because we have off camera. I can't tell if he's mad with what I'm saying or if
No,
he's laughing
Tom
and
is all
enjoying
right.
himself.
He's not
I'm like, am
laughing.
I in trouble?
No, you're
Tom's
fine.
all right.
Oh,
You're
I'm fine.
You're fine.
Okay, because I do cross the
He
line.
did wet
a
his
lot.
shorts though.
No, I actually have a Spanish song.
You do?
Yeah.
Como se
I barely speak any Spanish. I used to speak fluently, but my first song ever is Spanish, and I have a lot of parody songs I'm going to do, kind of
What's it
like
called?
por la razón. Por la razón. And
can't even
it's
say
like
it.
I can't even fucking.
Whoa!
Oh! All right.
$20
Thank you very
right
much.
now on the table.
Try the veal. Here we go.
It's hard, guys. I'm
Thank you very much.
trying.
Yeah, ladies
I'm
and gentlemen,
trying.
the swearing has started, so that means we
Lo
are in trouble.
siento, please, por favor. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Is it out on YouTube or something?
Yes, we're streaming
It's on
live
my
on
Instagram. No, my Spanish song is on Instagram. It's interesting. It's
Well-
actually kind of nice to listen to. But I'm gonna do more, maybe in English. But I like Spanish better.
I do too. I've actually
Yeah?
believe it or not, I wrote a Spanish instrumental album. So I'm playing because I studied flamenco for a while.
Oh.
And I play all the instruments, and I'm playing this thing, and I'm like, man, I should release that. It's sitting in a
Release it.
file. It's
Yeah.
pretty good.
Because
you want to
have
sing
a
on
gift,
some?
you have to. Yeah. I mean, some
Are you-
people say I have a nice.
Are you out
voice.
here in the city, or where you
I'm
at?
in Long Island. I
Long-
went to Pennsylvania. I
She's
was
right
in
there.
Pennsylvania.
Long Island.
Long Island.
That's how you know.
Yeah,
That's how
it's
you know.
like us. We're recording Spanish music. We're recording
You
skits. We're
get in
making
the city, you can
movies.
come to my studio and do some singing.
Yeah.
All right.
I'd love to. IMI
I'd like it.
Studios is great. I was just there. J-Lo records there. IMI. You know IMI?
No, I've never been. But
One of the best
I
studios.
just
ever.
recorded with Cassandra Kabinski,
Cool.
one of my other musical partners,
Cool.
at Cove City with Richie Canada, who was Billy Joel's original sax player.
Oh, okay.
We just did a new version of This Is the Time. You can find it online on YouTube. This is the Time with Cassandra Kubinski, Kubinski, because she couldn't spell toboggan.
Singing. Do you ever sing as a woman? Do you ever do any female voices?
I don't know if I can do it in this room.
Because I think
I
you've
haven't
only
done it a lot.
men. You've done a lot of voices so
I have.
far. Very cool.
I've done thousands, but I had this character on radio. She was called the Queen Mother.
Queen Mother. Okay.
I don't know if I could do it.
Don't strain yourself.
I might.
Then it's not worth it.
No, I better not do it.
Yeah, we don't
And
want
I
to
can't
hurt
even do my
yourself.
little kid voice today.
Hi.
Oh, no, we got
yeah.
it.
No, I can't do it because I got hurt and I hurt my poo-poo.
Well, sometimes when I do a little kid voice, it strains
It's changed my voice.
Your kid's voice sounds like you stole some underwear off older people and pooped in them.
That's the best way to get underwear. Just used. Used underwear is a great way to save money.
No, because my butthole hurts. And then what ends up happening is I go to the zoo and the monkeys eat and throw their poo-poo and hit you in the face. And then you have to buy peanuts. And the peanuts taste like garbages. And then I had a monkey and I punched it in the eye.
Oh, wow, that's
Sorry.
so cool.
That's
Just ruined the mic.
so
the
cool.
abilities of Tony Dennis. I think we can't go any more with
It's
that.
an
'cause we're going to
SM57. It sounds
take-
better without the.
It does actually.
It's way
sound
better.
effect, sound
you
effect
know.
guy.
I love you like a sister.
Wow, you were one
You
of the most talented voice actors I've ever witnessed.
Thank you, Jenny.
I mean, one of the best in the world, probably.
Pretty
I would
close
say on
to it.
record, you must be
He's
one
high
of the
on the
best.
list. He's
Okay,
very
here's
high on
one
the
for
list,
you.
very high on the
Yeah.
You guys know different language. Yell out, or you don't have to yell. I can hear. Say
Yell out.
an accent.
A Russian accent? Maybe.
Russian is easy. I played Russian in a video game called Maze, where I played this stupid bear.
Well, I know you're faking it, but you almost sound real like me.
I do like you.
Almost.
It's good.
Like we like
Moscow.
authentic. Authentic is good.
Authentico.
You know that is authentic shovel, right? So if you racked up my shovel left hand,
Should
and
get
then I have
things to you,
sock.
kids.
This is actually a wardrobe for Brett Azar. I heard he used sock as wardrobe because he don't wear clothing in his movies. So I brought a little sample of Brett Azar's wardrobe.
I don't want to go there because I've seen Brett's sock. All right, another accent. Go.
Oh, my accent?
No, yell one for me.
Oh, yelling for you.
And
I'm
then
like,
I'll-
forget
I'll
me.
get-
I
I'll
don't-
give you
yeah.
one.
Filipino. Can you do Filipino?
Philippine is easy for me because I growing up with a lot of people from the Philippines, but all I know is how to say the words that are very bad.
Because you know what? Every time I do it, I want to say
Bad
this.
is good and right is wrong and wrong is right.
Yeah. All right, that's good. But yeah,
Where I come from, if there's a wrong, it's right.
Okay,
if it's a bad word, it's a good word.
do German.
German.
No, you. No,
I can't do German. I'm part German, but I can't
I know
do it.
you said German, so.
No, I can't do it. I can't do
French?
it at all. No, I really can only do this stupid like Russian Middle Eastern voice, and I like doing a really dumb Long Island male voice. Actually, my favorite voice to do is Dan Romano,
No.
who's kind of like a Long Island legend, and he's my favorite person to impersonate in the entire world, all day. Hey, welcome to the Dan Romano Show. You're watching the Dan Romano Show. You're gonna call in right now. We're here with Mark. I don't know. I'm Stu Nod. You have to know him to love him. Okay.
I like it.
Yeah, it's kind of like Dan Romano and Carl from Aqua Teen. You know Aqua Teen Hunger Force. He's my favorite character in the
Carrie
entire
Means
world.
is a good buddy of mine. Frylock.
Okay, that show.
I just love him. He's a great dude.
Can you do Meatwad?
No. I
Nah,
probably could if I
you
listened.
probably could. I'm
I
sure
just
you
don't.
could.
Yeah, I mean, I'm the king of replacements. You name it, I've replaced them.
I'm the king of nuttin'.
Hey, well, you shouldn't be. You should be the queen of something.
I'm the queen of nuttin'. Almonds, peanuts, all types of nuts. Nuttin'.
I can't do almonds anymore. Sorry.
Why?
Or avocados because they're killing bees,
Oh yeah.
and I need bees.
So you actually don't eat almonds or
Stopped
almond
it.
milk? Really?
Yeah, when I found out they kill like 1 billion bees every
And water.
week. And water.
Yeah.
They take a lot of water.
Yeah, the amount of water used to create almonds is absurd.
It's out of control now.
Wow, wow, wow.
Right,
So,
lassie. So if you come to Scotland, we don't do no bloody avocados.
avocados too are killing the bees? I didn't
Well,
know
because the same sort of the pesticides they use.
that. I didn't know that.
Yeah. And then,
That's horrible.
Or
'cause
it's
avocados so
terrible.
healthy.
Mark,
Do you
is it
eat
terrible?
them at all?
No.
It's very terrible.
Because it
It's
helps with
horrible.
glutathione, and it helps with detox, it helps with your brain. Avocado, that's such a shame.
I don't have brain.
You know what you do? You can grow your own avocado. We're doing that now at my house.
You just take the avocado nut and
My dad's doing that in the kitchen. So I guess you could do that.
you could do it, and then you don't have to worry about your
Because we
killing
need
bees.
you around for a while. You're really talented, so we have to exploit you. And the only way to exploit you is to keep you around. So you have to have avocados to keep your brain healthy.
And then, of course, I did this one with Michael Winslow just a couple months ago. You have to do this one. Ready? Hey, yo,
let's go outside.
Oh my
now.
goodness.
Don't start with me, because I will destroy you.
That.
You can't do that?
No.
Try it. There, people at home are going, it's not really out of sync, it's just the picture is ruined. Okay? Stop it. Shut your face.
Wow. So that's a good one to spread rumors.
No, that's a good one to get out of a DUI, which is a true story.
Actually, you
We won't
probably
go.
could charm the pants off of a police officer if you haven't already.
I have.
Right?
You should see all the naked cops standing on the side of the road.
Charm the pants off of them.
I think I've overstayed my welcome, haven't I?
I guess so.
We-
I get Mark
that was
said
the
you're supposed
longest
to
2
leave.
minutes, like 20
Yeah,
minutes
but
ago,
it was
but
good.
it was good.
It was
good.
long
Jen,
and it was good.
Jennifer and I don't understand time, okay?
No, I do.
Jennifer,
See
what does
for
it
yourself.
take to be a good comedian? Ask me.
What does it take to be
Timing.
a good comedian?
I knew that.
It's an
one.
old.
I knew
I
that.
didn't
It's
know
an
that.
old joke. In
Wow.
fact, Billy Crystal does it in Mr. Saturday Night.
Oh, okay.
Love Billy.
Yeah.
Love him. Love.
Yeah, Billy Crystal and what is it?
Well, I thank you for having me.
Thank you so much.
Thank
so
you
entertaining.
very much.
And you're going to be here until 4 or 5 today?
Until 5 o'clock.
Right?
The convention ends at 5.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
So
if you-
come on down. Right
And,
now.
if
right
you,
now.
if
you're
you come
watching this,
down
come
and you're Irish, like I'll entertain you with an Irish Dublin accent, or even Nora from like Belfast, and get you trimmed out.
Wait, I do have one last question.
Oh,
You
sure,
do
go
all
ahead.
these voices,
We
and now
got time.
It's the last, in the last couple of years, you get in big trouble if you do the voice of an Indian guy and you're not Indian. The Simpsons. So, do you find that you're limited in the last couple of years?
Yeah.
And you're not allowed to do certain voices that
well,
you used to do?
Here's the problem I have with that, and even
Yeah.
with and I just met Hank Azaria a couple of weeks ago.
Okay.
And the only reason I find that is, okay, on The Simpsons, a lot of the stuff is racist. Like, Family Guy, Beavis and Butthead, all these shows, they really push the envelope of racism. When you're doing it to hurt people,
Right.
I don't care if it's not even in an accent, if I tell you to get lost,
Yeah.
it's just as bad as swearing at you to me if the intent is mean.
Sure.
And I think that's where
Totally.
the being woke kind of
Right.
freaks me out, because it's not about that. So if I'm doing it to do something to hurt, I mean, we're actors, so I don't think it should be. You can't label it cultural appropriation. Somebody says, "Well, you're wrong. It is." No, it's not, because we're actors.
You're
I mean,
acting,
exactly.
Not being,
No.
You're acting, and
Yeah.
now in 2023 they want actors to be beers,
and
not actors.
I did my 23andMe,
Right.
and my pie is like, it's
Good.
like a million
Use-
things.
Good. Use your 1% Native American to do whatever you want.
I wish I was, but I didn't. But you should, because you've got the Jewish side, so this is one of the lost tribes.
True. Yeah,
Right.
I can exploit that.
Yes, you can.
But I always said I need to marry a black and Indian guy so then I have more things I can do. And my last
No, you
boyfriend
still
was
can't
actually
get away
black and
with it.
Indian. No, you can't. But that's the only reason I was with my last boyfriend. Black, white, Indian, Polish. He was a mishmash. And I said, listen, if we get married now, I can make fun of everybody.
Exactly. So, but that's.
But that's not gonna happen.
But and that's where it gets a bit tricky. Now, I just worked on a show where we could only get so many actors that could speak this one language.
Okay. English?
No,
Many can't
and I
speak
learned
that.
the language overnight.
What was it? Pig Latin?
No, African language.
Okay.
I'll tell you which one later.
Okay.
But I learned it, and then
You can't say
they
it?
asked permission. No, they asked permission, because I can't even tell you what the show is. They asked
Wow,
permission from the other actors, and they're going, "We have no problem with it."
Sure.
And we can guide. And then same with them. We guide each other. So there's no like real ill will towards what we're doing. It's
Mm-hmm.
more about padding the sound design so that it sounds right when you've got it in there. And if it's
Mm-hmm.
more authentic, it's great. In fact, some of the indigenous actors weren't as good as some of the actors that could do the impression of that particular accent. And if you understand how accents work because of regions and stuff and having all that in your wheelhouse, then you have an appreciation for it too. I mean, for instance, my father was born in Malta, but Malta was never really an island. It was part of Sicily, but Sicily's not even really Italian, but they speak Italian, but the Sicilian language is a mix of a whole bunch of the stuff that came up from the Mediterranean. So it gives you all that stuff, and then when you find out your people come from northern Africa and parts of Greece and Cyprus and what is now Israel. It's really cool, and you go, wow, this is cool. So yeah, it was a good question, Jennifer.
Oh, well, I had to ask that while you were here. Because it's something I think about almost every day.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't want to appropriate someone's culture, but we all do it. We all do. I mean, when I hear anybody doing hip hop, are you appropriating culture? Jazz, are you appropriating culture? Well, now it's acceptable to play jazz if you're white, black, blue, whatever.
Right.
But truthfully, as long again, it comes down to intent. If you're doing it out of the pure work of it, I don't think it's like who they just cast somebody in a movie that's of color, and everybody's like, oh, why are they doing that?
The Halle Berry thing.
Yeah, and
With
I'm like,
Little Mermaid, yeah.
I'm like, so what? Who's the best actor for it?
Right.
They got cast for it.
Right.
That's it. Doesn't matter if they're black, white, whatever.
Yeah.
And
That's how I feel.
Yeah. It's like,
she's the
stop
best.
it.
So, I hate to cut this short, but we need to take our
Mark!
break. We're already 20 minutes past our 2 minutes.
Oh, you're right. You're right. We are.
You
You're
got
right.
an update to do?
You're right.
Yes, we have to take a break. We have to do some behind the scenes stuff.
Yeah.
Come down to Malverne Comic Fest. We're
Well,
here in
you're worth it.
Malverne, New York.
Where are we?
Malverne, New York.
Long Island.
Long Island.
I'm on the wrong island. Okay.
Mark Torres came
I'm
from
on
the
the
radio.
wrong show.
L-Man Jenny Feldy.
Thank
And
you.
the great awesome was a special, really cool guest, Mr. Tony Daniels. So thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
So talented.
And I hurt myself.
And we will be
Preserve that
back
voice.
at 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen. And savages.
And we are back from our break at the Malverne Comic Fest. This is your host, Mark Torres, speaking of It Came From the Radio, the official The Big Apple Con. I am here with L-Man Jenny Feldy.
Good day. It's a great day at the Malverne Comic Fest. So many talented people in one room. The room might explode.
That's true. We actually had a great couple of guests on before we took our break. We had Pachi Ramos, who was from the Warriors. He was an orphan. We had Angel Chichi Salazar, who was an amazing comedian and actor. We had also 2 voice actors. We had Jennifer Silverman, who's an anime voice actress, I should say.
Super talented.
And then we had, we also had the 8 Spot guys, Section 8 Comics. That's those guys over there, Wilson Ramos and Eric Rivera, great comic book creators. And then we had Tony Daniels wind up our live stream for the first 2 hours. And he went way over, but he was a really good person to talk to. Like, he had some really insight, and he's been around.
He did more voices in, 30 minutes than I've seen anyone do in a 30-minute interview, I believe.
So Tony, he's like one of those top-tier actors that, I'm a huge fan of animation and voice acting and all that stuff. So there's people that I know, like, the big one is Frank Welker. Like, he's the guy who played the original Fred on Scooby-Doo.
Oh, okay.
And he's been playing Fred for all these years, and he's done a million other things. So Tony is like in that level, like Mel Blanc, like those guys that just do so much work.
Yeah, super, super long.
So he was a really cool guy. And we're here live at the Malverne Comic Fest in Malverne, Long Island. The show is from 10 to 5 p.m., but we're going until 4 for a live stream. They have a kids zone outside with little ATVs. Little kids on little helmets driving little mini things in a little course outside. There's a bouncy house. There's the Back to the Future car, which will be here for another half an hour. You can take pictures of it.
There's a food truck, I believe?
There's a food truck. Also, that's outside.
Right.
And inside, we have a tremendous show that's going on right behind us. There's comics and comic creators. There's wrestlers. There's actors. There's voice actors. There's Pokemon. There's Funko Pops right here in my little pointing to the area. They have tons and tons of stuff. And it's only $10, I believe. It's $10 to get in here.
I got in for free, so I mean, I'm using my voice to get my keep.
And go bring up.
We're gonna bring up a guest right now. Enough jibber jabber.
Yeah. So while
Mark
Christian
likes the filler
Montalo
talk, I like the real talk.
Bringing in wrestler Rage, I just want to quickly mention that I have my book. It's on sale right now.
Yes.
Designated
30 years in the
30
making.
years in the making, about 2 warring alien races fighting over a newly discovered power source. There's the cover right there, drawn by Russ Braun. He is the artist on The Boys.
Yeah, super talented.
The book is on sale. You go to that QR code that's over there.
I just brushed
you can
my
go to
teeth.
that QR code and you can purchase it online. And we'll also be doing a book signing in Royal Collectibles. And you guys can come down and buy the book there, and we'll have it signed for you. They also offer CGC grading and witnessing, so you can get it signed by the letterer, which is George Medina, myself. Russ Braun will be the cover artist, and then L-Man Jenny Feldy will be cosplaying as my character Natasha. And if you can see, she looks like the character. She did a pretty good job emulating that character. But
I tried.
We're setting up.
The things I do for you, Mark. The things I do.
Yes. Are we set up with our guest right now?
We are. I'm just posting the link. Okay, and here we go. So, we have.
Well, if Chaos
dressed down.
Would you like to be in this other seat over here, Chaos? Or you're fine over there?
I'm sorry.
You're fine over there?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we have 2 independent wrestlers. We have Rage and Chaos. Chaos and Rage. So, first of all, which one is which? And why did you decide to pick those names?
This is Chaos, and
That's
I'm Rage.
Chaos and you're Rage.
Yeah.
So how do you decide when you wake up in the morning, I'm going to be the Rage of the machine and she's going to be the Chaos? How does that work? How do you decide?
It's whichever one is bald and whichever one has hair.
Okay.
Yeah, we can't go on which one wears the most makeup. You know,
Yeah.
we kind of share that. So.
Sometimes we walk out, we're wearing the same thing, and we have to go, okay, one of us has to change. You can't wear the mini skirt while I wear the mini skirt.
Now, how did you come up with these personas, these characters?
Well, I've been in wrestling independent scene for about 10 years now.
Okay.
When I first started, I came up with the name Rage. It wasn't until maybe 4 years after I was in that I said, you know what? I asked my daughter if she wanted to get involved. And I kind of came up with the name for her because I just spelt it differently with a K instead of the CH. Because her well, I can say this, her real name is Crystal.
Okay.
So she just ran with it.
Got it, guys. So you guys seem pretty calm for people named Rage and Chaos. Like, what's the deal with people named Rage and Chaos acting all calm? What's going on?
Well, I mean, we're here. We're not in a ring. It's totally different when I get in a ring. It's absolutely.
And you
totally
guys
different.
are heels. You guys are.
We're faces, yeah.
Okay.
Which is the good guy.
You're the good guys.
Yeah, we're technically baby faces. The really good guys.
Really?
Yeah.
Why is that? What makes you the
honestly,
good guys?
We're just
Don't people
very
like
nice
being the
to
bad guys
people
better?
and
Isn't that what they like?
children And, you know, Rage is against bullying.
Oh,
That's a
okay.
big one.
Yeah. Well, you know what it was when I first started. I wasn't sure what direction I was going to go, whether I was going to be face or baby face,
Okay.
face or a heel. And what happened was kids were so attracted to me that you know
wouldn't say it like
well,
that.
President
I
Biden,
didn't mean it
President
like that. I didn't
Biden.
mean it like that. No. I didn't mean it like that. But I mean, they just gravitated to me, and I said, you know what? I guess this is kind of my audience. So, how could you be a heel if you're gonna, have kids looking up to you?
Yeah, that's true.
Is it
That's
a
true.
prerequisite that you have to stay a face if you're a face? Because I've seen wrestling, they
No.
they swap
Yeah,
all
they
the
swap
time.
all
so
the
like,
time. They actually tried making me a heel at one point in one of the federations I was in, but it was the funniest thing because they still cheered me. And I went in the back with my tag team partner. He goes, "This isn't gonna work. We can't do this."
No.
I said, "All right, yeah, we'll stay face."
The
So.
only time it worked was I was a heel. I walked somebody else out who was a heel in Georgia. So it worked because nobody really knew Rage and Chaos that well to know me only as a face. So I was basically kind of just making a debut as a heel there. Right? I threw a temper tantrum. It was fun.
So now, as the good guys, what do you do to the bad guys?
Destroy them.
How?
but you're the good guys. You can't
Well-
go around beating up people.
No,
I
mean,
know,
my
actually.
matches usually start out where we kind of at least I think that we're gonna respect each other until he tries to gouge my eyes or something. And do
Okay,
something
so self-defense.
underhanded. Yeah.
Although the self-defense rules in New York don't really work. You know about that, right? You kill someone in self-defense, you're kind of,
True. But that's how the rage comes out. That's why I'm so calm right now because neither one of you are jumping on my back.
What
or
what
anything.
triggers your rage on the
What's-
ring,
what's
and
the
what
button?
triggers your rage
What's
in
the-
real
what's
life
the switch?
too?
What's the
In
switch?
real life, outside the ring, as well.
I guess what triggers the rage is the crowd appeal. I mean, the
Okay.
adrenaline flies and
Okay.
it just takes over you.
Okay.
In real life,
Yeah, in real life, what makes you mad?
Yeah, what's a pet peeve
Wow.
of Rage?
there's a lot.
Sitting next to a girl at a Malverne con, asking you a bunch of questions and you
No,
can't
no.
relax.
No.
It's like, God, all these questions.
I don't know. I mean, politics can get me angry sometimes.
Okay.
The news itself.
Go Biden. Did you hear about the smog?
Yeah, I'm not a big
Trying to
fan of
bring out the
Biden.
rage.
Oh, God. Okay, here we go. We're
Not a
getting
big fan
canceled.
I always try to push the limit. I like to see Mark's skin crawl.
Yes, it's been crawling all day today.
Really?
A couple times. The curses are the ones that really.
I only cursed once.
Only once. Only once.
Only once.
That's
At the
one too many
Malverne
times.
Comic Fest?
It's one too many times.
The guests were cursing.
Oh,
Angel
okay.
Salazar, Pache Ramos,
Oh, wow.
Tony Daniels. They're doing the cursing, not me. So they're
Ah.
making me look good. I'm very happy about that.
So as a father-daughter team, is that something you thought that when you were young and you didn't have, she didn't exist yet? Is that something you're like, I want to work when I have a child, I want to work with her? Or when she was a little kid, were you like, I want to do something together?
I just want to wear
and then you
matching
found
makeup
wrestling?
with my daughter.
Well, what's funny is I always started when I turned 41. I got involved in wrestling. So I'm 52 right now.
Wow. Wow.
And
Great.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And my son actually got involved with it in the beginning with me.
Okay.
And we started training together. And
What happened to him?
Well, he was going to college at the time. He had a band.
Oh.
So he had a lot on his plate, and
Uh-huh.
wrestling kind of came in third.
Okay.
And when you get into pro wrestling, it has to be your main thing.
Right.
You know?
Correct.
So that's what happened. He kind
So
of
now he's a
fizzled out,
dermatologist and
yeah,
he's like-
exactly. He's a lawyer somewhere.
Gotcha. Okay.
So what about you, Chaos? What did you think seeing Dad up there rolling around performing putting his life on the line, because some of the stuff is really hard, and people, even though it's a predetermined performance, people do not seem to realize how difficult and how dangerous it is. So you're seeing Dad up there. You're like, I want to do that. How did that work when you were approached with the idea?
So the thing about wrestling is it is very dangerous, especially if you're not professionally trained. What happens is you have to learn how to do these things the right way, or else if you do it the wrong way, you break your neck.
Right.
You can never do it again. I mean, look at all these wrestlers. They break their neck, or, even some have had, a heart attack or something like that.
Sure.
You have to listen to your doctors, your teachers, and listen to your opponents as
And
well.
your gut and your intuition.
And your gut. Yeah.
Something
that's a good
feels
one.
off. Do not override that.
Yep.
And if you're on a movie set like I just was, don't let someone drag you by one leg. Make them hold two legs, because if they drag you by one leg, they can split you in half. So I made sure that happened on set.
Wow.
They were going to drag me by one leg. I said, you trying to kill me, guys?
I was going to say, before you said that, I was going to say, are you a pro wrestler?
No, but you know what's really funny? I was disabled for 2 years. Really, I'll make it real short. I was disabled for 2 years, and I went to get an MRI, and the MRI tech, said, fill out this form. What were you doing preceding your injury? I said, I ran through, I took a running start, and I slid through someone's legs. I did back bends, I did cartwheels, I did somersaults, and they said, da-da-da-da, are you a pro wrestler? Are you a wrestler? I said, no, I'm a fitness trainer, and this is what I do for fun. And I think all of that actually put me disabled for 2 years. I would do all these crazy back bends like the Matrix, lean back. But anyway, so how do you guys train? Do you follow special diets, follow special sleep regimens, nutrition supplements? Could you tell us about some of the training for this?
For me, first of all, if you ever get involved in it, you definitely have to go to a class. There's wrestling classes out there that teach you how to do it. You basically learn how to fall.
Yeah.
You learn how to maneuver, different maneuvers, how to work with an opponent. Other than that, training, I always say, you got to look the part to be the part.
Okay.
So that's my motto. So I go to the gym and I go 100%. I'm lifting heavy. I'm constantly going almost every day. So eating-wise, my diet's not that great. Yeah, I guess I was just...
Twinkies and homos?
A lot of sweets?
Yeah, I
Really?
indulge, yeah.
Okay.
I do, I try to have at least like 6 small meals a day.
Okay.
I guess that's what you would say. Protein shakes, that type of stuff.
Just be careful, they're hard on the kidneys.
Yeah,
You
and
can
a lot
get
of
into
water.
some issues.
A lot of water.
Okay. So looking the part, that's true too. When you do look the part, do you find that if you're practicing and you don't look the part, it's hard to get into it? Does that affect you?
Yes, and it's
'Cause I
also
can't.
hard to get the crowd into it if you don't look the part.
True.
You know?
Yeah.
I don't want to bust on indie wrestling nowadays, but there's a lot of guys out there that look, 50 pounds soaking wet. And they're getting into a ring with the guy that's like 300 pounds,
Yeah.
boulder-shouldered and everything, and it's like, oh, this is just a murder,
That's
Like I
kind of
said,
interesting.
Yeah, it can be interesting, but not all the time.
Right,
when you see
right.
one match after another that's like that, it gets really monotonous and
Okay.
unbelievable,
So you said you're almost 50.
Yeah,
Now-
I'm 52.
Almost 52.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know all the rules of wrestling, but I must have been 20, 15 years ago, things switched. I think if you were over 45, you couldn't wrestle. They cut you off. There was a cutoff.
Yeah, well,
There used to be a cutoff.
yeah, well, they still say it's like 35, I think is the cutoff. But,
Ah.
WWE and stuff like that, they get guys in there that are like 18.
Right.
And they train them themselves nowadays.
Mhm.
AEW does, they do a lot of indie guys. They pick a lot of indie guys. And I think that's where you got a better chance if you're a little bit older, because they'll look more so at your character and that type of thing, more so than WWE seems like they want that cookie cutter kind of image, so they want to create themselves.
They
their
make
wrestlers.
the slots and then they put the people in the slots.
Yeah,
I find.
yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
So when you do independent wrestling, as opposed to the main thing, do you find that it's better because it has more creative freedom for yourself as a wrestler, as a performer, or do you find it worse because they don't have that big bag of money behind them?
Well, that's true. Well, you definitely, in indie wrestling, you have to love it. You have to love it because you're not going to make money unless you are able to put yourself out there, have a great gimmick. Merchandising always helps.
Podcasts.
Exactly. being on this podcast always helps, you know. But yeah, that type of stuff. I mean, it's always good when you get like a big check coming your way, you know. But I mean, when you first start out in the first couple of years, you're lucky you're making $20 to wrestle.
Right.
You know,
Right.
so everything goes into that merchandising table, your T-shirts and everything like that, because that goes into your pocket. You know.
So if you had a decision, would you say to learn how to wrestle first or learn about making the character first? What's the more important thing?
I would say definitely it depends. I mean, learning how to wrestle can create that character. You know, whether it's a move or a combination of moves that you're able to learn and like get down, like, wow, you do that great. And then think about, well, what else do I look like or can I be when I do these maneuvers? And someone may say, hey, you know, you're like a tiger. And, you know, the guy comes out with the name the tiger or so, you know what I mean?
Okay,
that type of
got
thing.
it.
I think that could help by learning the moves and how to do it first,
Yeah.
then coming up with a name.
It's very much like wrestling is very much about visuals, first impressions, things like that. It's very character driven. At least the way we do it, we like to do it more like the old school, like very character driven. And it's very like theatrical as well. You definitely are trying to get a story across and trying to become whatever it is that you are in the ring.
Now, to be some of the best and to stand out in the field, you have to be kind of extreme. You can't just do with the average. So I'm guessing you probably have to make sacrifices. I mean, whether it's, you know, not drinking, which might not even feel like a sacrifice to me, it doesn't, or like not going to parties or not, what things do you guys not do or miss out on because you're so focused?
I would say, well, me, I mean, I stopped, I don't really drink at all anymore.
Yeah, me neither.
That's probably one of them. Trying to think what else we kind of cut out of our life. We're still pretty
Like
good.
vacations or parties or dinners.
Yeah, I mean,
is there
there
anything
are,
you're like, I
times
can't?
when things do come up where you just have to say, I can't, I got a show,
Right.
you know?
Yeah.
And
Especially this month.
yeah, this month is busy. You know, like you can't really cancel out on a show because it's not good for you since you're an independent wrestler.
Yeah.
It doesn't look good,
Right.
you know?
Yeah, you can't cancel.
Yeah.
But luckily, you can spend family time together. if you do.
Exactly.
But the rest
Yes.
of your family?
Yeah, they're all involved. They
Oh, they're
all
all
come to the
involved.
shows. They all help out at the table.
Okay.
You know, my wife is known as Mrs. Rage, you know.
Oh, that's great.
So
okay.
it's-
because
it's-
otherwise, you'll spend so much time and then you're going to miss out. Like, I didn't see my dog for 5 or 6 days, and my
Wow.
whole persona changed. I need to see my dog.
Yeah, yeah.
What breed of dog?
I don't know. She's a rescue. She looks like a white shepherd, white husky,
Oh, how
white
cute.
Chindo.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I
we
got
have
home.
we have Chihuahuas at home.
Aw.
Yeah.
Do you find that, do you incorporate the dogs into wrestling?
No, but I know somebody
You
that
throw a
did.
dog
There
at
was a wrestler
somebody.
that actually brought his dog in, and I knew another wrestler that used to bring his cats into the show. So.
And throw them at people?
No. He used to sit them up on top of the turnbuckle and stuff like that. It was.
Like Jake the Snake as
Oh,
well.
Jake,
the Snake,
He used to
yeah.
bring his snakes in, right?
Jumped
Yeah.
our dog. He had
Yes.
a dog, yeah. But when you said chihuahua, in my mind, like you're just throwing a chihuahua at somebody.
So what are some moves, or what are some things that happen when you bring out the rage and the chaos? Like, what are some things that we see you guys do? Some signature moves or words or foods or, I don't know, anything.
Well, what's your finisher?
Branding.
I always go by the motto: eat, sleep, rage, repeat.
Okay.
So, usually when I hit the ring, it's usually me showing the guy who's the better, who's the strongest, you know?
Okay.
My finisher move is called anger management. So it's like, it's hard to explain, but I pick the guy up on my shoulder and I'll spin him out and drop him down onto my shoulder, his neck.
Oh.
So he's out cold and then I pin him.
Wow.
You know?
How
I do
long did
clo-
it take you to learn that move?
Wow. I was probably like 3rd month in training.
Your wife taught you?
Yes, actually. That was good.
Yeah, she demonstrated on him. She was like, "This is what you have to do. Remember how it feels."
Yeah, without the pots and pans, it was
So, what do you think about women fighting men fighting women in the ring?
I actually trained with women. There was some girls at the school that I would have to get in the ring with and stuff like that. Listen, if you got the balls to get in there, then it shouldn't have to be male or female.
Yep.
You know, you still have the respect. You know, you're still out there to look out for that person to make sure you really don't get
Right.
injured really bad. And if you got the balls to get in there, then you got the balls to fight whoever you got to fight. You know.
Yeah, and
that's the way I look at it.
It's entertainment as well.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's a lot of like showmanship, and for women personally, when I got involved, getting down and dirty and getting involved and at least, you know, learning and, you know, although I'm a valet, I did have to go to class and I did have to learn some moves and do quite a bit. Learning and earning your keep and earning the respect from everybody is a very big part of it, because it is built on trust and respect and almost like a family dynamic, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
Now, when I see people in the ring, they're essentially wearing underwear. How do you keep your confidence up to basically be in almost no clothing in front of strangers? How do you feel? Are there rituals? Are there mantras? Are there workouts? Are there sleep regimens or things you do that make you feel okay?
Do you shut yourself off and then there's like, you only hear it and then you like, you don't look
Yeah,
at the
like I
people?
said, when your adrenaline is going, it's a whole different experience.
Yep.
You know, I mean, when I get out there, it's like I almost like out of body experience.
Yeah.
And until you get back inside the dressing room, that's when you feel everything. That's when everything comes down and you're just like, I can't walk, I can't, you know what I mean? My back is killing me. Otherwise, before that, I'm doing all this crazy stuff. My wife looks at me later on and goes, how did you just pull that off? You know? You were laying in bed the other day complaining, and now you're out there slamming and everything else, you know?
So we're almost out of time.
When it comes to,
oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Go.
When it comes to being confident in not wearing much, honestly, I'm kind of lucky to where I kind of am skinny for most of the time, but I still do things to keep toned up. But otherwise,
like prayer, Pilates, or prayer.
Prayer. We are in a
Pilates or
church.
prayer?
We are in a
both
church.
are good answers, you know. I might do both now that you said that, but pretty
I pray
much
to fit into things.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't have too much trouble with the confidence aspect. The only aspect I get nervous about, which thank God never happened, I always go, oh, what if I have a malfunction?
Right.
Something happens.
Right.
I would be so devastated. Honestly, I would be. I'd be so upset about that.
I got one more question.
Okay, you can take
Just
my last
smells.
question.
Oh,
Go ahead.
smells. Just like you're so close to people. Like, have you smelled things you don't want to smell, or are there things that you do to make sure that other people don't smell things from you?
Well,
'Cause I always think about
the
this.
indie locker rooms are the smelliest places you can step into.
Not the pro ones, just the indie
Oh,
ones?
I'm sure the pros are just as bad. I'm sure they're just as
Do you have
bad.
special soaps you use? Because I do that.
No, you know, I mean, the thing is hygiene.
Yeah.
I wish hygiene was taught in the wrestling class, and a lot of people would smell a lot
Start
better.
teaching hygiene
Yes,
classes.
exactly.
Start a new business.
Yes, we call it raging hygiene classes.
Teach my ex-boyfriend who
Right?
doesn't know how to clean himself.
Oh, don't say that.
Hygiene classes
Sorry.
from Mr. Clean himself.
I'm not. We need that.
Yes, I totally agree with you.
There's
hygiene.
so many reasons not to like each other. Our smell shouldn't be that.
Exactly.
You know?
Yes. And they sell so many things that make you smell good, so why
Makes
not
me
use
mad.
it?
Brings out the rage. You got to be all up close and personal with them, and then like you smell bad breath or something, and you're
Right.
like, oh God, I don't even want to be near this guy.
You saw me. I was brushing my teeth before this interview. See? I
Always
tried.
Gotta keep, you know, I always keep spare deodorant and you
Mhm.
know perfume and stuff. And sometimes even mouthwash just in case. I don't even smell bad.
Well, the mouthwash is just spit in the other person's face, right? Isn't that
Exactly.
right?
Exactly.
I
You know,
like
the
that.
green mist.
Yeah.
I didn't think of that. That's a good move.
Yes.
That's a great move. I love. My dad's a dentist, so
Oh, is he
all
really?
these things get me excited.
Mouthwash. Yeah. Yeah. Remember to floss, kids. Yeah.
Don't get me started.
So, where can people find you? All that social media stuff. When's your next match?
Promote
Oh,
yourself.
Oh, okay. The next match is going to be next week.
Okay.
Next weekend, I believe Friday. I'm sorry.
Friday.
In Deer Park for NYWC.
Oh, I love that place.
No. Yes, it's at NYWC.
Yeah.
NYWC Saturday.
And
who are you
then-
fighting against?
Who are we fighting?
Not sure the tag team's name, but I'm in a tag team match.
Well,
and,
you don't know who they are, but you know you're going to beat them.
Yeah, exactly. Just line them up.
There you go.
All right, nice. So New York Wrestling Connection Saturday. You can see Rage and Chaos. At what time?
Doors open up at 6, and the show starts at 7.
It's a great place. There's easy parking. I did some of my favorite sketches, like interviews I did there, and I think it was Josh Silver.
Okay.
He gave me, I think, one of the best interviews because he was
cool.
I was so ridiculous, and he was so cool with my nuts questions. I mean, the things I was asking, Matt Stryker was like rolling his eyes at me.
Matt Stryker was one of my trainers.
Okay, he was like, "What is this?" Like, I think he even walked away mid-interview with Greek God Papadon. He's like, "Who is this girl?" But Silver was like, I was asking him if he was going to be half cat or half monkey. I was like, "Oh, I could see you as trans animal," and he was just rolling with it. And he was so cool. And after that, he actually was moving up since then. And
Yeah.
it's cool to see someone who's really nice. You could just tell he was just very cool and very humble, and it's cool to see people like that grow. So you guys have been super cool, and thanks for watching me brush my teeth in the bathroom. You know, I love to have an audience. I wish you all the best.
Yeah,
Okay.
I love
Social
being
media
flashed.
stuff.
Oh, social media.
Yes, tell us. Promote yourself.
Mine is on Instagram. It's Rage1917.
Okay.
And on Facebook, it's Rage.
Yes.
Don't
on
forget
Facebook,
that.
it's John Rage Lesser on Facebook, and the page is Rage.
Okay. I have a Facebook page, Chaos, K-A-O-S, you know. And then my Instagram, where I post art and wrestling things sometimes, is Spooky Skeletons 223.
Spooky Skeletons, how did that happen?
Yeah.
You went from chaos to spooky skeleton?
Well, I came up with it because I liked that meme back in the day, you know, the one spooky, scary skeletons. And I'm like really big into Halloween, so. Me too.
Really? A wrestler is big into Halloween? What an interesting concept.
I know, right? The orange hair, I look like a jack-o'-lantern. Yeah, who would have thought?
Actually, though, I have to say, the more acting I do and the more dressing up I do, last year I didn't even care. Last year was about Halloween because I'm dressed up all the time. So I would think, you know, if you're dressed up all the time, who cares about Halloween?
Yeah.
Like, you do it all the time. Every day is Halloween.
Exactly.
Like,
you see, I'm the
Don't
opposite.
you wish every day was Halloween?
It can be.
Yes, it
It
can
can
be.
be. I mean, I'm actually a black man. I did a really good job with the makeup today.
Wow.
I used about 6 containers of Kevin Aquan foundation.
You gotta be the new
But
white
if
chicks.
you just, it's.
Oh, I see it, I see
yeah,
it.
I'm a
I
lot
do, I see
tanner
it.
underneath
Yes.
here. So today is Halloween for me. Yeah, and this voice is not even mine. So I have a voice box under the table.
The power of makeup, I gotta say.
Makeup is. I'm a makeup artist, so I'm just showing off my craft today. I wanted to be a white girl from Syosset, and look at that. I did it. I did it.
I mean, I do have to say though, Halloween is a different thing entirely, in my opinion, because for Halloween you get to dress up as something scary.
Yeah.
And like, you
Or
know, you get to
fun.
whip out the cornstarch and all that, the corn syrup.
Yeah, or if you're gonna be with Angel Salazar, cornstarch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I will say one thing I do love about Halloween, and this is actually not a joke. I've always loved Halloween because people of all types of walks of life are nice to each other. You'll have a witch and a vampire and Darth Vader and a ghost all in the same room, and they're accepting each other. And I would just like to have that every day of the year.
Agreed. Yes. you're
There's so much
absolutely
divisiveness, and it's like we need to embrace that every day.
I agree.
Yeah.
1000%. It doesn't matter what you look like, we all bleed the same color.
Just don't smell.
Yes, yes.
That I will be
Deodorant's at the door, you know?
And if you smell, we'll help you out.
Yeah.
See, so that's what you can do. You can
Everybody
sell
got toothbrushes,
deodorant
gum.
right at the door when people walk in.
Merch. It's
Like I
on
said,
my grocery list. I'll buy
Raging
some.
deodorant, or you know what I mean? It would be perfect.
I just ran out today.
There you go.
Sell me your
Chaotic
deodorant.
mints.
First customer.
Yes.
Think about it.
Yes.
Think about it.
Oh yeah.
I'll buy some Saturday.
It sounds good.
All right, guys.
So thank you very much. Really appreciate it, and good luck with the
Thank
match.
you.
Yes, thank you guys.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
Thank you guys.
That was Raging Chaos, awesome independent wrestlers
Saturday,
right here
you can
at
see
the
'em.
Malverne Comic Fest.
Yes, going on till 5 o'clock. I'll be here till 4.
We'll be here till 4.
Oh,
At
we'll
4
be here
o'clock,
till
we're out.
Yeah, we're out. I'm on to the next.
You know, it's funny.
Thank you, guys.
I was always
Good luck.
my oldest friend. He was a huge wrestling fan, and my logic side, when I saw, it, I was like, I didn't get it. It's like,
Yeah.
if they really hate each other, why don't they just beat each other up outside? Like, what? I didn't understand it.
Okay.
But he was super into it. I'm his oldest friend, so I watched it.
Right.
And I was like, okay, I see. I can see it. Once I was able to see it as a performance art,
Yeah.
I was able to appreciate it. It's like, oh, I get it now.
Right.
Now I see it. And then I went to the Keystone Convention in Philadelphia, and they had a live wrestling ring in the convention. And I saw a match, like in person. And I was like, now I get it. Because now I understand, like seeing it in person, it gave me a whole new perspective on the pageantry and the showmanship, as opposed to my technical mind being like, okay, I understand it's a performance, they're doing this, they're doing that, it's dangerous, it's like a show called Stunts.
Right.
And you have a TV show called Stunts, and you do stunts all day. It's dangerous that, but at the end of the day, you're trying to be safe, you're trying to know what the outcome is before you do it. So that's how I saw it. I can say, I always like watching, like, who are they gonna make win? Like, it's not,
Right.
who's gonna win? Who did the company decide to be? That's how I used to see it. But then when I saw it in person,
Right.
give me a whole new perspective. It was really interesting.
Yeah, I didn't really understand it, and then, I was in the movie Lake Ronkonkoma, the movie. Deodorant. Get some raised deodorant.
Get some raised deodorant.
I'll
There you
get some. Yeah, I will. Get some. I went, Louis Ocasio was in this movie, Lake Ronkonkoma, the movie, my first movie. So he was a wrestler, I found out. We did a scene together, and he said, come to my show, New York Wrestling Connection. I didn't know what it was. I went by myself. I said, I don't know, I'll support you. I'm interested.
Right.
I went by myself. I remember Greek God Papa Don was selling his artwork behind me, and I was like, wow, this guy's artwork is really cool. And Ocasio, every time he fights with like some WWE superstar, and there's like 200 people sold out cheering, and I was what's so cool, it's like stand-up comedy and athletics mixed together, and I'm all about both of those. So you merge them together. I mean, there's a lot of artistry there.
Yeah, it's really cool. It's a really cool art form, and it's kind of sad that the general population is like, wrestling's fake. Why am I gonna like it at all?
Is that the?
That is the general. Because if you ask the average person, because what I've learned, as I've told you many times, like there's certain things that are so famous that if you know nothing about it, you still know that person. Like if you know nothing about boxing, you know Mike Tyson.
Sure.
I know very little about music, but I know who the Beatles are. I know who Michael Jackson is. They just transcend.
Yeah.
So for me, being a general guy about music, somebody says something about music, it's
Right.
just, whatever.
Right.
So it's the same thing for wrestling. They only know the bare minimum, which is, it's fake. That's all they know. They don't know anything else beyond it's fake. But just scratching below that surface, there's so much more.
I used to think when I was younger that it was just dumb, but then it's like it's improv, it's scripted, it's so creative.
It is.
It's so creative. So as an artist or someone who appreciates art, I mean, I can't believe you'd want to sleep on wrestling. I remember I brought a bunch of girls to New York Wrestling Connection, I think like twice, and the girl next to me was just texting on her phone. So I guess girls, I don't think girls care about wrestling. That's what I gleaned from that. All of the girls I brought, they did not seem to care.
Well,
I
maybe,
was really
right.
into it though.
It's the certain section of people, because you go to a wrestling match, mostly it is for guys, but there are women there who are women fans. There are sisters, cousins, whatever.
Right.
Just like in a comic book world, the majority is males.
True.
But there are females who work in the business, and there are females who appreciate it.
Yeah.
And that's why, we were talking earlier about cancel culture and about appropriation, that sometimes you see people just think, it's just half-naked dudes beating the crap out of each other. And then whenever there's a female character, like, the guys hate it and it's not for them. Like what happened with Captain Marvel, Brie Larson, where they felt that she didn't smile and she was
what?
Yeah, the internet, the internet, which is
What?
is
You fill
angry.
me in on this.
The internet is
Brie
angry.
Larson didn't smile, so the internet was mad?
The internet was mad at her for being in the Captain Marvel movie because she said something and people got upset about it. So one of the things was that she didn't smile in interviews, that she was like, well, the movie's not for you.
Well, maybe she has Botox and she can't smile. I don't know. A lot of girls have Botox nowadays.
So when they were like, the movie is not for you.
Right.
They took offense at that because they're comic book fans and the majority of comic book fans are male.
Okay.
So then like, we're not going to make a half-naked chick running around.
Right.
We want to make it for young women.
Okay.
This particular property, this movie, is for young women. And so guys, the trolls get mad at that sort of thing.
Got it. Huh.
It's
I don't
weird.
know. This is a world that's gone over my head. I don't know.
Exactly. Like I said, you only know so much. And that's
This is
what
like a
we're-
man walking into like a female shoe store with red bottoms. It's like I just that went over my. I don't know.
The red bottoms, I didn't know that was a thing. Somebody told me this girl I was talking to, she's really into shoes.
Yeah.
And she's like, oh, the red bottom heels is like a special thing. I had no
Yeah,
idea.
girls will show off the bottom of their shoes to show that they're wearing these. These are the things that matter to some people.
So
and this is coming from someone who sells luxury clothing.
So that's what I'm saying. As a female, does that make a difference if the bottom of the shoes are red?
To me, at 38, almost 39, no. I think it's ridiculous. But when I was in 6th grade and I was brainwashed and I was socialized like a normal human and I had not woken up yet, yes, I cared about brands. But now I shouldn't even be saying this. I see it as just brainwashed consumerism. And I'm sure this will come back to me at some point.
Well, it is being recorded live at the
It's whatever. It's the
Malverne
truth.
Comic Fest.
Yes, this is the truth. I just think I care about what someone says. I care about their morality. I care about how people treat each other. I don't even notice what people wear, and people ask me all the time, do you remember I wore this? Do you remember I lost 5 pounds? I don't know, because I pay attention to your face, your skin, your hair. I pay attention to this and what comes out of your mouth and how you make other people feel, and that is truly what I notice. I don't notice your shoes. I don't care. Yeah.
Well, we've seen that you are, Marvel's is the best MCU movie of the year. Hasn't come out yet. I'm curious to see how that goes. I actually saw the Fast 10 movie. I saw that this morning before I came down here to the Malverne Comic
I
Fest.
want to see that.
So it's rare because, as you know, I don't watch trailers. So I just like going into movies cold.
Right.
And
Because you don't want to be spoiled?
Right, I don't want to be spoiled. I don't want to
Makes
have
sense.
preconceived notions because, and then also 9 times out of 10 on the trailer, the end of the movie is in the trailer.
Oh, really? All right.
I learned that in the 90s. When I was actually the opposite. I used to watch as much as I possibly could before going into the movie. And then I made my own movie in my head. And the movie, when I went to screen, had to match what I made in my head.
Gotcha.
And if it didn't, I was disappointed.
Wow, it's like online dating. You look at the pictures, and then the girl or the guy doesn't match the pictures. Like that's what I hear. I don't know. I've only been on one online date, and it was fantastic. And the guy definitely matched his pictures.
Wow. All right.
Oh yeah.
So I used to work I used to work at Blockbuster for
Yes.
many years.
I miss it.
And
I liked going as a patron, but
And I realized because what I used to do, I used to tape all my TV shows when I used to work at night.
right.
So I used to tape all my TV shows. I kind of invented TiVo. So I used to tape all my shows while I was working. Then I used to come home and I used to watch it on video cassette. So I was watching all the stuff. Yeah, bring somebody up.
Yeah.
Tony Atlas is coming up. All right.
Mr. USA.
So then
Tony Atlas is coming.
I got
really
so-
interesting guy.
oh, here we go. How dare you didn't notice my
Fat
shoes.
Creep Supreme. What's your real name in real life? Can you tell us your real identity?
So I used to tape shows, and then I used to get so backlogged with watching my TV shows.
Right.
So sometimes I got so far behind watching stuff on TV on my tapes, I was about a year behind. So I used to go to work, tape my shows that night, come home and watch a little bit, but I
Right.
used to work so much, my tapes got longer and longer. I had stacks of VHS tapes of all TV shows
Wow.
on the thing.
You still
so,
have them?
Not. Probably have a small amount. I don't have like I used to. But when I watched it, I used to see old commercials for movies that I had already seen, and I'm watching the commercial and I'm like, hey, that was the end of the movie. So then I started realizing that all the trailers have the end of the movie within 5 minutes.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so if
I don't
you-
watch trailers.
So that's what I learned now. So I don't want to see the ending. I don't want to know anything about it. Just go in there.
Okay.
There we go.
Yeah, that makes sense. It was a Blockbuster.
Friday night at Blockbuster was the best. No, it was not.
Yes,
I
for me.
vehemently disagree.
Not for him.
It was the worst time.
Why?
Worst time. Because
Lying
Friday
to
night
people?
is that everybody wanted to. That was one of the busier times.
Yeah.
Friday night after work, so you like 6, 7. I was always a night shift. That's
Right.
one of the reasons why I'm a night person. 6, 7 o'clock, people used to come. They want to rent their movies for the weekend, get the stuff for the family, and go.
Yeah.
But everybody else had that same idea. So you had a massive amount of people wanting the same movies. And then sometimes you had people camping out in front of the store because most Blockbusters had the little drop slot.
Yes, I remember that.
So we had people outside. Well, what are you returning? What are you returning? Because they want to rent it.
Wow.
Yeah, it was crazy. So
You know, I just remember having late fees. I think it was Hollywood Video in Washington,
Hollywood
D.C.
Video was our
And,
enemy.
My freshman year in college, I had a real good time. Let's just say this. I almost failed out of school. I came in. I could have graduated in like 3 years because I came in with so many credits from it being advanced classes. But whatever. I took in all these movies. I didn't return them, and I came in. I'm outing myself. And I had a crazy late fee. I think it was like $75, which is a lot for someone in college.
Right.
And they said, "Are you Jennifer Feldman?" And I said, "Well, I'm Jennifer." They said, "There's 5 of them." 'cause
Which
it
one
is a
doesn't
common-
hold the money?
And I said, "Well, I'm Jennifer Elise Feldman," and it wasn't in the system. So I think I somehow got out of it. So I think this would be my second time I've ever really gotten away with something. The first, I stole a lip liner when I was younger.
Well, now the Blockbuster people are going to come after you. It's because you
Well,
didn't
Hollywood
pay.
Video, Hollywood
oh,
Video
Hollywood
people
Video
in Washington, D.C.
So it's because of you, Hollywood Video went out of business because you didn't pay your late fees.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, listen, at least I'm copping to it. I don't
How
think
many
I
years
ever
later?
paid. I don't think I ever paid. So Hollywood Video, come at me, bro. I'm sorry. I'm older now. I'm 38. I would never do that. But I guess I was a bit of a knucklehead at age 18, 19.
So here's something. It was we broadcast this on our 20th anniversary live show that we did on our YouTube page.
Yeah.
Because we've been on the air for now we're over 20 years. But one of the highlights, we had a news item about a lady who got arrested because she didn't return a videotape.
Yeah.
After so long, because it went into collections. Because back then it was
Right.
it was a thing where if you didn't pay the late fees, it got so much that it went to collections, and then the IRS and people were chasing after you for it.
This woman, she went to collections recently?
No, this was years
Oh,
ago.
this was years ago.
It,
Okay.
it was in our highlights. I remember it was one of our
okay.
highlights of the past 20 years we did.
Can you imagine
where this
going
lady
to jail
got
and being like a felon because
she
of
got it was
Blockbuster?
Monster-in-Law, the movie Monster-in-Law.
Oh, I saw that.
She rented Monster-in-Law, and she didn't return it. And
Well, I mean,
she got arrested.
J-Lo, you want to watch J-Lo every day, all day, keep it going. Maybe she just couldn't get enough.
But it's like, when you the library, you rent a book and you don't bring it back, you get the fees and then it's collection, and then they come after you.
I have 2 library books in the back of my car right now, haven't returned. And my mom works at the library. Oops.
Really?
Yeah, my mom
Oh,
works
so
at
you got the yin.
Syosset Library. Not really.
You don't get the yin, you don't get
No.
the good books?
No, she doesn't hook me up at all. No, I go there and I scare her. That's my favorite thing. When I go to visit her, I like to creep around the library. And then I take like Instagram videos where I'll film her secretly, like a big creep. And then I'll jump up and I'll go, boom! And she'll jump every time. It's really fun.
Wait, so you're actually making noise at a library?
No, I'm really quiet, but I'll only say boo, just to my mom. Yeah,
okay.
that's one of my favorite things to do is to creep my mom out at the library.
All right.
And I try to get everything on video every time I do it.
So, speaking of libraries, we are going to have our next live show on July the 14th, if I'm not mistaken, at the East Middle Public Library. That's www.eastmiddle.info. I think the little stream is tickering at the bottom. We're going to have a raffle. It's a free raffle that we have going on there. We're going to have guest Phil Russert. He's going to be raffling off comics and prints for anybody in the audience. So it's a free event. It's at the East Middle Public Library. That's www.eastmiddle.info. I believe we're still waiting on Tony Atlas. And he I wonder if he's going to come. He's over there. I can see him. I see him. But, oh, look. Speaking of Tony, the other Tony is actually playing the guitar right now. He's performing. Mr. Tony Daniels. Oh, here he is. Here comes Mr. Atlas.
Right.
Mr. Atlas
Cool.
is coming up right now. That is a I think he's a 3-time or 5-time Mr. Atlas as a bodybuilding guy.
Warning, this gentleman has jokes.
Good. Good.
Just remember, no cursing. Please, no cursing.
5 to 10 minutes with this gentleman.
5 to 10 minutes.
5 to 10
Okay.
minutes. Please, no cursing. Please, no cursing. Thank you, Mr. Atlas. You are here with Mark Torres from the Came From the Radio and Mrs. L-Man Jenny Feldy. Look at those guns.
Look at that. Look at that. What are those guns made of? What have you been eating this year?
I eat
Any
anything
special
that
diet?
I eat anything that don't move.
Anything that doesn't move.
That doesn't move. I was raised up a very humble environment where
Wow.
whatever our mother put on the table, we ate. So we didn't say, I don't want this, I don't want that. We were just glad to get something to eat. Don't matter if it's a pot of beans, cabbage, green beans, we just ate. And I'm kind of glad to be raised that way because when you grow up, you don't be picky. Too many people now is picky. I watch people go to the grocery store, they stand there for 20 minutes trying to figure out what to buy because they got so much of a choice. And my mother, whatever she could afford, that's what we ate.
So don't be picky with what you eat, but what are you picky with? Because in order to stand out in this world, you can't just do anything. You have to really pick and choose your destiny. So where would you say that you're picky? Or you just go with the flow, or you will just go with the flow guy? Yeah?
Yeah, just go with the flow. I'm not choices about anything. Well, see, it was the way I was born. It's the reason for how I was born. Do you know my history?
A little bit.
Okay, I'm going to tell you my history.
Do we ever really know anyone?
Okay, well, I'm going to tell you my history. Born in the lost of the desert, my mother died, giving me life. Deprived of the love of a father, blamed for the loss of his wife. You know, Lord, I've been to prison for something that I never done. It been one hill after another, but I climbed them all one by one. But this time, Lord, you gave me a mountain I may never climb, and it isn't a hill any longer. You gave me a mountain this time. My woman tired of the hardship, tired of the hurt and the pain, tired of working for nothing, tired of being my wife. You know, Lord, she took my one greatest sunshine. She took my pride and my joy. She took my reason for living. She took my small baby boy. But this time, Lord, you gave me a mountain I may never climb, and it isn't a hill any longer. You gave me a mountain this time. Now, I sung that song one time for my mom, and my mom said, boy, when I was young, I used to wish that I could sing. But now I have to sit here and listen to you. I wish that you could sing.
I like that. So
that song was sung by Elvis. Elvis, I'm sorry I messed up your song, but as you can see, I'm no Elvis Presley. Swing low.
So you were talking.
Sweet chariot.
You were talking about not being picky with whatever put in front of you, but as a 3-time Mr. Atlas, there has to be some type of a regimen that you go into. So what kind of food or stuff did you do to get into shape and to maintain that shape to win the title?
Well, you see, 50% of what a human being, 50% of what a human being should eat should be fruit and veggies.
Okay.
50%. 30% veggies, 20% fruit. In America, the only thing we don't eat is fruit and veggies. My mother said anything you don't want, just don't take care of it, you won't have it long.
True.
If the average person took care of their house the way they took care of their health, they have no house. If they took care of their car the way they took care of themselves, they have no car.
Well said.
In the Bible, it says self-preservation comes first.
Totally.
So you should take care of yourself. People take care of everything but themselves. They don't care about their health. They don't care what they look like. They don't care about anything about them. You would go through hell and high water for your kids. You would go to hell and high water for your spouse. You would do it even for the neighbor. But when it comes to you, there's a difference. People also have to start believing in themselves. People don't believe in themselves no more. How I know this, I work at a gym, and when a person get up that morning to come to the gym, they stick their key in the ignition. They have no doubt that car going to start, no doubt. They turn the TV on, they have no doubt that TV going to come on. They pick up their cell phone, they have no doubt that cell phone is not going to work. But then I tell them to bench press 200 pounds, the first thing they do, I can't do that. We believe in technology. We don't believe in self. But what we forget, it was a human that created the technology. So little by little, people believe less and less and less and less in themselves. They say they believe in themselves, but as soon as you ask them to do something, it's the first word come out of their mouth, I can't do that.
Yeah.
So we don't have that belief in ourselves that we should have. And that's why people become so dependent on things like drugs,
right?
Like the cell phone. The cell phone is an addiction.
Sure,
If
definitely.
you can't do nothing without a cell phone, you're addicted. You are a slave.
Definitely.
You're a slave to technology. If you can't go to sleep without picking up the cell phone, whatever controls you is your master. I
Definitely.
control every inch of my life. I don't let the cell phone control me. I don't let any machine control me. Even though we live in a world of technology, we all should know it.
Yes.
But we can't put it down.
Beautiful. Yeah, well said. How did you get the self-respect? Because the lack of self-respect is really the reason why so many people, they trash their bodies, they don't set limits with the phone, they don't set limits with people, and they maybe don't set limits with
They don't
me.
like themselves.
Yeah, and where did you get your self-respect
I
from?
like me.
How, your parents? Did
No,
they
you
teach
just like you. It's so simple. If you like you.
Right.
What that song used to be, to learn it to love yourself with the greatest love of all. Most people don't like themselves. I used to date a lot of girls. You would not believe it looking at me now, but I used to have a lot of pretty women in my life. And I used to hear these women, beautiful, natural, beautiful women say these words. I don't have no makeup on. I must look terrible.
I've heard that.
They don't believe in themselves.
Sure.
Anytime you think you need something to make you feel good, you don't feel good.
Yeah, well said.
Yeah, if you need to put on makeup to feel good about the way you look, you don't like the way you look. So if you learn to like yourself, I worked with mentally challenged adults for 10 years. And one of the things that I noticed from working with mentally ill people is the fact that they believe more in themselves than those that's not mentally challenged. We always want to find something wrong with us. We don't believe that in ourselves. And it's sad that we need so much to be happy. And what you only need to get self-respect, nobody gonna respect you until you respect yourself. I was in Guatemala, Central America, and I was dating this young girl. It was just a date. There was no fumbling around, because they was Christian ladies. They did not believe in, doing stuff before you got married.
Amen.
So anyway, I was getting ready to leave, so I wanted to say goodbye to them. I took them out to eat. I bought them clothes. I spent money on them. And the mother said, "You cannot see my daughter." I said, "Why not?" She said, "Because we Christians, and in the Bible said you should not lie."
Okay.
I said, "What I lied about?"
Yeah, what did you lie about?
Yeah, and she said, "When my daughter asked you, were you rich?" Because I was spending so much money on it. And I told her no.
Right.
And I said, "Well, I'm not rich." She said, at that time I was making probably $100,000 a year. This was back in the 70s.
Okay.
She said, "You got a car?" I go, "Yes, ma'am." "A refrigerator?" "Yes, ma'am." "A stove?" "Yes, ma'am." "You got a house?" "Yes, ma'am." She said, "How can somebody have so much and not be rich?" See, in most countries, if you just got the necessity of life, you are rich. If you in America, you can have billions of dollars and not feel secure. So it's not money that make you secure. My wife, I used to complain all the time that I always have to work, always got to go. Where in 2019, my wife had a stroke at 78 years of age. She had a stroke. My wife's been hospitalized for the past 4 years.
Oh, I'm sorry.
She lost her freedom. She don't have the freedom to go to work. She don't have the freedom to eat what she wants. She don't have the freedom to go where she wants. My wife is pretty much incarcerated. A woman that never did nothing wrong to anybody a day in her life is incarcerated right now. Hospitalization is incarceration. And the only thing that my wife got left in this world is my visitation. That's all she got left. So every day, I go to work at 5 o'clock in the morning, I get off at 12, and then from 1 until 7 at night, I go sit at the hospital with my wife.
She's lucky to have you.
But that made me appreciate my freedom to go and do it.
Right.
You may complain that you have to do this, got to go that. What if you had a stroke and you can't go no more?
No, it's a
What
blessing.
if you get hurt?
It's a blessing to have to take care
Yeah,
of.
you can't walk no more.
Right.
You take mentally challenged adults. And now I'm going to say this. I know people don't like politics, but every mass shooting we ever had, not one of them shooters was mentally ill. Not one. How do I know that? Because mentally ill people cannot plan. They do things spontaneously.
I've noticed that.
Where they don't plan.
Okay.
So if these people are able to plan, they're not mentally ill. There have never been anybody with Down syndrome that ever went out and bought a gun and went back and shot somebody.
Huh.
They don't have the ability to do that.
Interesting.
There's two things that been on earth since the beginning of time: good and evil. These are just evil people that want to take their frustration out on someone else. But we want to ignore what caused the problem by diverting the attention from the real problem, which easy access to weapons, and we want to blame mentally ill people for stuff that they have nothing to do with. You go around, anybody got Down syndrome, they can't shoot you. My job was to protect the mentally challenged from the public. But they want to blame these people for every shooting that goes on. And with all the killings going in this world, that means Jesse James, Al Capone, and all these drive-by shootings, are they mentally ill too? No, they're not.
You know, but the only
they're just evil.
And you've seen a murder in Puerto Rico.
I saw Bruce Bowden get stabbed. The guy was not mentally ill. He was not mentally ill though.
The shooter.
He was.
Or the stab.
He was stabbed to death in the.
Why was he stabbed? And you said that you thought
I hate to cut you off, but the handler's telling you that we were out of time. I know I don't want him to get mad at us, but I hate to cut it off. But thank you for that. Thank you, Tony. Quick social media. Where can people plug you? Quick social media. Where can people find you?
Promote yourself.
Social media. Where can people find you? Talk to you. Hear more of your stories.
On what media?
Social media, on the computer and all that stuff.
No, don't put me on that.
None of that stuff. All right, so Mr. Tony Atlas, thank you very much. Sorry to cut you off. I really feel bad.
I want to warn you. You're a nice looking guy, but I'm already married.
Oh man.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
I'm very political, huh?
Not really.
Because I'm old.
I'm a lot more political.
Yeah, all old people are political. Because we got nothing else to talk about.
But I'm old too.
So I apologize for that.
I would have loved to hear more.
We,
See you later.
I was getting yelled at to cut him off. I really feel bad, but sometimes I gotta be the bad guy, and now I'm gay all of a sudden. So I don't know what just happened. I felt bad.
I don't want to cut him off.
I know. I didn't want to cut him off
into
either.
Pieces with one arm.
I did not want to cut him off either. He was preaching. He was really
and
good.
normally I'm the one setting boundaries and say, okay. I was a little afraid.
He was
And I liked the preaching.
Yeah, I did.
Really enjoyed it.
You know, so this actually, I'm gonna throw back to a little history of our show.
Sure.
In all the years of our show, we've only had 2 guests ever that asked the questions ahead of time. we had William Shatner.
Who asked the questions?
Right. So whenever we set up an interview,
Yeah.
his handler, William Shatner's
Oh, they
handler.
wanted the questions ahead
They
of time.
wanted the questions
I actually
ahead
send
of time.
people the questions ahead of time.
But
sometimes.
did they request it?
Yeah.
Oh well, for
No, nobody's requested.
Oh, that's what I'm saying.
But as a courtesy, I'll do it. Yeah.
Well, as you know, I usually kind of just go off the cuff and I like see what you say and then go from
Sure.
there.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
William Shatner, we were allowed 10 minutes.
Okay.
And we had 5. I figured we like 5 questions, and we had to. Those were the exact questions. I had to stick to that, and then we only had a certain amount of time. And when I did the interview, I had my questions. I was reading the questions off, and he went on tangents that were extremely interesting.
Oh.
And I wanted to ask, but I knew I couldn't. And we
Right.
only had 10 minutes, so I know they were gonna cut us off. So that was one. And then we had this girl. What's her name? She did the book The Year of the Buttered Cat. I'm sorry, Lexi Haas. Lexi Haas. She also had asked us the questions ahead of time.
Right.
But she had a reason
Uh-huh.
because she was disabled, and so
Oh,
her
yeah,
mom.
sure.
So she's able to type answers on a board.
Right.
So she wanted the questions ahead of time so she can actually give us her answer to it because she couldn't even speak to us. Her mother was speaking for her.
Oh.
So when she asked me, I was like, you're the only other person that's ever asked her questions ahead of time. She's like, wow, I'm in the same
Yeah, nobody's
veins
asked
as
me.
William Shatner. So this was one of those situations where this guy, Tony Allard, is really interesting.
Very
I want to
interesting.
hear what this guy has to say.
So he wanted to talk, but his
Handler, so I'm throwing the handler under the bus. And his handler was like, he only got time, he got to go. And then,
Interesting. That's kind of
so,
ironic.
That
the actual person wanted to stay, but his handler said no.
Well, so from what I understand, sometimes the handler gets to be the bad guy.
Okay.
So if you're a celebrity,
Right,
you want to have a certain presence, a certain image that you want to keep.
Yeah.
And so let's say that you're the celebrity, people come to get your autograph, what have you.
Right.
I'm the handler. So
Right.
you're talking to somebody, having a conversation. I got a long line.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, sorry, that's it. You got to go.
Yeah, you want to
That-
talk to me is $40.
Right, something like that. Exactly.
Yeah.
So so they do that. So the
Mhm.
handler's the bad guy. So whether he wanted to leave, he didn't want to leave, doesn't matter. His handler's like, let's go. And then we have to keep good graces.
Yeah.
Because then the next time he's gonna be like, well, you guys suck. You didn't keep to your time.
Right. Yeah, it's just interesting.
Unlike.
I don't think
with-
I'll ever have a handler.
Unlike with Tony Daniel.
Yeah.
We had the
Way
longest
over.
2 minutes in history.
Yeah, it was like a 20-minute, 2 minutes.
And it was because it was really interesting.
Yeah, it was.
So
he's a great guest.
So
Very
once again,
interesting, super talented.
It's kind of a weird dichotomy that we just had as on a live stream at the Malverne Comic Fest. We had 2 examples of a situation where the guest was really interesting,
And he didn't want to go.
but when he says time's up, he went woo.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm gonna call this guy gay, and then I'm out.
Yeah, that's basically what happened.
That was-
Yeah, you were like, we gotta go,
So
and
I'm
he's
like-
like, you're gay.
So I'm like, is he now mad at me? Is he gonna kill me outside because I cut him off when he was preaching?
No.
When he was being such an interesting guest.
I guess we'll find out.
Well, yeah. If you don't see me tomorrow, then we'll know.
I liked what he said about his wife. I thought that was really,
Yeah,
I visit my
know.
grandma.
I'm like, I
and
have to
relate
jump
that.
in there. I have to be the bad guy here,
Yeah.
and I have to cut him off.
Because that's a really strong lesson. We're here, there's toys, there's comics, there's celebrities, there's all this noise and whatever. But, when I spend time with like my dog, my autistic stepbrother, my grandma, who I don't think she recognized me yesterday, it's, I mean, my grandma's limited to a chair now. And it's like, it makes me, it just puts things in perspective that I'm so lucky just to walk.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got to cut you off here.
No.
Your manager says we can.
Oh God, no! I don't think I'm ever gonna hire a manager because I don't trust anyone to manage me, and one reason I'm not gonna name who the director is, but
Let's
I was
call
dealing.
him Bob.
I was dealing with the PR person, and she just sent me stupid text messages. I'm like, you know what? I don't even want to deal with the director because your PR person is out of your freaking mind. And if I hire a manager, they're probably going to misrepresent me. Who can better represent me than myself? So I'll probably do like the Bill Murray phone number. I actually made a new
Yeah,
email
that he has a.
where people can write me in questions whenever they want to this special email, and maybe I'll get another phone number, and then I'll just do it myself. Because if I'm going to, piss someone off, I want it to be me. There's enough. I could do that enough myself. You've seen it.
Mm-hmm.
Just,
I have.
just by trying to do my best, I piss people off.
And so those of you who don't know, the little follow-up, Bill Murray, the actor,
Right.
doesn't have an agent.
Supposedly,
He has
yeah.
a phone number that people call for gigs, which he checks every so often.
Amazing, yeah.
And he just shows up whenever he wants to show up. You have no idea if he's going to be in a movie. There's been many times where it's been documented that they say he's hired. They don't hear from him. It's like, is he supposed to show up? I guess so.
Oh,
and
I
then
didn't
he
know
shows
that
up,
part.
yeah. Because he agreed to it, months later. He doesn't have an agent. He's doing other things.
Right.
But he has it on his schedule. I'm going to show up to be on set on this day to be at this movie. But there's no confirmation.
Wow.
And then he shows up because he's
Wow.
a professional.
Oh, I didn't know that part of it.
Yeah. There's
I mean, I'm
there's a
kind of
lot
like that. I
behind
put it
the
on the
scenes.
calendar,
Look-
and maybe
look
I'll
at-
disappear for a week, and I won't check my phone, and then it's like, all right, I'm there, and they're like, we don't know if you were coming, you didn't confirm. It's like, well,
If you, right. Once you say I'm going to
we
be
didn't
there,
agree
that's
to
it.
talk for the 5 days prior every day, did we? Like, I didn't know that I was going to see you on Sunday. Now we talk every single day.
Yeah, to make
My
sure.
God.
Make sure you show up.
Yeah. Well, some people are a little nuts.
So I want to apologize again for those listening. I feel really bad because
No, don't feel bad.
it was a really good
It wasn't our
interview.
fault. It was a great interview. Well, you know what? He's on YouTube. You could see more of him there because he's not allowed to talk to us. So hey,
He's not allowed to mention that he's on social media, or else they're going to be gay. I can't believe I just got called gay by Mr.
I
Mr.
can.
Allen.
I can look at you.
Oh, thanks.
No, I'm just kidding. It's a compliment.
Okay.
Gays are well dressed. Straight men are really not.
Is that what happened?
Yeah, you're
I'm
probably
I'm
so
well-dressed now.
well-dressed that he thought, there's no way this guy could be a heterosexual. I mean, that's what I think about you. Every time I see you, I'm like, there's no way. I mean, look at this shirt.
Yes, that's that.
And no heterosexual would wear this shirt.
I've been wearing this
Not
for
at all.
years.
Well, I mean, I'm just telling you my inside thoughts on the outside. Inside thoughts on the outside at Malverne Comic Con
Oh,
today.
man.
I don't know what we're talking about. I don't know.
Malverne Comic Fest. We're at the Comic Fest.
Do
not
I
the
ever know where
Comic-Con.
we are? No.
You just show up. That's all.
I show up. I have
That's
the
fine.
questions. I have my brain, and Mark knows the names of things and people. Okay.
So yes, we are here at the Malverne Comic Fest. We are live
FestCon,
streaming.
blah, blah.
We have the show
the
floor is
difference?
going on from 10 to 5.
No,
we
actual
have,
question. Is there a difference between a fest and a con?
Yes.
What's the difference?
I think it has to do with the size, and also I know for a fact that the word Comic Con is a legal entity, and you
Oh.
can't use it
What?
without paying the fee. So,
But Cradle Con, not Cradle Fest.
but it's not called Cradle Comic Con
Okay, I see.
because con is short for convention.
Okay.
So, here we go. There you go.
Listen, you have
There
like
go.
a 96-year-old.
It's a compliment, Mark. It's Pride Month.
It
so
is
for
Pride Month,
Month,
so
I've
I'm
been out
gay. I'm gay all
complimented.
June.
I'm now
I'm celibate and gay.
Mr. Atlas called me.
What do you guys think of celibacy? I'm thinking about doing a 12-month celibacy.
That really threw me.
Really?
It threw me. I did not expect to be called gay today. When I got up this morning.
People think I'm gay all the time. No, really, it's not a joke.
So, Comic Con.
I'm a little gay.
Was the term used by the San Diego Comic Con? They trademarked it, if I'm not mistaken. And then I think it was you couldn't be like East Coast, West Coast. You couldn't use the name Comic Con. You can have a convention, comic fest. You can have whatever, but you cannot have it called Comic Con. And then New York Comic Con came along, and then it was a kind of an unofficial. Oh, is that?
Sorry.
You asked.
Oh, no. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, Mark. I'm interested. I really am. I'm just busting your chops.
So yeah, so then when New York Comic Con came along, it was a big contention. Like, could they use the name? And it was never like, I don't think it was like an official legal thing. It was more like an understood legal thing
I see.
that you can't use that term. But then
I'm
they
learning.
relented, and now they will use the term Comic Con. So Comic Fest is a smaller because it's a festival,
I
not a
see.
convention.
All right.
That's the actual answer.
I'm learning a lot. I came here a year ago. I didn't know anything. And nothing. I didn't know what a Funko Pop was. I didn't know who people were. I pissed people off because I didn't know who they were. But now I know a lot more. I've learned a lot about the comic book world, and it's very interesting. And I'm very gracious that they welcome me with mostly open arms.
So from last year to this year,
Yeah.
do you see an improvement? Do you see any differences? Because I wasn't here. I just sent you.
Improvement,
I sent you on a report. Go cover this convention.
You know
and you
what?
handled it well.
I've
You did a well
pretty much
job.
only walked from my car into the stage and brushing my teeth and back, so I really haven't seen what's been going on here because I'm
You didn't
kind
walk
of
through, and you didn't see
There's a
awesome
lot
raffle
more
stuff that they
going
have
on
going
here.
on.
There's a lot more going on here. That's for sure. It's more upbeat. People are more
You
excited.
didn't see the cars.
No.
We have a filmmaker who's coming over. TS filmmaker. They make Bronx Tale. They're Bronx filmmakers.
All right.
They're coming up. They have a new movie which is filming.
Are they coming up right now?
I believe they're coming up right now.
Okay.
That's TS, TESS, Tess.
Okay. Hello,
Is it
hello?
Tess or is it TS?
We'll find out.
That's the guest seat. Yeah, you're right there. That's the guest seat. That's your mic. That's your headphones.
She can bite.
Wait. You are.
TS.
Okay. Sorry, we just handed this.
No, TS, Bronx filmmaker. If you don't
They
want to
can-
mention the Bronx Tale, I mean,
They
I
can
was
they
in
can
that.
still hear you even though you can't hear that you're on. We can hear you. We're live, so it's all good. It's all good. We're live. It's all fine. We're live on tape. You're on. It came from the radio. It's for sure. The Back
So
Up Con. We're here
TS,
live.
You're here.
We're here
Okay.
live at the Malverne Comic Fest, and we're here with TS.
And
Say
we're gonna
hi.
We're going to learn about what you do right here. Who are
Yes.
you? What do you do?
So
What
you have
brings
you have a
here?
table at the Malverne Comic Fest. You're a filmmaker, right?
Yes.
Fill me in. I'm clueless. Tell me, what are you doing, young man? What are you doing at the Malverne Comic Fest? Not con. I thought it was a con. What do I know?
Well, I'm a filmmaker from the Bronx, born and raised, still living there.
All right.
Did a few movies back in the days, Bronx Tale, New York Undercover, Law and Order. But then I wrote, direct, produced 2 movies, Seton Falls Park, Orchard Beach, and I'm currently in pre-production for my new movie that I'm going to be filming November.
November.
Yeah.
And what's 214?
It's called 214. It's,
it's called
Valentine's Day.
Valentine's Day.
So
I
I'm
actually
call
like
it
Valentine's
214.
Day.
Yeah.
Are you a
It's a
fan of
s-
Valentine's Day?
What's that?
Are you a fan of Valentine's Day?
I'm single, so.
I don't know. Even when
It's
I'm single,
Singles
for some
Awareness
reason,
Day.
I like it.
Singles
Yeah, well,
Awareness
I-
Day.
There's a lot of comedy potential too.
What?
On Valentine's Day, because I like as a stand-up and just someone who likes comedy, I love to just mock and philosophize about relationships. So there's so much material there for me. So I always get
Oh.
excited whether I'm really single and sending videos of me dressed like a man on Valentine's Day to exes, which I did that one year. I dressed up as a man, made a character,
Really?
and
I gotta
so
see
all
that
the
picture.
guys that I knew hated my sense. There's 3 guys that didn't like my sense of humor. I sent them video of me dressed as a man and creeped them out. I was like, I know you're not gonna like this.
People who don't have a sense of humor suck. I'm sorry.
I know they really do.
Yeah.
They
well,
really
this
do.
one is a psychological thriller.
Tell us about it, please.
So it's about a guy who goes on a date, and when he's walking back to his car, he gets robbed by 2 guys, and then when he looks up, the girl was in on it as a setup.
Ah.
So now what he does is, it's 10 years later, he's
Mhm.
going on social media,
Mhm.
and he looks for girls that are gold diggers,
Mhm.
sets them up for a date, but what he does is he uses fake profiles,
Okay.
which is like getting catfish, right?
Sure.
So what he does is he tells the females, meet me at a certain restaurant, which is expensive, and the
Mhm.
girl's like, wow, we're gonna be eating over there. He's like, yeah, but listen, the maitre d's gonna come out, he's gonna take you to the back way, and she thinks, oh my God, you really own this place or something? He's like, yeah,
Right.
listen, I got money like that. So when he goes there, the maitre d is him,
I see.
and when they walk to the back alley, dead.
Wow.
Yeah, and I'm playing the detective.
So what inspired this? Were you catfished? Is this inspired by real events or totally fictional?
I just have a sick, twisted mind.
What do you think of gold diggers?
I've dealt with them.
Can you tell us a little story?
I don't think anybody would be like, I love gold diggers. I don't think there'd be
People
anyone
have
in the
personal
world.
feeling. I have personal
Right.
feelings against them.
Well, yeah, I mean,
We all have our
so
experiences.
I'll give you an example, right?
Yeah,
and I'm not trying to brag or boast about
Okay,
it, but
sure.
I have a brand new Mercedes
Okay.
convertible.
Okay.
So I'll tell you a funny story. I went into, it may not be funny, but I think it was funny. I went to a supermarket, all right, local supermarket. I go there, pick up groceries. I see a girl, and she's reaching, like trying to stretch to grab a box of cereal. So I go and grab the cereal, and she goes, oh my God, thank you. I said, what do you mean thank you? She goes, you saw I was struggling. I said, no, I eat Cheerios. And she goes, oh, you, I said, I'm just playing. So I gave her the box, whatever.
Nice.
So we go.
Chivalry's not dead.
Right. So I go to pay for my groceries, and I see her like two whatever cashiers down, and then I said, do you need me to lift you up to swipe your card as a joke, right? And she
right.
goes, no, I'm good. So as I'm walking out, I said, you think I could get your number? She said, I'm married. I said,
But
well,
not
next
after
time
she
your
saw your
husband,
car.
I said, well, next time your husband should be here
Right.
instead of probably staying home. He goes, yeah, he's playing video games. I said, well, I can't be here the next time to reach the box of cereal, whatever. So I go
Right.
outside, I go to my car, and as I'm driving up, she goes, hey. I said, yeah. She goes, that's you? I said, me what? She goes, that's a nice car. I said, thanks. She goes, oh, by the way, I'm single.
She just got divorced. She texted him and she got divorced along the way. That's
so
what
I
happened.
said, but I thought you were married. You know, she tells me, well, you know how guys are. And I said, well, you know what? I don't date liars. And I took off.
Yeah, that's the way it has to be.
Yeah, that
I
is a funny
actually
story.
have that. I drive a Mercedes, and I've seen men and women totally respond differently. Because I'm 38 now, but when I was
You don't look 38.
Thank you. When I was 32, and I looked even younger, so people thought I was like 19. People would think when I was 31 that I was skipping high school. So, and I remember I was shooting a show with a girl. I'm not going to say her name, but
We'll call her
she
Sally.
was treating me horribly. And then one day I went to the city with my host, and we were going to pick her up. And as soon as she saw my car, oh my God!
Why? What is it about?
It's a leased Mercedes, which is it's not that important. And Mercedes is a dime a dozen. It doesn't really matter.
I've never. Let me. And I said.
I
this
mean,
from-
I got the special treatment, and it was
It's
sickening.
always like, yeah.
Sickening.
I drove a Corolla, and I had a meeting with a producer that was interested in funding my film. We walked over to my car. I said, "You want to ride?" He said, "Oh, sure," because he didn't want to take the train. He saw my car. He said, "That's your car." I said, "He goes, that's okay. I'll just take a Uber." I said, "All right, no problem."
Whoa.
Right? So he said, "Just want to let you know, you should step up your game if you're a filmmaker." And I said, "Wow." So eventually, when I ended up getting my car, I got my car for business because I guess that's what you're supposed to. It's weird.
Does
it's
it
weird.
actually help? Have you found that it helps you at all?
It's been helping.
Really?
Well, I don't ask anybody for money, but
right.
they look at you very differently.
It's easier to give somebody money who you think has money than somebody who wants
Yes.
True.
So when you see me, now it's wait, I really want to invest with you. Because now if I pulled up in, I'm not going to sham nobody's car, but if I pulled up in a jalopy and I said, listen, I'm really trying to do something with my life, they're going to look at it and say, oh, look at this guy, look what he's got.
See, it wouldn't be
when you already
not
have
for me.
something, you have something nice. And I say this respectfully too,
Yeah.
you're gorgeous.
Thank
You could drive a Pinto and probably pick up anybody. Me, I'd have to freaking drive a Bentley with
Well, it's double
all these
standard
rims.
for men and women.
Yeah,
It's
well.
totally different for men and women. It is the case.
I have to drive a rainbow car now.
But I will say, when I got into stand-up, there was the rumor about me was that I think someone tried to spread a rumor that I'm a slut, but I'm not, so it didn't stick. And then I saw that the rumor changed to I'm OCD, so I'm like, which is it? I'm touching everyone, not touching. And then I hear she thinks she's hot, and I'm rich, and I'm like, I'm not rich. Like if you look at my bank accounts, especially 2 years ago, no. But because I drive a leased car.
Right.
People are crazy, and stand-up people are the craziest.
Well, I gotta hear you do stand up because
You can't do it
I've
here.
seen
It's
no,
really
I mean I've seen
Very,
beautiful
very,
women
very
do
blue.
stand up, but
It's like one of the most crazy stand-up. July 11th, they said I can do anything, so I
Yeah.
will be doing anything. July 11th in Long Beach. I'll have the address.
Yeah, let me know. I'll
in
definitely go.
October, someone just tried to book me on a show the 22nd, the 29th. I'm getting back into it. I can't even say my set list because all the words are inappropriate.
Now,
Very inappropriate.
have you ever thought about getting into movies?
I'm in movies. I'm in several movies. I just shot one. I'm still recovering.
She got
from one last
murdered.
week. I got murdered in one I can't tell the name of it, but I'm in a bunch of movies.
I'm casting for a lead detective female.
That was my first role. It was an FBI agent, Jamie Fitzgerald. There was even a book that I wrote.
Wow.
That's the first. So the detective is for which movie is that?
That's for 214.
Oh, okay.
That's my new one. Yeah.
Hey, check my reel. Check
Yeah.
me out.
And you do not. I mean, I don't know it's
I'm like a
video
detective.
or audio, but you do not look 38. If I tell you my
Can
age, you
only
probably
tell.
fall off the chair.
Let me see. Well, let me see.
All right.
I'm gonna-
She's actually good at studying faces.
I'm
We
very
actually talked
good.
about that she has that there's the face that you remember you were talking about that the other day
Yeah,
about
I
the
analyze
different
faces big
faces.
time.
Yeah, analyze faces. There we go.
Maybe 42. You're
No.
not 50. You're not a young 50, are you? Oh, you look really
48.
good for 50.
Yeah,
okay.
48.
Look at
You
that.
should use some skin cream. I'm telling you. I'm
Like
not saying because you look
no,
bad.
I
I'm
do.
telling
I
you
do.
to
I just
preserve it.
started the eye thing on the bottom.
Use like, you know what I do, and I noticed this helps because I've been doing this for like the last like year and a half. It's a really weird thing, but I'm telling you it works. As soon as I get a shower, your face is still moist. I slap on like 4 or 5 layers of serums and lotions, and it just like absorbs in. And I gotta tell you, it's definitely working.
I've never really used any cream except for.
I'm just trying to save your face, bro.
No, listen, I'll whatever I can get, but I just thought friends. Like I
I'll
have
hook you up.
cousins and stuff. I
Okay.
appreciate that.
I'll
She
tell you
told me
what I
she
use.
put these little things on, so I put it on.
All over.
No, but I forgot that I had them.
Yeah.
And usually if I'm a big diehard Yankee fan, so if there's a Yankee Red Sox game on, I usually have friends come over to the house. I forgot that I had.
Oh, that's funny.
So we're taking pictures and everybody's laughing. I'm like, why is everybody laughing? Sure enough, I see they post on Facebook. I had the damn thing because what happens is after a few, you don't feel it.
Yeah.
It's literally
Yeah.
just it's on you. You don't even
Self-care, whatever.
Yeah.
It's
Oh, I
like-
don't care. I don't. Yeah, but the only thing was, my cousin who gave it to me was all sparkly, so it was yeah. You know what? As long as
Whatevs. I like to
It
see
takes
people
care-
taking care of themselves.
Yeah.
Okay, so these movies you're working on. So can
Mhm.
you tell us? Okay, we got the 214.
Right.
Now Orchard Beach, is that out?
Yeah, so Seton Falls Park is my first movie. It's
Okay.
it's almost like a Friday the 13th. It was based on a true story.
Oh.
Or it's an urban legend. I wrote this movie when I was 11
Okay.
because I went to junior high school in the Bronx, and it was about this old man in the woods, and he would torture the females, and he would chop off men's private part.
Because he wanted to collect them and look at them?
He was just a sick person, you know.
Reminds me of Gender Bender. You ever hear of that?
No.
I shot a bunch of shorts with a really impressive, I find him to be one of the best directors I've worked with, Richard Lampone. He made a feature, Gender Bender, Gilbert Gottfried's in it, all these famous people are in
Well,
it. I only shot shorts with him. But it's a funny movie, but it's about these men.
Gender bender.
Gender Bender, it's a comedy.
Oh no.
But
I would
these
hope so.
men, their private parts turn into women.
Oh, all
Their
right.
genders
So I got
bend.
it.
I
Yeah.
think he's making a second one.
Well, I watched. What was that one? That sick one. Caterpillar or
Human Centipede?
Oh my God.
Why do I know this?
I only heard Howard Stern talk about it for 20 minutes, and I was nauseous for days. I never saw it.
Well,
Just a description.
well, I would. So when COVID hit, I watched everything that was on Netflix. Everything was on Hulu, whatever. Name it. I watched it.
Right.
So my brother calls me up and says, "You got." I said, "All right, I'll watch it, but you got to come to my house." But obviously with COVID,
Hold my
nobody was in.
hand.
So I sat there and watched it.
Did you hold hands?
No, I watched it by myself. My brother. Nobody could go anywhere. Everybody was
Right, right,
scared about it, but
Right.
I watched it, and I was just amused.
Amused.
It didn't bother me because obviously I've seen the special effects, how stuff does
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
But wow, that it was just a sick. And I'm sorry, but I think of sick things. Whoever thought about this, I just want to know, because then they make like 3 of them or 2
I think
of them.
so. I actually saw the original suit at one of the cons. I saw the actual suit, and my friend like dressed up in it and took all these pictures.
Right. Yeah, it's just like, so the lead person eats and
Yes.
it goes through the
It's
whole.
so bizarre.
Yeah, it's.
It's no
Yeah.
thanks.
And then I did Orchard Beach. So if you're in the Bronx, I don't know if you know about Orchard Beach.
Mm-mm.
You heard of Orchard Beach there, buddy?
I have.
What's one thing you don't do in Orchard Beach?
You don't go in the water.
Exactly.
Why? Why? Dirty?
Dirty.
Yeah.
So you could go in there
You can catch
ankle.
stuff.
Yeah, you can go in there ankle deep and you won't see your feet. So this
Yeah.
one is if you go in the water, you become a zombie.
Okay.
So it's a zombie
these
movie.
movies are on Tubi, Amazon.
No,
DVD,
so
movie theaters?
I had to pull them off because I'm in the middle. Can't talk about.
Distribution.
Yeah, but
Could you send them to me when you can so I can watch some of your
so
work?
I have. I think I have a few DVDs. I mean that's I just told you my age, but I have DVDs.
No, I have DVD.
You didn't
Yeah.
say you have a VHS. That's
No,
what.
but I actually
DVDs
still
are
have
still
I do have a VCR in my house.
Oh, really?
You know, the other day was a VCR day or something I heard.
What? All right.
But I do have a few copies I'll give you.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
wanna see.
I don't know if I have Orchard Beach copies. I may. I don't know.
Oh, well, wait. Keep
But
the
I'll
people
get you this
waiting.
one, and then I'm gonna go to your show and I'll bring you that one. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, prepare to don't. If you get easily offended, do not
I-
come.
no, trust me, I
He
don't-
does not seem like a person that gets easily offended.
Me, I don't get
No,
offended
I
at
actually
all.
did a show at Governor's. It was a comedy contest, but I can't say why, but I knew I wouldn't win because one of the judges basically asked me out, and all I said was, well, I don't really hang. He said, we don't really hang out. I said, I don't really hang out. I'm kind of like my dad. I'm not really a hanger-outer. And it wasn't turning down anything. I like to do productive things. We're
Right,
doing
of
something
course.
productive. So I knew, well, he's not going to pick me. So I said, you know what? It's the one comedy show I went in with the intention of provoking the audience. I said, I'm not going to win this contest anyway. I'm already in it. And I was provoking energy. Usually I want to have fun. That's really my energy.
course.
And I heard from a comedian sitting, there was a table that said, I guess she has a fan at my friend who was laughing, dying laughing at me.
Right.
And then they told him to stop laughing. So that's how much I guess I can upset people, but very uptight. But other people were laughing.
Well, maybe because they would think somebody, and I'm not trying to say, but maybe they don't think that somebody like you would probably say the things you would say versus.
You know what? I think a lot of people don't understand, and to me, a lot of comedians' definition of a comedian, and mine as well, is that a comedian says the things that you're not supposed to say.
Right.
And this is someone who's saying things you're not supposed to say, and it's acting. It's not preaching. This is not a TED Talk. But back to you. I want to get back to your film. So we're going to wrap up. We got to wrap up, what, in a minute?
Yeah, 1 minute.
We got 1 minute.
Okay.
So final thoughts, promote yourself. I guess no more questions for me. Tell us where we
website,
can find
social
you.
media,
Website,
all that
social
stuff.
Yeah,
media,
you could get.
promote yourself.
Well, if you want to reach me on my IG, my Instagram, it's bx_filmmaker_23,
Okay.
or maybe there is no underscore. Just once you start typing, it'll come out.
Okay.
And Facebook is TEE and then ESS.
Okay. TEESS.
Yeah.
For Orchard Beach, Seton Falls Park. The name is 214.
Yes.
Coming out. Maybe I'll be in it. I got to audition. We have to see if I have the chops. We'll see.
Yes.
So maybe I'll audition and he can laugh at me because my auditions are usually pretty cringy and weird.
Well, I don't know because the detective, she's supposed to be like sarcastic. She's supposed to
cool.
be very so. You could probably fit that.
Sweetheart, maybe I could do like an old lady detective.
Nah, you're gonna nah.
Like, oh, it's Valentine's Day. Why can't we just have more love in the air?
Right.
I love love and I love lamp and I love you and I love you, but we have to get you out of here because Mark said so.
Yeah, we're out
I'm
of
getting
time.
kicked out. but
Yes.
Thank you.
I didn't
Thank you,
say it.
TS. Really
Mark said
appreciate
it.
it. This is
appreciate
not the manager. We have his
What's
time
the
limit.
bad
Oh, listen,
guy
you gotta do what you have to do. It's fine.
Well, thank you very much. Really appreciate you
you
coming
very
out. Make
much.
sure you
Thank
check
you.
out
Can't wait to
TS
see
and
your
watch
stuff.
his movies.
Yes, I
And
appreciate
I'll
it.
have more to say because I haven't seen it. So. Nice to meet you.
Same here.
Ah, so that was
Very
TS,
interesting.
filmmaker,
TS.
Bronx filmmaker, Bronx born and raised filmmaker.
Don't go swimming in the Bronx.
Gonna cast you in his movie
Maybe.
as the lead or the detective, which
Maybe.
he did say if you go rewind it that he was a detective in the movie. So now he just recasts himself because he wants you to be in his movie.
I did not catch that.
I
Maybe
did
there's
catch
two
that.
detectives.
He said, maybe you're the partner. Maybe you'll be the partner.
Maybe there's two detectives.
Maybe.
Oh, we have another guest,
And
which
we
I
have
researched.
Mr. Brett.
Yes, Brett
Azar.
Azar. Sit down, enjoy yourself. This is your mic, you know the deal. Hello.
Hello, hello.
We are
Hello,
with
Brett. How are
Azar.
you doing today? Get the headphones on. Make sure you can hear us. Can you hear us well?
I can hear you.
This is Mark Torzo that came from Rio. This is my co-host, L-Man Jenny Feldy. She was actually here last year interviewing people at the Malverne Conflicts, which we are live now for a second year in a row. First I have to ask, because you actually did play the Iron Sheik, and of course he passed away just recently. Did you actually get a chance to meet him? Did you get a chance to work with him?
We Skyped together. He was, for the past 3 years, he hasn't left his house much.
Wow.
So it was, it was coming, and that unfortunately happened.
You do a great impression of him.
Yes, thank you, Baba.
It's pretty dead on. It's a little
but
eerie.
It had to be. It's what NBC required of.
Well, some people can't do it. And you did it.
Well, I wouldn't have gotten the job if I couldn't.
Yeah, I guess
You know,
so.
it was a requirement.
Yeah, well, I see crappy castings all the time. But I heard you say in an interview that he kind of let go of his health, but you really watch your health. You don't drink.
No, I don't drink, don't smoke.
Right.
I'm a gym rat.
So now I used to teach fitness, and I also act, and there's a lot of things I sacrifice. I used to almost compete, so I relate to a lot of things that you've said. What things have you sacrificed or cut out in your life to reach the levels you've reached? You've really fulfilled a lot of your dreams. So
I don't see it as cutting anything out.
I knew you were going to say that. But what things do you not do? There's certain things you not do, and what do you not do?
Well, I guess what would annoy a normal person, like
Exactly.
what annoys my wife,
Okay.
is that if I don't have a good workout, then the rest of the day doesn't happen. You know what I mean?
Because you like
if
addicted
she
to
wants
it?
to do something,
Yeah.
I can't do it until I get my workout in.
I used to be like that.
And it's a psychosis at this point.
Yeah, I used to be like that until about 2 or 3 years ago. And now I don't know. But okay, so now you played young Terminator, and I brought these. Now, I did a little research on you. This was kind of your wardrobe on set. I want to know,
All right.
was it this size sock or was it this size sock? Because you were basically naked in the film, which I did not see.
You can Google
I
it.
need
There's
to.
There's a good
Which one?
paparazzi photo.
It was Johnny and Clyde.
You have to answer.
It was actually a nude-colored pantyhose.
Oh, you
So
wore
it
that the
looked-
whole time.
It looked a little more like that size.
Gotcha.
Are
But
we
yeah, you
discussing
can-
Johnny and Clyde?
No,
No,
that was a different movie.
The young
We're
Terminator.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're
right.
discussing when I fought Arnold
Arnold,
Schwarzenegger
okay, okay.
wearing nothing but a
All right.
sock.
Okay.
Right.
And it was
Gotcha.
a nude-colored pantyhose, so it was very tight and didn't hide anything anatomically,
Wow.
which you think Hollywood would give you, like, you know, a little nice cloth or something that
I
would.
wouldn't think that.
Well, the other actor, the actor who played Kyle Reese,
Yeah.
Jai Courtney, got this nice, like, triangle
Oh.
strapped up piece that didn't expose much. And
But
here
maybe
I
they
am.
wanted to see more of you, and maybe that's a compliment.
Maybe they did. Maybe they did. It was just,
Yeah.
you know,
You gotta flaunt it.
when you're running towards Arnie and pretending to be shot with a shotgun, and so you're moving around.
Yeah.
Everything is moving around.
Sure.
Yeah. And when you do a perfect take of a fight scene, and the director yells "cut" and says, "All right, back to ones," and you're like, "What was wrong with that one?"
I
He
know.
goes, "There was shadow of
I know,
a
it's
certain
just
body
happened.
part
Yeah.
that we had. You have to move your legs differently." I was like,
Oh.
"You can CGI my face, but you can't CGI a shadow."
Right. So question, so since you do a lot of roles showing your body, as I relate to as well, how do you get your confidence up where you feel secure on set? Are there like mantras? Or there's music to listen to? Is workout plan? Does it just happen?
Well,
Does your wife, psych you out?
In college, I did theater,
Okay.
and behind the scenes about college theater, when you have to do a wardrobe change, everyone just gets behind the curtain or
Right.
gets in the green room, gets naked, and
Right,
changes.
right.
So you kind of lose the whole "I'm naked in public" mentality about
Okay,
it. It's you're working.
Right.
And then on top of that, I was competitively bodybuilding. So you walk out on stage in a banana hammock,
Right.
and
You're just used to it.
yeah, you
Were
get.
you ever insecure, like initially getting into it? Did you have a point where you're like, I'm basically naked in front of people? Was there ever an insecurity or shame?
It was when at the peak of my I wouldn't say insecurity, but uncomfortableness.
Yeah.
Is when you're standing over Arnold Schwarzenegger. It's like and he's on the ground and you're standing in front of him with nothing but a sock on.
You know what though? I feel like he would be reassuring and comforting though.
We didn't break eye contact. That's for sure. And then when it was now whenever he sees me, he does this ongoing joke every time. He goes, "Brett, I don't recognize you. You're wearing too much clothing."
Oh my goodness.
So it's every
Oh my
time
goodness.
spot on.
Do you have a I can keep going.
I saw Johnny and Clyde. So
Okay.
my
You did.
yes.
I'm sorry.
No, actually, you know
Yeah.
what? I gotta tell you honestly, when I started the movie, I was like, what the hell is this? But it won me over. It really did. I'm like, this is just ridiculous, off the wall. And the
It's
fact
trippy.
that,
It's
Megan Fox is in it.
Megan
you're
Fox is in
in
it,
it.
which is why I wanted to see it. Like, I gotta see Megan Fox. And then I was like, hey, I know that guy. Hey, he's going to be at this convention. Like, it was so weird seeing you in there. And then you didn't have any speaking roles.
No.
You were just there, and then there was a lot of you there, and then you were doing some stuff, and then stuff happened. I don't know if I want to get spoilers of what happens to your character, or what happens to all the characters except for one person.
Right.
It was just crazy, and I was like, this is really a fun movie. Were you having as much fun on that set as it appeared that everybody else was?
Megan is actually really, really cool. A lot of people think she's a total bitch. Super cool. So I did have a lot of fun because I was just basically naked around her the entire time. But she was cool about it, and
It's work.
it's work, but it also, like, behind the scenes. She has 3 sons who are gorgeous, and they have long hair and they look like her.
Wow.
So when I complimented her 3 sons, I said, "Your daughters are gorgeous." She goes, "Daughters?"
Oh my
I
goodness.
went, "Oh no,
Oh.
Are you really, really,
Oh.
really?" So that was fuck up number 1.
Uh-oh.
Fuck up number 2. The next day, I came in with a box of cookies for her sons, and
What, are they gluten-free?
no, they were full on, like, junk food, half-pound bodybuilder cheat meal
but the
cookies.
kids are not allowed to eat it. I don't know.
They were allowed to, but I left the box in the room with the kids, and Megan comes at me at the end of the day and she goes, "All right, so the next time you do that, you're going to be the nanny because those kids are on the ceiling right now."
Yeah.
And it's all
I
your
would be
fault.
upset too. Yeah, I'm a bit strict with
And
that.
So she gave me a lot of shit.
Nice
for that.
intentions,
It was
though.
fun. It was fun. And then Machine Gun Kelly made a surprise visit.
Okay.
And apparently my wardrobe wasn't disclosed to him.
Oh.
So
Wow.
we're in the middle of a scene and Megan's on her phone and she's like, she looks at her phone, she reads something, she looks at me, she looks at her assistant, she goes, when, where, looks back at me, looks back at the phone. I was like, "What's up?" And they're like,
What?
"We gotta hide you." And I was like, "Oh, that's cool."
Why though?
Well, that was the shower scene when she was
Dude,
sitting
he's
there and just
chill.
watching you two of you, you and your co-star.
They just didn't want any tension
Hide
with
you.
Colton at all.
Oh my goodness.
They didn't. They were nervous about if he would be okay
Well,
with
you know, it's
me.
good that they're not together because if
They're
he can't
are
deal,
they not together? I didn't know
yeah,
that.
no, there was a big. I don't know because I don't, but this is the big rumors online, which I barely pay attention to. But the rumor is that
It was big enough that you
they
know.
broke up, and then she unfollowed everyone,
Oh,
and
I
then
saw
followed his nemesis Eminem, which I love.
I saw that. I saw
hilarious.
that. They
That's
got back
hilarious.
together after that.
I don't know.
That was.
I don't
they did.
trust anything I read online.
But
I don't know.
if they're together or not, I'm on her side because she's cool.
Right.
So what was the casting process like that for that movie? When you read the script, you're like, all right, this is my part. This is crazy. Like, what did you think? And did the movie come out to be what you thought it was going to be? Because I know a lot of movies are shot out of order. You don't know exactly what you're getting into.
Mm-hmm.
Was it what it came out?
You're absolutely right. It was totally shot like the part of the movie that I shot. I didn't even know the other storyline.
Oh, okay.
I
So you
only
had no idea about the criminals
yeah.
and the. All right.
I didn't have all the Johnny and Clyde stuff. I just had the scenes with me and Megan. So
That's crazy.
I watched the film for the first time in its entirety as what the story was. I was like, well, this is different.
Interesting. I relate to that. It's going to happen to me from the movie I just shot. I don't know the rest of it.
Yeah.
I only know my scenes.
Right.
I'll find out.
But I didn't have to audition for that. That
Okay.
was one of those direct calls like, "Hey, Brett, we got a great role for you, and we need your
Great.
body."
That's the best.
Got it. Okay.
So-
I'm in.
So I listened to an interview and you said that you wanted to grow up and be like the hero, basically like become a father figure and, do the right thing and be the good guy.
Yeah,
No, I relate to that. Like what type of morals do you really
Well,
hold
there's
strong now?
there's an intense, serious backstory to that.
Okay.
My father was a bad guy.
Okay.
And he murdered my little sister when I was young. So my mother and I started from nothing.
Wow.
And we had to, when we went to the trial,
Mm-hmm.
my father's family ransacked our house So
Wow.
they literally took everything from my mom.
And you saw it. You
Yeah.
saw this happen.
Yeah, I was a toddler. So I grew up in therapy because they all thought that I was going to be like a bad guy, like my
Right.
father,
You can go different ways with that.
abusing everyone
Sure.
and whatnot. And we had to move back with my grandparents because again we had nothing. And my grandfather was a traveling salesman, so he wasn't around. So it was just my mom and my grandmother with no real father figure. But my grandfather had a collection of Arnold Schwarzenegger movies.
Okay.
And even at that age, like we're talking like before kindergarten, I was watching Schwarzenegger movies.
I was like, that was Seagal. Steven Seagal. And I tried to
I
change
don't
my
know,
name
is
on
that
Facebook.
not a good thing?
It's not the same way. It's not the same thing at all. It's two different things.
So
Two
it's very different.
things.
It's very different.
I followed
but
my career
continue.
to Steven
But-
Seagal.
Very
No,
different.
no.
So growing up,
Above the
I
law.
said I'm going to be Arnold Schwarzenegger. Like I'm going to be.
And you did.
And I did. It's like total manifestation.
It really
the
is.
universe.
Do you believe in that? The
The
manifestation?
I used to listen to The Secret every day.
Really?
Every day I would listen to The Secret.
And do you find that today, like I'll find that he knows this because hears my stories. I'll decide something at 12 o'clock, at 2 o'clock, I'll get the offer. Like exactly. I'll be like, oh, an onion with a pineapple on the side. And literally I'll get that specific.
Oh, it happens all the time. And
Yeah.
it's big on, like I'm a big believer on if you can visualize it,
Yeah.
then it will happen. It doesn't, you're not in control of when.
Right.
You just know that it will.
Right.
And if you have faith that it will, and you can clearly see it happening in your mind, it'll happen.
Just to fill in the listener in case they don't know, so you wanted to become Arnold, and then you ended up being
I had
young Arnold
Arnold's
in a
posters all over my wall. I'd watched the Terminator.
and you
at least,
became the Terminator, and maybe
and I
you'll be cast
literally
as another
became-
one in the future. Maybe they'll make a character for you.
I would.
Maybe
That'd be a dream on top of a dream.
it might happen. I don't know.
I'm just trying to get on Fubar season 2.
Okay.
Did you see the
Because,
first season?
Oh, I binged it, man.
It was awesome.
It took just one night, you know. I actually got to go to the red carpet for that event, which was Arnold invited me out there, and really cool. To
I
walk
find him
through.
so inspiring. Like I remember, I read some quote online. It's like, while you guys are out there partying, I'm getting stronger, I'm getting faster.
Oh, yeah.
And I remember I was disabled for 2 years, and I read that, and it's like, all right, you know what? Let's just focus. Why would I go out to dinner? You know, I want to just get better.
Mhm.
It's exciting. So,
No, his philosophy on life is
what are some of your philosophies on life?
pretty much the same as his. Ultimately, like I want to reach my goal and know that everything that was given to me was not done by myself, but done by a community, and I have to be thankful and appreciative of everyone who helped me get there, and then give back.
Yeah.
So I want to fill my cup and then pour it out
Same.
once it's full.
Any
you know?
plans that you can share on how you're going to give back, or things that are really important to you? As far as making an impact?
Well, my sister was murdered.
Right.
And it was part of a shaken baby situation. So
Oh, wow.
anything with shaken baby syndrome, I want to boost. And then I personally suffer from ulcerative colitis.
Wow.
And I've been hospital. I just actually got out of the hospital like 2 days ago, and I'm not supposed to be here.
Oh no.
Well, we
anything
appreciate you getting here.
with ulcerative colitis or Crohn's disease or
Oh, no.
IBD, I'd love to be an advocate for that.
Yeah, because that can really making movies, you're on set. I shot a movie, and for 2 of the days of filming, there's no bathroom in this church because we shot in like an abandoned church. The location was unbelievable, but I was peeing in a blender bottle, like in a bathroom. I didn't even care anymore. I was walking around in stockings the entire time because I'm in a full bodysuit, and just literally walking in a room without a door and just peeing in a blender bottle. But if you have, issues, my dad just had cancer. He has some issues, and it's so hard to be on a set if your health is not intact.
Oh yeah, when we were with Young Rock season 3, we were shooting an episode, and an episode usually takes a week to film. And I was supposed to go to the hospital a week and a half before this episode started, and I didn't know. I pushed it, so I flew to Memphis, started shooting the episode, and meanwhile I'm in the middle of a full-on flare, bleeding,
Oh my God.
pain, and by the end of the week, everyone was like, "Brett, what's wrong?" I was like, "I think I'm dying," like literally. And we finished filming, And they were like, all right, we're flying you home now. And I said, no, bring me to the hospital. And the hospital checked me and they said, you were 1 day away from us taking your entire colon out of your body.
No.
Wow.
And I was like, whoops. And they kept me for 2 weeks in Memphis before letting me come home to Jersey.
Maybe stress triggers it extra?
It's genetic and a stress trigger.
Maybe
Yeah.
PTSD plays somewhat of a part?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know how my past messes with my stomach.
It's hard to tell. There's so many factors.
Yeah, I
It's
know.
hard to diagnose
But
things.
there's to each. Every case is different with IBD or whatever situation that is. But yeah, I want to be an advocate for that.
Yeah.
Eventually.
Yeah, that would be great. And you're building you have your platform that is incredible. Oh, we have 5 minutes left. Mark, anything you'd like to interject with?
I'm really, you're a really amazing guy. Like, I thought you were cool before, but having you on the show, and it's always really cool to find that there's such great insight into your outlook and to what happened for you when you started to where you are now. I think it's really amazing and how you managed to stay positive
Right.
on this, because you went through a lot of crap.
True.
And you're smiling, you're having a good time, and I'm seeing you on TV in the movie.
I mean, I've already lived the coolest life in the world.
Right.
When you're a meathead gym rat and
Yeah.
you've worked with Schwarzenegger, The Rock, Ryan Reynolds, I'm fucking set, man. Like,
Right.
I'm good. Like, I need to keep working because I need money, but
Right.
I've achieved like my dreams already.
Yeah, that's a great feeling.
So I feel blessed, and I get to do this, and it ultimately goes back to my sister, and like when I pray to her because she sacrificed herself to give my family, my brother and my mother and I a better life from this evil character.
Really?
And
Yeah.
so every day I try to make it worth it.
So what do you think would your legacy be? I mean, you said you've reached the dream. What's the next step? What's the end goal?
Now it becomes like the more successful I get, the more I can try to give back.
Yeah, that's how I feel too.
And that's the ultimate goal. Like, I want to make sure that I can get to the point where I'm comfortable, and then be comfortable enough to just help.
Right.
Because I know that I wouldn't be here without all the help that I've already gotten.
Any prayer stories? Do you pray?
Since we're in a church.
I pray to my sister. My
Okay.
sister is my Jesus.
I hear you.
So that's my, like, I'm very spiritual.
Right.
Very spiritual. All about nature and not so much the Bible.
Right.
I
Same.
tried to be, but
I've
to
tried.
me it's just a good story.
Yeah. I want to
but
meet
I-
the writer and then I'll follow it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But when it comes down to like there is something out there that's bigger than us. But it's more, to me, it's more nature and spirit and my sister.
Well, before we wrap up, what's like the craziest or weirdest or most surprising thing that's happened to you while preparing for a movie or on set? Where you're just like, wow, I can't believe that happened, or that was cool, or that was horrible, or just something wild.
Every day,
Everything, right?
every day,
Yeah.
getting to talk to Arnold
Right.
was like that moment.
I can see that.
Yeah. When you walk into Gold's Gym Venice Beach
Been there.
and people already know who you are,
That's cool.
for a meathead gym rat actor,
yeah, sure.
that was
You
a
made
cool.
it.
Like when people that you idolized or are celebrities to you, and they
Right.
come up to you and they're like,
Right.
"Hey man, you were great in this." You're like, "Fuck, what?
Yeah.
Cool."
Yeah, super cool.
Yeah.
Super cool. And you study a lot, you research the roles, right? I mean,
Yeah,
you were in theater, so you were trained in theater.
I guess you
Right?
can say that. I mean,
Right.
yeah,
Okay.
I was in theater in college. I minored, so and I took acting classes in New York. Like, it wasn't just like a
Right.
I did it right,
If you couldn't work out, let's say all the time you spend working out, let's say in the next year, and you couldn't, what would you do with that time? No working out allowed.
What would be preventing him? Would it be like a reason behind it?
I don't know anything.
Or-
I mean, I was disabled for 2 years. It could be anything. It could be anything. You maybe don't have
when
time.
I was in the hospital,
Right.
and I was like on morphine,
Right.
I ordered exercise bands from Amazon to the hospital, and still was like the nurse came in, they're like, "Are you seriously working out right now?" I was like,
It makes sense though.
I won't stop.
No, it makes sense. I brought bands to my last shoot. They're like, "What are you doing?" I had ankle weights and bands on while I was fighting this creature in a car. Like, what's on your ankles? I said, "There's a band."
Awesome. But I mean, it's in our nature. It's if you're that kind of person, you're not going to stop. Arnold, before we did Terminator: Dark Fate in 2018, Arnold had a heart surgery go wrong, and he was hospitalized, put on bed rest. His people came to look for him. He wasn't in bed, and they were like, "Where's Arnold?" He's walking laps around his driveway and neighborhood. It's in our nature.
Yeah, yeah.
If we stop, that's when we die.
I think so. So, what do you think about people who don't work out at all? I mean,
That's their prerogative. I mean,
yeah.
to each his own.
Sure.
I know what I need to do.
Me too. Yeah.
I would recommend, being active, but I wouldn't.
It's a good
be
outlet
a
for
dick about it.
anger. Like, I know some people are so angry, and I said, just go work out, and they won't work out. But it's like I feel like you're gonna have some type of mental issue because if you're not moving the energy
Yeah, but
or
now you're
chi-
saying that like I don't have. I think I have a mental
Well,
issue.
everyone
with my
has
gym,
a mental
so
issue,
it's,
you know?
You know, but yeah,
lose the energy.
it's an outlet. It's a healthy outlet for sure.
Mhm.
But I wouldn't look down upon someone who doesn't work out. I don't look.
Yeah, no.
Be happy.
Be happy. Do whatever you gotta do.
Do what
to
you
get
love.
happy.
Fuck the rest.
Yeah. You want it? Yeah. And just don't hurt anyone.
Well, yeah.
I guess I was thinking of people I know that do hurt other people. And
Yeah,
it's like
I
I don't
would-
think
I
it would
wouldn't.
happen if their lives were cleaner. Because when your life is a mess and you don't eat right, you put garbage in your mouth, you put garbage in your eyes, or garbage in your ears, and it's garbage. How are you gonna put out anything but garbage? And I see that a lot.
Well, I guess that's.
It's a lack of
I don't ever
self-respect.
think about the negatives like that. Like I just don't even. Like when you ask that question, I
Yeah.
didn't register about people who are
Right.
actual criminals and stuff. Like
Right.
I block negativity out of my head. It's just something I never want to.
Yeah, you gotta block it
focus
out
on.
as much as you can because it does change you on some
Yeah.
level. It does. It changes the water in your cells, everything. So, I didn't say that. Block it out. We have to wrap up now.
We have to
We
wrap
do,
up.
right? Okay, so I guess social media time.
Social media time.
Promote
Where can people
yourself.
find out more about stuff? What movies you're going to be in next? Make sure everybody goes check out Johnny and Clyde. Like I said, I really enjoyed it. I didn't think I was going to enjoy it. Give it a few minutes. It's a fun movie.
I'm gonna
It's
see
a
it.
ridiculous fun movie.
If recreational pot is legal in your state, I would recommend that before watching it.
Can't wait.
Yeah, it's a trippy movie. Coming up, other stuff. Don't know yet. Writer's strike. We're kind of on
that's
hold
right.
with
That's
everything.
right.
No indie stuff.
No, not really. I'm looking for work. You
Okay.
guys.
So
out
where
there.
can people reach out to you? Where on social media they can reach out,
Yeah,
hire
they
you?
wanna hire you.
At Brett Azar is my Instagram.
Okay.
Brett-azar.com is my
Okay.
website, but my Instagram is my most active contact.
Cool.
So do that.
So hire him during this writer's strike.
Hire him. He's a really cool
He's
dude.
a hardworking guy.
He'll bring cookies to the set.
And I do a great Arnold impression and a great Iran #1 Iron Sheik, yes, Baba impression.
R.I.P. All right. Well, thank you so much.
Yes, thank you very much. Make
Yeah.
sure you guys go check out Brett. He's an
Super
amazing guy, as you
accomplished.
see right here. Thank you for coming down to the Malverne Contest
Inspiring.
live at the Malverne Contest. The show is going to last one more hour. We're out of here. It's 4 o'clock right now. Make sure you go to www.camefreer.com.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Make sure we have our
last
next
one.
signing event will be on the 17th of July. We're going to be having a comic book signing at the Royal Collectibles, and Tony's there. He's going to pop that up right now. Elman Jenny Feldy's going to cosplay as my character, Natasha, with my book on sale. I'll be the writer. We have cover artist Russ Braun and letterer George Medina will be there, as well as Royal Collectibles. And so that's about it. So thank you very much, and we will see you
That's all,
next
folks.
time.
All right. Till next year. Saving the best for last. Inspiring. See you later, Malverne.